Hey amazing students, so how are you all? Once again welcome back to your amazing super platform that is PW, and this is me Kunal, your mentor for social science. So I hope you are doing superb and amazing. So what are we going to do today? It's a big day for us, right? And first of all, I would like to know that how was your IT exam? Well, you had an exam today, right? If I'm not wrong, you had an IT exam, because yesterday when I was taking a marathon on some other channel, I mean definitely PW channel, but a different one. So there were lots and lots of people telling me, sir, tomorrow there is a paper and it's an IT paper. Please, let's do it very quickly. So, definitely this is an entire examination season going on. And in this examination season, we are doing back-to-back revisions. See, when you're talking about the Ignite batch, we have already done lots and lots of classes in the Ignite batches in which we have covered, like all the chapters in one shot, and we have covered lots and lots of things in that entire classes. But now it's a time for a quick recall or a quick revision, right? So now the task is really Herculean. First of all, very very good evening everyone, and once again welcome back to your amazing super platform. This is Kunal, and on your very own and lovely platform, that's PW. Okay, so first of all, once again, very very good evening, very very welcome bacho. So Yoshika is there. Hi Praveen Aslam. Okay, a NEET is our school don't have it as a subject, sir. Okay, though your school doesn't have it as a subject, fair enough. So I think many schools have it as an optional, right? So but people, they are getting grading for this IT subject. So definitely that show, like when we're talking about compiling the results, we're talking about generally the top 5 or the best of 5. But still, exam is exams anyways, right? So once again welcome back. Now you must be thinking, sir, what are we going to do? See, it's a Herculean task. Why I said this? There's a different reason behind this. Number one, if you talk about combining history and geography, we have 12 chapters all in all, right? And we have 12 chapters, so that doesn't mean I'm going to teach you till 1 or 2 a.m. at night. So that's not the case. See, what I've done is I've designed this entire marathon in such a way where we'll have robust question practice, that we are going to do concept through the questions. So what I've done, I've brought lots and lots of questions from each chapter of your syllabus, that is history and geography of all sorts, that is 1 markers, 2 markers, 3 markers, 4 markers and 5 markers, along with the picture based and along with your map work, right? You heard that right? So we are going to do the map work of history, we are going to do the most important dates of history, we are going to do all the important pictures from the syllabus of history, as well as we are going to cover all the important maps as mentioned in the CBSE syllabus from geography, right? So this is going to be the entire structure of the session. Now, I also know this fact, very important fact, that you guys need to proper time to prepare, okay? You need time to prepare for your social science examination also, that is supposed to be, that is scheduled for 15th of March, okay? Right. Okay, very nice. So please do a chapter of history and next a chapter of geography. Don't do in a series of history, sir, my kind request. Hi, my NEET aspirant, but say when we design anything, okay, if you're talking about presentation, if I'll keep one chapter of this and one chapter of that, it will get a lot of mixed up, right? Because when you're doing one kind of concept, it is in a kind of series, right? I do respect your views, I do respect your humble opinion, but at one point of time, I cannot just, just change out everything. Believe me, you'll try, you'll enjoy it. Believe me, you'll enjoy it, because we'll be doing lots and lots of questions and you'll get the chance to answer those questions on the chart itself, right? On the chart itself, and then we'll be, so it's going to be very interactive session, believe me. So I'll request you to like stay till the last, and let's get started, because we have less time, and in this less amount of time I do not want to waste your time at all, right? So let's get started. Are you all guys excited? Is everyone excited? Now few more queries before I begin. Few more queries. Number one, some of you might be thinking, sir, why are you speaking in English, right? This is a very common query that I get across the channel whenever I'm taking class on BW English. So number one, this is a pure English channel, right? So basically we are conducting classes in English for those students also who are not comfortable in Hindi or any other local language, right? So there are students, right? And we want to cater to everyone, to all the demands and all the needs. So that is why this channel, and that is why I am speaking in English, and that is why this entire lecture is in English, especially to help out those students that have a little bit difficult in understanding the Hindi language. I hope I'm very clear in this part, right? So the entire language that will be spoken throughout the video is going to be English. So this is for all the lovely viewers who had a doubt in the mind that why I'm speaking English. Okay. So, though English is a very funny language, I do agree with that. Okay, so let's get started. Let's try seeing that what are we going to do. So, how many people do we have? Okay. AK Gaming. But I don't watch because I don't have time right now. So why am I wasting? But I'm not wasting my energy. So for me, each and every one is there. Your marathon class is also important. That is tomorrow I'm going to have on geography, right? And also my these super people are also very important. So all of you are equally important for me, bache. So when I come out with you guys, definitely I'm not wasting my energy at all. So it actually energizes me all the more, right? So what are we going to do? Number one, we are going to start with the history part. Okay. So when you're talking about history, what we are going to do? We are going to do questions. We are going to do questions and lots of questions, and with the help of questions we'll be clearing the concept, right? We'll be clearing the concept. We'll be doing the picture based pointers. We'll be doing the picture based. Okay, and apart from picture based, we'll also be doing the map work, right? So this is with respect to history. Fine. This is with respect to history. Now coming over to the geography, we'll be doing the questions. Along with the questions, we'll be revise the concept, and apart from that, we'll be doing the entire map work of geography itself. Okay. So let's get started, bacha badi. Let's get started with the very first chapter, that is the rise of nationalism in Europe. Okay, so here we go. Okay. Fine. But say just we actually do not fight, right? So it's everyone is equally, important. As I already said in the beginning, that each and every student is equally important for the platform, and that is the reason we are here. Okay. So all the lovely learners, it's always going to be fruitful, and all the other my amazing bacha buddies, right? So you can also watch the session. Okay, so finally let's get started with the rise of nationalism in Europe. Okay, number one. See, when you're talking about rise of nationalism in Europe, number one, we start the chapter with a very small topic that is called as utopian vision. Okay, utopian vision. Now what is this utopian vision? Let's try understanding in a very simple term. See, let's suppose if I had a chit chat with you guys, okay, I'm discussing with you something, and all of a sudden I said that that yesterday I went to Oscars and they were just giving me the Oscar award, but I simply denied just because I did not like the design of the Oscar. Now that might sound very weird, right? That might sound very imaginative, and you will start mocking me for making such a kind of comment, isn't it? What if I say out to you, I just went to the Oscars to just see that every arrangement is good or not, and in fact they started giving me an Oscar award and I tried to deny taking that, right? I felt that no, the design is not cool, this is not up to the mark, that's why I denied my Oscars, right? That may sound to be very foolish, isn't it? So that may sound to be very foolish, because this cannot happen. That's an imaginative creation. No one will deny an Oscar award, isn't it? Definite. It's very definite. So when you're talking about utopia or utopian vision, we are actually talking about a situation, an imaginary situation or a vision of a society that is so unreal that it is unlikely to exist, right? So when you're talking about this kind of vision, there's a French artist called as Frédéric Soro. Right, so in 1848, this French artist, Frédéric Soro, he created a series of 4 prints named as the Dream of Democratic and Social Republics, right? Okay, isn't it? Hi Harshit. Hi Alan. Hey AK Gaming, bacha, you all are lovely for me, okay? Hi AK Gaming. Fine, no worries. We are not going to fight. We are going to focus on the story. Okay, just listen to the story. Just listen to the this thing entire chapter. Okay, so what happens? Just listen it like a story. Forget everything. Bring in your popcorns. Bring in your chips. Bring in your savories. I mean, what all snacks you got, you can have it. You can stock it, and then we are going to enjoy this entire movie. So definitely. So what happens? Just try understanding. So this guy called as Frédéric Soro in 1848, he prepares a series of 4 prints. Okay, so I'll just write the name Frédéric. He's my bro, we just chill out together in France sometimes. So basically in 1848, he published a series of 4 prints titled as the Dream of Worldwide Democratic and Social Republics, in which we see that the very first page of chapter, in which we see that there's a huge procession of the different people wearing different colored costumes and passing by the Statue of Liberty. Now that's an interesting point. Now, Statue of Liberty. Now you must be thinking, sir, did the Statue of Liberty exist in those times? Is that Statue of Liberty even real? Why are they, giving respect to this statue? Why are they even bothered to stop at that statue? Now, that's a nice question, isn't it? That's a nice question, intriguing your mind, creating a curiosity, isn't it? So, just see what happens here. Number one. So, if we talk about the French artists, they had a wonderful habit. Now, what was that habit? they always try to portray the ideals. They always try to portray the ideals by giving them a human form, right? So when you're talking about liberty, liberty is actually the attribute of freedom. When you're talking about liberty, liberty is actually the attribute of freedom. So when you're talking about liberty, so what did the French artists do? What did the French artists do? They tried to make the people imagine that this is how you can imagine the liberty, right? So they started giving it a human form. What they did, they started giving it a human form so that people could actually relate to what liberty is. And that is why we see that in that entire image, in that entire picture, there are lots and lots of people passing by that Statue of Liberty and giving the respect. And we see that these people actually represent the countries. These people actually represent the countries, the different countries. So basically, Soro had imagined a society where the people will be democratic in nature. Well, there will be no monarchy. And if you can see in the background of the picture, there is some kind of debris or waste material lying there, right? Just like some kind of garbage. And what is that garbage actually? That garbage is the remains. That garbage is the remaining portions of the autocratic dynasties or the despotic dynasties. In simple terms, the rulers or the rules which did not care about the people. So basically, that entire shattered remains that are seen in the background of the image are the remains of those kinds of institutions. So it's a symbolic image, it's a symbolic vision of Frederick Soro where he tries to portray a world that is made up of amicable peace, that is made up of lots and lots of democratic countries, and where there is no scope of autocratic monarchy, a system where the ruler is absolutely powerful and the people have zero powers in their hand, right? So this is what is shown by the utopian vision of Frederick Soro. Now the story moves further. So when we move further in the chapter, we come across a concept of modern state and a nation state. So basically, what is this modern state and a nation state? Let's try grasping this entire thing, that what is a modern state and a nation state. So we'll take two examples. We'll take the example of India before independence and after independence, right? So I think that's a very relatable example through which we all can relate ourselves. Okay, fine. I enjoy teaching you people. Very simple. I enjoy teaching you people. It's not always the channel, See, the channel is for you people only, isn't it? So, and you are the people who are actually, I love teaching too. So, it doesn't matter whichever channel I'm teaching on. It's very simple. I love teaching you people, whether on this channel or I teach on the foundation channel. It's all the same, but it's all the same. So, I do not differentiate. That is number one point. Had I differentiated, I wouldn't have been here, right? So, I do not differentiate. So, let's not differentiate. Okay, and let's not fight in the chats. Let's conserve our energy for something good. So, you're talking about modern state and nation state, right? So, when you're talking about these two terminologies, so let's take the example of India before independence and after independence. When you're talking about India before independence, so we come to realize that India was nothing but a geographical state, right? It is a geographical area. Hindustan, we call it as Bharatvarsh. So it's a geographical area being ruled by different kingdoms or being ruled by the British at one point of time. So we had no common unity in the initial phases. In the initial phases, you talk about Delhi Sultanate, you talk about Mauryan Empire, or if you talk about Gupta dynasty, you talk about the times of Cholas and Cheras and Pandyas. So basically, they were having their own kingdoms. So Hindustan, or when we call it as Bharatvarsh, when we call it as India, was moreover kind of geographical territory rather than a country before the India's independence, right? I'm talking about before that period, before 1947, we did not share that common bond, isn't it? So we were generally ruled by a central authority. In our case, the central authority was the British. So we knew that the Britishers are ruling us and we are a part of that particular geographical empire, right? However, there was no sense of bonding or unity as we have right now. So that case can be called as a modern state, where we have a central power and that central authority or central government is exercising control over the different people, right? However, the people are not related to each other and neither the ruler is related with the people. So that is called as a modern state, because Britishers and us, we do not have a common history. There is no cultural bonds between British and the Indians. But when you talk about after independence, after 1947, we clearly see that the leaders that were running the country were appointed by the people of the country, right? So all the leaders that were running the country were appointed by us. They had already participated along with us in the freedom struggle. They had suffered all the atrocities of the British Empire. They had already suffered all the problems that we have suffered. So we had a common cultural past. We have a common struggle. We have a common cultural belonging. And that is what makes India a nation state. So when we call ourselves now, we call ourselves as Indians. We call ourselves as Bharatiya, right? We call it ourselves as citizens of India. So we have an identity called India. We have a nation called India. So basically the country we are living right now, in this we are bonded by each other. We are bonded with each other by culture, by a shared history, by shared experiences. And that is what makes a nation state, right? Where the rulers also have some kind of bonding with the people living in their kingdoms or in their area. So this is the major difference between the modern state and the nation state. Now, when the story progresses further, what do we realize? We realize the example of France. When you talk about France and remember the French Revolution, we have all studied that in class 9th. Remember, we all studied the French Revolution in class 9th. Remember that topic? Okay, so we have studied that the French revolutionaries, they tried to create a sense of collective identity among the people. Now that's a nice question. In fact, it is asked in the board examinations many times that the French tried creating a collective identity. And why did they do so? Why did they do so? It's very simple, because they wanted to make each and everyone living in the state of France as French. They wanted to create that unity among the people. Right, they wanted to make them feel and realize that they belong to one single country, they belong to one single state, they belong to one single part. And for this, they took many steps. For example, if you talk about in France, earlier in France, we called the people, we addressed the people as sir and ma'am, like Messiah and Madame. But when these revolutionaries came into power, what they did, they said that we are not going to give separate titles to man and women. We are going to call them by the title that is citizen or citoyen. Right, so they called their country as the fatherland. In fact, they also developed a new tricolor flag in order to replace the former British or former monarchy flag, right? Earlier what happened, if you talk about in India also, we have certain kingdoms, right? We used to have certain kingdoms, and every kingdom had its own flag, its own royal flag that represented that particular kingdom. Same was the case in France. Like today in India, we have one Tiranga, we have the tricolor, right? We do not have separate flags. But in those times also, the French revolutionaries also tried to create such a kind of thing. They introduced a French tricolor flag in order to create that or unity among the people. Apart from that, what they did? Apart from that, they composed new hymns, they took new oaths, they composed new songs, they remembered the martyrs, and all those kinds of stuff was done by the French revolutionaries. Apart from that, what they did? Apart from that, they also discouraged any other kind of dialect or language except French. Right? They clearly told the people, that you have to speak only the French language. And by this all sorts, they just meant to, basically meant to establish one thing, that is unity among the people. Right? Okay. So when we talk about all these measures, we also see the arrival of Napoleon here. Now, when you're talking about Napoleon has a great role to play. Why I'll say so? Because he is someone who introduced certain measures that actually, you can say that actually made it more possible for the unity to forge. Let's talk about the Napoleon Civil Code of 1804. When you're talking about the Napoleon Civil Code of 1804, we have a question also with respect to this. Okay, so Napoleon basically became the Emperor of France in 1804, and when he arrived on the scene of France, he saw that there is lot of instability in the area. So very first thing that he introduced was the Civil Code of 1804. Now, what did this civil code do? Number one, it made the people equal before the law. Second, it just did away with all the privileges based on birth. Earlier, what used to happen, when whatever class you are born, that is going to decide your social benefits. Okay, so that is going to decide your social benefits, that what are the social benefits you are going to get depending upon whatever class you are born. Suppose in France, if we talk about, if you are born into clergy and nobility, you will get all the kinds of social benefits. And if you are born in the third state of the common people family, despite having money, you cannot access any kind of social privileges or benefits, right? So Napoleon, first of all, he eradicated all such kinds of rules, right? He just simply ended all these kinds of rules based upon birth. He said that on birth, now no benefits are going to be given. Everyone will have the right to equality, right? And third is that he established the right to property. Earlier what happened, the right to private property was given only to few people, except the nobles and the clergymen. Okay, apart from that, the common people, despite having money, cannot have the right to purchase a private property. So he basically introduced that kind of right. Apart from that, Napoleon did lots of things to improve the transport, communication systems in France in order to make it more business friendly, right? He also abolished the taxes of many businessmen, introduced better and improved communication system, better transportation system. So people at one point of time started thinking Napoleon as liberator. In fact, Napoleonic armies, wherever they invaded, wherever they attacked, whichever country, whichever areas they captured, they introduced the same kind of ideals in those places. However, in some places they were received well, while in some places they were considered as villains. Now that's very controversial in its terms. Now you might be thinking that Napoleon, though he induced so many changes, and that too changes for the good, what actually happened that led to the downfall of Napoleon? See, when you're talking about any person has two phases. Number one, a good side, and second is a negative side. So coming over to the good side is the Civil Code of 1804 and the improvement in the administrative measures. Coming over to the negative side of Napoleon, number one, he fought lots of wars. Okay, number one, he fought lots of wars. Second is forced recruitment into army. Second is forced recruitment into army. On third, when you talk about it, that is increased taxation. And on number four, censorship. So basically, what is censorship? Censorship is a kind of law or an act where you actually tell the people not to speak anything against the government. So basically you curb the freedom of speech and expression of the people whenever the censorship laws are implemented. So these are some of the things that where Napoleon went wrong. He was fighting a lot of wars. He was forcefully recruiting the people into army because he was fighting wars. Increased amount of taxation and the censorship. Now all these things, they made people hostile towards the Napoleon, and gradually we see that there are two wars. In your history book also there are two wars given. However, you often ignore one kind of war. So we will be talking about two wars. Number one is Leipzig, the Battle of Leipzig. This was fought in 1813. Okay, the Battle of Leipzig, this was fought in 1813. And second is the Battle of Waterloo. Second is the Battle of Waterloo, that was fought in 1815. Now, if we talk about these two battles, we'll realize that Napoleon lost both of these battles. And Napoleon was defeated by four major powers, that is BRAP, Britain, Russia, Austria and Prussia. So these are the four major powers which collectively defeated Napoleon in the battles of Leipzig and Waterloo, and this was finally the end of the Napoleon, right? So Napoleon is gone after this. Now, this guy called Napoleon has already introduced lots and lots of changes in Europe. Now these countries, if you talk about Britain, Russia, Austria, Prussia, when we talk about these countries, that is Britain, okay, Russia, Austria and Prussia, Britain, Russia, Austria and Prussia. Okay, fine. So whenever you are talking about these four countries, Britain, Russia, Austria and Prussia, so basically they were dominated by monarchy. They were dominated by monarchy, and these people, they will never want any other kind of government in their neighborhood or the vicinity. And here comes the break. Right, so they defeated Leipzig in Napoleon in the two battles, Leipzig and Waterloo respectively, and after that they decided to change the course of European politics. And how will that come about? That comes about with Treaty of Vienna. So Treaty of Vienna of 1815. So that comes about with Treaty of Vienna or the Vienna Congress. Okay, that is of 1815. Now the major objective is this entire Treaty of Vienna or the Vienna Congress was very simple. They wanted to basically turn back all the changes that Napoleon had introduced. So what they did, they started dividing the territories occupied by Napoleon amongst themselves. And also they made sure that France in future does not do any kind of expansion. And for this they had actually set up some states around the borders of France. And one more important fact, we remember that back in French Revolution, the Bourbon dynasty of France was displaced. Right, remember that the Bourbon dynasty of France was kicked off, Louis XVI was completely slaughtered. Right, remember that? So basically what they did, by the Vienna Congress of 1815, they again turned back the Bourbon dynasty into France. So we can say that 1815 was one year which again was in the favor of the conservatives. So these conservatives are those people who are in support of monarchy, who are in support of nobility and the clergy. So these are those kind of guys who feel that extorting the people, troubling them, causing them problems is the best way out in the society. And why they do so? They do so that they can fulfill their own selfish motives. Right, so a new spirit of conservatism, we can say that, was sweeping across the governments in Europe. Now, one thing is very peculiar about this conservatism back in 1815. So these guys have already understood that if you introduce modernization in the politics, that is definitely going to play in your favor. Right, so they learned one lesson from Napoleon. What was that lesson? They realized that if you make things much modernized, if you introduce some kind of liberty or freedom in your entire government structure, people will start believing on you. And some conservatives were in favor of modernizing the monarchical system. Right, however, some were definitely not in favor of it. But if we talk about the 1815 conservative circles or the 1815 governments, were majorly autocratic in nature. And when you talk about autocratic, we simply mean a government where the ruler is extremely powerful and is least bothered about the needs and wishes of the people. And such was the case in case of the European powers, right? Now, the movement makes further, right? So, when you're talking about the making of nationalism in Europe, we see that Europe was a patchwork of different communities, right? What do you mean by this? What do we mean by this, bacho? So, who do we have people out here? Do we have people out of here? Okay. So, who do we have right now? Short need aspirant. Very, very simple. Okay, very, very simple. So, when you're talking about need aspirant has a doubt, sir, could you explain censorship? But when you're talking about censorship, let's suppose you are typing some kind of doubts in the chat box, right? What if I try restricting you from typing the doubt? If I go to the YouTube and I ask the YouTube community, just remove this NEET aspirant, he's typing a lot of doubts, I don't want to solve the doubts. If this is the kind of case, so what I'm doing here is I'm trying to suppress your right to speech, right? I'm trying to suppress your freedom of speech and expression. Suppose tomorrow you become a very famous news reporter, right? Suppose tomorrow you become a very famous news reporter and you start publishing something criticizing the government. Right, you were doing a research on something and you start criticizing, you start finding that government has played a foul in this case and you start criticizing the government. Now government officials come to your place and they start warning you tomorrow. Again, suppose they start warning you, they start saying that NEET aspirant, mind it. If again you are going to type anything against the government, we are simply going to put you behind the bars. We are simply going to put you behind the jail. So what they are trying to do is they are trying to suppress your voice. They are trying to take away the freedom of speech and expression, and that is censorship, right? So that part is called as censorship. So I hope you are very clear with this part, bache. Okay, so we'll move further. Okay. Okay, fine. So need aspirants is saying, sir, will unscribe. No, you don't have to do that. I was just giving an example. So don't take it that serious. Okay, so I was just giving an example, bache. So this way you can just remember this way. Sir, map pointing, bache will be doing the map pointing. Don't worry. We'll be doing the map pointing. It is very easy. Very easy. Okay, so it's very easy. Let's come back. Okay. Haha, nice. Explorer dude, I love your ID by the way. Okay, so we'll be doing the map pointings. You don't have to memorize. We'll try to see that how to do that. Okay, don't have to memorize that. Don't worry, bache. Don't worry. Okay, so let's move further here. Let's move further. Okay, so when you're talking about the making of nationalism in Europe, so it was basically a patchwork of different areas. Now just imagine living in a society. Where what happens, you are staying at one place and you have neighbors from different communities, not only communities, from different countries. Just imagine your doorbell rings and there's a Japanese or a Chinese neighbor living next to you and the Chinese neighbor wants some sugar from you. Okay, first of all, suppose there's a knock on the door and you just open the door and there's like ni hao, ina chia, chi nia, chiao. So you are not able to understand what is actually happening. That neighbor is very helpful, no doubt about that. So that neighbor has come to your place. That neighbor wants some sugar for making some kind of a dish at his or her home. That is their concern. But you are not able to understand the language even. Right? You just understood ni hao and that means hello. After niha, whatever was told, you are hardly able to understand. Okay, you are hardly able to understand. Then again there is a one more neighbor who comes to you seeking some milk, right? And the neighbor is from, let's say, Arabia. Then he say, Wallah habibi, you ha, like, so any kind of language. So you are not even able to understand what the next neighbor says, right? So this is going to be a very confusing situation. See, I don't know the language. Definitely every language is beautiful, but I'm just telling you about that you are not even able to, acknowledge that what is actually happening. Just imagine a snake being cooked right in front of you, right? And you'll be like, pretty snake, bro, you're being cooked. I'm very sorry, I can't help it, right? So that might be a reason. So these kinds of, just imagine being surrounded by these kinds of, communities and neighbors around you, where you are very confused. You are, just the odd one out there. So, and you all people have just one thing in common, that you are living in a same society. You are living in the same residential society. Apart from there, there's nothing common amongst you. This was the case of Europe. This Europe was basically dominated by the different kingdoms, and in these kingdoms, people of different cultures and communities were living. So they had no common bonding amongst themselves except one point, that is, they had a common ruler. And now creating a nationalist spirit, having a feeling of creating a nation, is again a very difficult task in this, patchwork of Europe. Okay, so let's move further. Let's try acknowledging how did it actually come about, right? Sir, what is the end time of this life? But how can I assure this? What is the end time of this life? Now, that's a good question that I also don't have the answer. Depending upon how quickly we are able to do the questions, right? Or do the chapters. We have 12 chapters to go about this. And how quickly we are able to do that. So that will only going to decide the time of the, what time it will end. Right? So I'll try to wind it up as soon as possible from my end. But let's see what kind of, what time it ends. So you're asking me actually a futuristic question. So I still don't have control on future, right? Okay. Okay, fine, Vaishu. So Lucifer is also saying, sir, what is the timing of the session? But it already started from 5 p.m. And one Bacha Badi is saying that, sir, this is how we feel when you start taking lecture in Hindi. It's very common. You may have that feel. So I'm just talking about, so we just have a common allegiance. Yeah, you can take my example also. I take bilingual lectures on Foundation channel in the paid batches. I'm taking a pure English lecture on PW English channel. So you must have, all the students of the different channels, you are related with PW, that is your common allegiance, right? So you are divided by communities, united by PW. So that's the beauty of it as well. Okay, so Europe was such kind of place where there's a patchwork of, everything. So when you're talking about aristocracy and middle class, so let's have a, aristocracy and middle class. So let's talk about the society of Europe. Let's talk about the society of Europe. So when you're talking about aristocracy are generally those guys who are very rich, ultra rich kind of people, So these are those people who love to flaunt. You remember I just bought a Jordan, and the Jordan has costed me like 75,000 bucks. Bro, will you go out on a pizza party with me? Bro, let's have a cup of cappuccino at a cafe latte. What about a doppio? Right, so these kind of people who are, who are flaunting a lot, who are just flaunting very much, would like to show off, who like to flex a lot, ultra rich kind of people, this is basically aristocracy, right? So these guys, definitely they used to speak the different language. For example, in Galicia, the aristocracy spoke the Polish language. But they were united by one simple fact, that they used to marry their, son and daughters in high classes, and they used to speak certain languages just for the purpose of diplomacy, like the Polish and the French language. So definitely they were living in the different parts of Europe, but they had a common way of living, right? So they loved living a luxurious life. Now, here comes the rise of middle class. So when you're talking about the middle class, who are actually the middle classes? So middle class basically refers to those set of people who are generally employed in some or the other profession. Like for example, me, I'm teaching, a doctor, a lawyer. So these are the kinds of middle classes, right? In this also middle classes, some people were rich, some people were really educated, and they were very much bothered about, you can say that the society and the rights. And when you talk about any kind of movement, we'll see that these middle classes are always at the forefront, right? When you talk about any kind of movement, these middle classes are always at the forefront. And here also in Europe also we'll see that these are the middle classes who have actually led a lots and lots of movement. So now story progresses further. Okay. So now what happens? Let's talk about a very cool concept that is called as liberal nationalism. Now, what is this liberal nationalism? See, very simple. When you're talking about liberal nationalism, it has three aspects. It has three aspects: political, social and economical. Political, social and economical. Okay. So it has three aspects, that is political, social and economical. So when you're talking about liberal nationalism, the word liberal itself means freedom. Nationalism itself means a kind of feeling towards your nation. You're feeling very patriotic. You're feeling oneness with your brothers and sisters. Right now, some people will be saying, sir, if all will be brothers and sisters, whom are we going to give the rose? Right? So that's a different perspective. But when you're talking about liberal nationalism, so that's an important concept as well. So politically, when you talk about liberal nationalism, it basically meant a kind of government that has a parliament in it. By this, they do not mean democracy, to be very specific. They were okay with constitutional monarchy, but they wanted a parliament where there should be a constitution and the power of the leader or the ruler should be limited by that constitution. When you're talking about social sphere, they wanted more equality, more rights, right? So they were favor of getting more equality and more rights in society, especially equality before the law or having the right to private properties. So different kinds of social equalities they already were wishing for. And when you're talking about economical liberalism, so if you have a look at the European space, if you have a look at the European entire society, we'll understand that it was a very confusing society. Let's take the example of German Confederation on 39 states. Now this guy called Napoleon, this person called Napoleon, he actually created a group of 39 states, right? He created a group of 39 states. Now this person, okay, so when you're talking about Vienna Congress or Vienna Treaty, so this group was untouched, right? So when you're talking about German's Confederation, so there were 39 states or 39 geographical area which spoke the German language. So Napoleon had created this group. If you talk about in this group only, there was huge confusion. There were more than 30 currencies that were being operational. Apart from that, if you want to do business in this area, it's very difficult. It's very, very difficult. Like for example, if you talk about going between two places, you have to cross 10 or 11 tax barriers. At every tax barrier, you are paying 5% of taxes. Imagine 55% of tax if I'll pay. What I'm going to sell in the market, right? I purchased a commodity worth 100 rupees. I paid the taxes worth 55 rupees. My total cost price is 155. What price shall I sell in the market that I should gain the profit? Now that's a huge question in itself. So as a businessman, as a trader, it's very confusing for me. Apart from that, the systems of weights and measurements was not uniform. Just imagine buying a meter of cloth. When you're talking about length in India, we measure it in meters, isn't it, bacho? We measure it in meters, right? Sir, please tell where will be the notes on the PW app. Srishti, the notes will be under the Ignite batch. Ignite batch is an absolute free batch. We already were running that batch on this channel, and you will get the link in the description of the video. So you can click there and you can download all the notes. So I'll be giving that after the class gets over. Fine, Srishti, I hope this is helpful. Okay, so let's return back to our story. Fine. Okay. Fine, let's move further. I hope Srishti that clears it out, bache. So now what is happening? So there was no uniform system of weights and measurements. Okay, so as a result, when we're talking about purchasing or buying a cloth in India, we actually calculate the length in meters, right? We say that, bhaiya, give me 2 meters of cloth. And sometimes when you visit South Delhi, South Delhi has a different accent. So they will not say bhaiya, they'll say bhaiya, give me 2 meters of cloth. And they will be like, this cloth is so clumsy. I don't want this cloth. I need something very chic and, something very classy cloth. Bhaiya, show me another variety. This is very common with South Delhi. However, that's not a taboo. That's a reality. You'll visit the place, you'll get to know. Okay, so I'm just telling that. So you might have seen on Instagram Reels at times on YouTube Shorts. Okay, so when you're talking about purchasing or buying a cloth in India, we generally take it in meters, right? Or that length is counted in meters, and we're talking about a standard unit is that 1 meter is equals to 100 centimeters. But that was not the case in Europe. In Europe, let's suppose if we bought a cloth in New Delhi, that will have a different measurement. If we buy a cloth in Ghaziabad, that will have a different measurement. If I buy a cloth in Tamil Nadu, that will have a different measurement. So going over the different states, the measurement already. So that became a very important part of economical liberalism. So people understood if the markets are free. This is what the economic liberalism says. It stood for the freedom of the markets and abolition of the tariff barriers, unnecessary taxes. So people understood that the markets are free, the taxes are less, definitely the business will flourish. And they were very much in the favor of this economical unification. Now the story moves further. Let's move further. Okay. I don't feel there's a lag. There's a lag. Delhi is a union territory, bache. Now fine, sir. Okay, very good, very good, very good. People are very much planning about the playing part. I will play after exams. I recommend that you should play after exams, right? People are like, they will tell you like all sorts of things. Do this skill, do that skill. Give some time for playing as well. In fact, that is very important and very integral to your, any kind of development. Okay. So let's move further. Let's move further. Fine. So now there were some people in Europe who are already fed up this with monarchical type of government, right? So there were some people in Europe who are very much fed up with this monarchical form of government and they wanted some kind of thrill in life. How many of you love to have thrill in life? How many of you love to have thrill in life? Adrenaline. Anyone in the chat, anyone in the house, give me a thumbs up who loves to have, thrill in life, who is an adrenaline junkie, who wants to, just do adventurous thing. By adventurous, do not mean you start cheating in the paper. Sir, you told us to do adventurous thing. We have taken a cheat in the paper. We have started cheating and the examiner caught us. Feeling excited and motivated with 89 others and CBSE as well. Right? So don't do such kind of things in the examinations. To be very honest. Okay, to be very honest, because I told you that you are adventurous, you went and did an adventure in the paper itself. Sir, you told us to be adventurous. So don't do such kind of things. I'll be very honest. Okay? Wanna travel so bad? Give me a thumbs up. Says this live enough for entire history and geography? Vaishu, I'll say that for sure. Yeah, I'll not say that just after this live you should not study your books or you should not study your NCRTs. But yeah, I'll be giving you a sufficient amount of questions although in this live. So by the time we finish this live, we'll be doing approximately 380-90 questions, combining all the history and geography. So that is really definitely very helpful. Also do revise your notes whatever you have in your classes. Okay, you can revise those notes as well. So that is again very helpful. Fine. Okay. Sir, in center copyings are promoted. Which center by the way? Vaishu FF. FF stands for Free Fire if I am not wrong. In which center copying is promoted? Which center? Let me just talk to the center itself. That center is being shown as the copying is promoted. But say no center promotes copying. Do not try such stunts, okay? Not even under supervision of your friend. If your friend says copy, I'm seeing, no one is seeing. Don't worry. So do not have trust on your friends in this special case because once you are caught, you are going to pay for that. So do not try such kind of stunts. 100% not recommended. Okay? Fine. Okay, Ashram Kakinada. SK Sabir, but say in Hindi we are already having the marathon on PW Foundation channel. कबीर भाई फाउंडेशन चैनल पे ऑलरेडी हम लोग हिंदी में ही कर रहे हैं. ये चैनल ही आपका प्योर इंग्लिश का है, मैंने स्टार्टिंग में ही बताया था आपको, इसीलिए ठीक है बच्चे. प्योर इंग्लिश का चैनल है जिसपे हम लोग इंग्लिश में क्लासेस करते हैं. जो आपका फाउंडेशन वाला चैनल है पीडब्ल्यू फाउंडेशन, वहां पे बच्चे हम लोग बाइलिंगुअल करते हैं, यानी दोनों भाषा में करते हैं. ठीक है, हिंदी इंग्लिश. तो वहां पे ऑलरेडी किया हुआ है हिंदी इंग्लिश में, कल भी होगा, अभी भी हो रहा है. तो आप बच्चे वो वाला भी अटेंड कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, सो ये उन बच्चों के लिए खास कर है जिनको हिंदी में समझने में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है. तो आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड बेटा कबीर जी. ठीक है, चलिए लेट्स मूव फर्दर, आगे बढ़ते हैं. We'll be doing entire these things. Okay. So I think one Chintu Chala IIT was there and today Chintu Chala AIMS. Let's move on further. Let's move on further. Fine. Okay. So when you're talking about these revolutionaries, in Hindi we call them as Krantikari. So they are those people, they are generally those people who are very much, who wanted sudden changes in the society. They are least bothered with what is going to happen. They are more interested with the sudden changes in society. They want to just overthrow the monarchy and establish democratic and republic structures in the Europe. For example, if you talk about the major revolutionaries, we have Mazzini. Okay, so we have Mazzini. And when you're talking about Mazzini, we have Garibaldi. So these are those people who started establishing the secret societies in Europe. Now, what is a secret society? A secret society is an organization that hides from the government and starts doing the work, right? It operates against the government. It hides from the government, it operates against the government. So that is called as a secret society. So revolutionaries like Mazzini and Garibaldi, they started setting up such kind of secret societies so that they can bring about a revolution in Europe. Especially I am talking about Italy. Mazzini and Garibaldi were moreover interested in the case of Italy. Now moving on further, the story moves further, right? So moving on further, when we see that, here comes the age of revolutions. Okay. Especially when you're talking about the time period of 1830 to 1848, this stage is very, very crucial. Why this stage is crucial? Because we have two different types of struggles. Number one, the one in July 1830, and the second one is 1848, right? So when you're talking about, just imagine, just remember, after the 1815 Vienna Congress, France was again restalled with the Bourbon dynasty. That was an absolute monarchy. Now people were definitely not happy with this absolute monarchy. People were having a lot of food shortages. People were having lots of problems. So ultimately this led to a revolution or uprising in July 1830. As a result, we see that the absolute monarchy in France was replaced by a constitutional monarchy, right? This was also the time of 1821, where a struggle for independence by Greece started, also called as the Greek independence struggle. So when you're talking about Greece, Greece is a very important one, right? We'll have a question also with respect to Greece, in which we'll be covering in detail, right? So Greece is very important. Why it is important? Number one, Greece has been a very old civilization. Now it was under the domination of the Ottoman Empire. So Ottoman was a huge empire that was centered by Turkey, and the Turkish Sultan, also called as Caliph or Khalifa, was the overall, you can say that, authority of the Ottoman Empire, and Greece was also a part of this Ottoman Empire. Now there were many Europeans who felt that Greece was a great civilization, and Greece has always been independent. It has been such a wonderful civilization, and it has also inspired Europeans. So that is why they did not wanted Greece to be captured by a Muslim empire or the Ottoman Empire. So that is why they started helping the people living in Greece to gain their independence from the Ottoman Empire. And we see that by the Treaty of Constantinople, right? We see that the Treaty of Constantinople that was signed back in 1832. Right, that was signed back in 1832. Greece became an independent nation, right? So this basically turned Greece into an independent nation, right? Fine. Okay, so you just need to remember this. Moving on further, comes the age of 1848. Now 1848 was one such year where there were huge food shortages because of less supply of food. The agriculture was not good, and also the people facing lots and lots of problems. Again, this led to a great uprising again in France. The entire population walked out on the streets against the ruling monarch. So we remember one time in 1830 we had a revolution in which absolute monarchy was replaced by constitutional monarchy. Now this constitutional monarchy was also not able to serve the people of France. So again back in 1848 we see again a uprising, we see again a revolution by the people of France, and as a result we see that this constitutional monarch had to literally flee away from France. He literally had to run away from France, and in place of that monarchy a republic was established. So France is repeating the history back and back, again and again, right? France, remember, started from the Louis XVI time, being an absolute monarchy, then a constitutional, then a republic, then back from republic to Napoleon. After Napoleon, again France turned into absolute monarchy, again absolute to constitutional, and from constitutional to republic. So France is actually repeating the history again and again. So finally France once again become the republic. Now but the story doesn't stop here, right? But the story does not stop here. There's one more thing that is very important in the year 1848, and that is the Frankfurt Parliament. That is the Frankfurt Parliament. Okay. Now what was this basically, the Frankfurt Parliament? This Frankfurt Parliament basically was an all German nation assembly, right? So this entire atmosphere of nationalism, patriotism is gaining popularity in Europe. Now we also see that whenever we talk about revolutions, there is a huge role that has to be played by the culture, and that can be very much seen in the case of Romanticism. So at times there is a question that what is Romanticism? See, Romanticism is not that you guys do in the chat at times. How in a PW English, I see that very rare, but in fact in my other sessions I do see that people, they come on the chat and they start saying I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, right? So they are like going crazy about, will you be my this, will you be my that, will you be my Valentine, will you be my friend? Some even say that, will you be my wife? So people are doing the marriage proposals right in the chat, even without knowing whether the other person is actually a girl or a boy. So these kinds of things I witness on a daily basis, right? So we are not talking about the romanticism of this kind. We are talking about here the feeling towards your nation. We're not discussing any kind of romantic stories of Bollywood. So when you're talking about romanticism, we are talking about a movement. Okay, we are talking about the movement that is actually linked with expressing your feeling for the country, for the nation, not for your so-called crush. Okay, we are not expressing the feeling for the crush. Hey Sonia, you know, you are beautiful. So we are not talking about romanticism. That is not romanticism. In fact, you know, once I was checking a board notebook, the people, when this topic of romanticism came, there was one guy who actually wrote this kind of answer. It's when you express your love for someone. So you don't have to express your love for someone in romanticism. You have to express your love for the country. Okay, so that is a kind of cultural movement in which the people have actually said that everything cannot be done with the help of science. For some things, you need emotions. Like there were artists, there were philosophers who said that if to have to discover the true spirit of the people, you'll have to go to the common people. For example, there was a German person called Johann Gottfried Herder. He see that if you want to find the true spirit of the German nation, you will find it in the common people or the Das Volk. Right? So these are the different kinds of ideas that started flourishing in the minds of people. There were songs, there were compositions, there were language. For example, language is a very good example. So when you're talking about Russia, so Russia, it captured Poland. So when Russia captured Poland, it actually, you know, forcefully tasked the people of Poland to speak the Russian language. It was forcefully done. Okay, they clearly just threw away the Polish people out of the schools of Poland, out of the churches of Poland, and they started forcing the people of Poland to speak the Polish language. However, the Polish people also revolted in military sense in 1831, but that was of no use because Russia was powerful. So ultimately, the priests in Russia, the clergy people, the ones who are in Christianity, the fathers of Christianity, who preach about Jesus Christ. So these guys started preaching in the Polish language. So this Polish language was considered as a weapon of resistance against the Russians. Okay, so that is a great example. Now this question is asked at times. Language played a major role. So language played a major role in this way. You can always give the example of Russia and Poland. Right. So we see that culture has always played a great part in making the people realize about the country. Now let's come back to 1848. So 1848 was one such year. Number one, it had huge revolutions, and apart from that also 1848 was known for its Frankfurt Parliament. Now all the liberal middle class people, the educated guys of German speaking states, remember that 39 German speaking states? Okay, so all the educated guys of that 39 German speaking states, they wanted to make a nation. They wanted to make a united country that will be headed by a parliament. Okay, and for this purpose, they assembled in the, in the Hall of Mirrors. So that was basically in Frankfurt. So in the Church of St. Paul, not the Hall of Mirrors exactly. They gathered in the Church of St. Paul. Hall of Mirrors will come later, okay, at the time of unification. So here they gathered in the Church of St. Paul. And in the Church of St. Paul, this entire parliament was convened. So they tried offering the crown to the Prussian king. Okay, and they said that, hey, Prussian king, please accept this crown. We want you to become our king. We don't have any problem with the kingship. We don't have any problem with monarchy. But your power should be controlled by a constitution. Now the king was like this. Your feeling is feeling and my feeling is nothing. That's a great amount of very bad decision, I must say, right? So here, the German king was not at all interested. The Prussian king was not at all interested in accepting the crown. Why? Because his powers were being limited by the constitution, and he was not at all in favor of constitutional monarchy. So he started opposing this decision or opposing this entire assembly, and gradually we see that this entire assembly was dissolved. And however, their efforts were not at all fruitful. Now, here comes the role of the major guy called Otto von Bismarck. Now, who is this Otto von Bismarck and what did he do? Now, so now we'll focus on the very important topics, that is the unifications. Okay, let's talk about the unifications, the making of Germany and Italy. Okay, so when you're talking about unifications, we see three types of unifications. What are these three types of unifications? We'll talk about Germany, Italy and Japan. Okay, we'll talk about Germany, Italy, not Japan. We'll talk about Germany, Italy and Britain. Okay, we'll talk about Germany, Italy and Britain. So Germany, Italy and Britain. So when you're talking about Germany, Italy and Britain, we see that they are geographical regions. They are not united. They are not one single country. Okay, especially if we talk about the case of Germany. So Germany was it was not a state. It was not a country. So there were a group of 39 geographical areas that spoke the German language. So Prussia took on this responsibility of uniting all these states under one single emperor. And we remember of one simple guy that is called as Bismarck, or the Otto von Bismarck. Now this Bismarck was a very clever guy. This Bismarck was a very, very clever guy. So what he did, with the help of bureaucracy and preparing a modern army, he had fought 3 wars over 7 years with Austria, Denmark and France that resulted in the Prussian victory and finally united the different states of Germany. Right, so when you're talking about the different states of Germany, finally that was done in 1871 and the Prince Kaiser William I of Prussia was crowned as the Emperor of Germany in the Hall of Mirrors. Now the story of Italy is again very interesting. When you're talking about Italy, Italy was divided into 7 different states. Right, 7 different states, out of which only one was ruled by an Italian prince, that is Sardinia Piedmont. The northern part of Italy was under the control of Austria. The central part of Italy was under the control of Christianity or the Pope. Okay, and the southern part of Italy was under the control of Bourbon dynasty of Spain. Only one state, Sardinia Piedmont, was under the control of an Italian prince. Okay, so what happened here is very simple. Number one, what happened that the guy called Camillo di Cavour. So here the Cavour was the most instrumental person who wanted to unify the Italy under a constitutional monarchy, right? Under monarchy, very simple. So what did Cavour do? Cavour first made an alliance with Austria and defeated Denmark. After that, this Cavour started a feud or started a war with Austria, defeated Austria and again captured the entire territories and merged it with Sardinia Piedmont. Later on, again there was a fight with the Bourbon dynasty of Spain. We'll just understand in very simple manner. So there was a fight with Bourbon dynasty of Spain in which Spain lost and finally those territories was also merged with Italy. So finally this completes the unification of Italy. We have a detailed answer in this also. So I'm just giving you a gist or a crisp of the entire chapter and we have detailed question answer on this. In this that we can again will be covering this same topic, right? So this is how the Italy was unified. From 7 different states it was unified under one single state, right? And the ruler under which it was unified was Victor Emmanuel II back in 1861. Right, so Italy was a part of 7 states, was divided into 7 different states. First we fought with Austria, we gathered the territories, then the central territories also joined Sardinia and the last Bourbon dynasty of Spain was defeated and their territories also joined the Italy and finally this Italy was forged into one single state under Victor Emmanuel II back in 1861. And then we come with the last case of Britain. Britain has a special case. Now when you're talking about Britain, they were different islands with different kinds of people living in the different areas, right? But Louis Philippe, he actually was a constitutional monarch. Later on he fled away. First, when you're talking about when the question comes that who actually fled away, who actually flees France, so it's Louis Philippe. Okay, the monarch in those times. Fine. Okay. And day after tomorrow social. So people are having, no, this year a class didn't have an extra subject. Fine. So I hope this answers your question. Yeah, we'll talk about Duke Metternich. So Duke Metternich was the chancellor of this thing, Austria. Right, the Austrian chancellor. Now who is the chancellor? Just in our country we have Prime Minister Modi ji. In the same way, chancellor is somewhat that kind of profile, right? Chancellor, you can consider someone a profile as great as the Prime Minister of our country. So he was the Chancellor of Austria. His name was Duke Metternich. So Duke is the title. Just like we have a title in the country that is Prime Minister. So in the same way we have a Duke as a title, right? And the name is Metternich. So he said that, when France sneezes, the rest of Europe catches cold. The reason being because if there's any kind of event or any kind of struggle in France, we always see that impact is already transmitted in the entire continent of Europe, right? So this is very, very famous remark. Coming on to the Britain, I was talking about Britain, right? We'll talk about this in detail as well in the question answers. So I was talking about Britain. So in Britain, what happened? Generally, Britain, Scotland, Ireland, they were different islands of different communities speaking different languages. Now, out of this, Britain, or you can say that England was very powerful, right? So the English people were really very powerful. So when you're talking about the English people, they first took the power from the monarchy. Okay, they took the power from the monarchy by dialogues and negotiations. And after they got the power from the monarchy, they forcefully forced the Scottish people to join their country, right? And there was an Act of Union in 1707 that made the United Kingdom of Great Britain when Scotland joined England. Now, there was one more problem, that is the joining of Ireland. Ireland was one such country that was divided into Catholics and Protestants. Now, who are Catholics and Protestants? In Christianity, we have two different divisions. One are the Catholics that are dominated by Rome, and second is the Protestant, the ones who protest against or oppose the Catholic practices, right? Following the Martin Luther. So basically, when you talk about Britain or when you talk about England, the majority population was Protestant. In Ireland also there was a division between Catholic community and Protestant community. So the English people were supporting the Protestant community in Ireland As a result, with the help of the English support, they were able to suppress the Irish revolt. And finally, in 1801, Ireland was also joined into Britain, and as a result, we find a unified Britain. Right, so why we call it as a strange case of Britain? The reason being, there was no bloodshed, there was no war, it was all the dialogues and negotiations. Okay, now moving on further, we also find a very interesting topic in the chapter, that is the female allegory. So what is basically the female allegory? So when you're talking about allegory, allegory is the word that is used to refer to giving the human form to any attribute or quality. When you try to give a human form to any attribute or any quality, we call it as allegory. And you will see that the artists in Europe, they tried to portray the different qualities as female allegories, right? So basically, let's talk about Germania. So Germania is a female allegory of the German nation. It represents the German nation. It talks about the qualities of the German nation. Britannia is the female allegory of Britain. It talks about the features of the British nation. When you talk about Marine, so Marine is a female allegory of France. It talks about the French nation. So these types of allegories were very, very common in those times because they help the people to relate to the country. Let's talk about India. India has a female allegory of Bharat Mata. We represent ourselves as Bharat Mata, right? So our country can relate very well with Bharat Mata. Okay. Exactly. Female figure portrayed in Germania called Germania. Female figure. But say, fine. So when you're talking about female figure, so females are, you can say this is a kind of, it's a way of an artist's representation. So allegory is basically any kind of quality. Suppose if you have a quality, let's say speaking truth. Speaking truth can be personified as a female figure wearing white sari. Maybe. That's a way of, because truth is something that's very pure, and for purity we check the color white, right? So suppose if I imagine truth as women wearing a white sari, so that is a kind of allegory. So you will be able to relate your idea to something. So that is what allegory is all about. Like Germania represents the German nation, Britannia represents the British nation, and Marine represents the French nation. So these are the female allegories, very, very common and very, very useful in those times. Now let's talk about one more important region, that is Balkans. Okay, now this Balkan question is very, very important. We'll be doing that in question answers as well. So when you're talking about the Balkan section, right? So Balkan was basically a geographical area composed of different communities and regions. Like Balkans composed of Herzegovina, Bosnia, Croatia, Serbia, Montenegro. So it had huge amount of countries patched into one single area called as Balkan regions. Now many of these countries were under the control of Ottoman Empire. Remember I told you that Ottoman was huge empire, very large empire with Turkey at its center. So lots and lots of countries were under the control of the Ottoman Empire. Right. Now what do we understand here? What do we see here? What do we understand here? So this Balkan was a very explosive region. Why explosive? Let me tell you. Suppose we have a class. We have a class where all the different kinds of students are of same type. We have a class where all the different kinds of students are of same type. They always try to be the favorite of the teachers. They always try to impress the teachers. So what is going to happen here is students will start fighting amongst themselves because they wanted, everyone tries to impress the teacher. The teacher is, very famous among the students, and everyone tries to be the good student of the teacher. So this will start a fight among the students because everyone tries to be the very good one. Everyone tries to be an amazing one, right? So this is what is happening here. In the Balkan region, everyone is fighting. Why they are fighting? For two reasons. Number one, they want to be independent from the Ottoman Empire. Second, all of them want to be powerful. They want power. Dr. Jekyll, the great Satan scientist, they all want power, right? So all of them, first they are fighting with the Ottoman Empire to gain their independence. Second, they are fighting amongst them to gain power. Now this fight starts becoming bigger when the bigger powers start entering this. So it's just like a school fight that started among two students, then that students call their classmates, then those classmates call their bhaiya didis, and those bhaiya didis call their parents. So the small fight that started between two students has now grown into a large fight. And this is what happened in the case of Balkans. When these smaller states were being supported by the large powers like USA, UK, France, Russia, it ultimately led to the beginning of the First World War. That is what nationalism combined with imperialism led to a disaster, and this disaster was the 1914 World War I. Finally, this was the entire summarization of your chapter. Now, after this, we'll start doing the questions. Yeah, Kamal Bache, I'll be there in the geography marathon along with the very lovable Asam sir. So we both will be there. We'll be doing that. Don't worry. So abhi मैं यहाँ पे बच्चों करा रहा हूँ in the English channel both geography and history. Fine. Okay, so quickly take a sip of water. If my voice is little not well, so pardon me for the same, because yesterday also I had a marathon and today also I'm taking a marathon. Tomorrow also I have a marathon on the foundation channel, and that is why the throat is little bit not well. So I hope it's very manageable, boys, right? Okay. So let's start solving some questions. Let's start solving some questions. We'll be very quick in this. Okay, fine. Okay, hi we have Anumanat Singh. How are you? We have Ken with us. Hey Ken. Okay. Fine. Hi Lucifer. How are you? Hey, I love the name Lucifer, by the way. Okay, let's start solving these questions. Okay, fine. Number one. Okay, so question number one: who made the famous remark when France sneezes, the rest of Europe catches cold? It's Duke Metternich. The reason being because he felt that whenever something happens in France, entire Europe is impacted. Next question. Treaty of Constantinople. We just did that question. It was signed back in 1832. So when I ask how are you, Treaty of Constantinople 1832. If someone has a difficulty in remembering the dates, let me tell you a very simple trick. You can make a rap, you can make a date rap, you can make a poetry out of it. So when someone asks me how are you, I simply say that Treaty of Constantinople 1832. Moving on further, the famous Italian revolutionary Giuseppe Mazzini was born in Dash in 1807. He was born in Genoa, right? So option C is absolute correct. Moving on further, Mazzini founded the secret underground society named Young Europe. So Young Europe was founded in which country? That was founded in Bern, and Young Italy in Marseille, right? Don't worry, bache. Don't worry, my dear bache. So these answers are just for your understanding only. In next chapter, you won't find the answers even. So these answers are just for your understanding. So don't worry about it. So answers I have put here just because so that you at least recall. So my whole purpose of this marathon is not testing you out, guys, but helping you to recall. So if the answer is also there, don't worry. You can still put your answer in the chat section. Okay. So don't worry about that. We are not winning here. Okay. So we are just revising. Let's move further. Dash believe that established traditional institutions of state and society should be preserved. Conservative, liberal, Democrats, none of the above. So it's very simple. The answer should be conservative. Moving on further, the Bourbon dynasty, which had been deposed during the French Revolution, was restored to power after the signing of which treaty? That was the Vienna Congress of 1815. Next question. Dash regimes imposed the censorship laws to control what was said in the newspapers. So that I guess should be conservative regimes. Okay, option B is correct. Now let's move further. Next question. A large part of the Balkans was under the control of which empire? I told you there is one empire called as Ottoman. Very notorious empire. Very notorious. Moving on further. Artists of the time of the French Revolution personified Dash as a female figure. Remember, we started the class with statue of Dash, with statue of Liberty. Absolutely right. During the 19th century, Dash emerged as a force that brought about sweeping changes in political and mental world of Europe. That is nationalism. People started feeling for the nation. People started becoming more active for the nation. The idea of La Patrie. La Patrie means what? It means fatherland. Remember, the French revolutionaries and the idea of collective identity. Next question. The State Journal was elected by a body of active citizens and was renamed as Dash. State Journal was renamed as National Assembly in France. Moving on further. Which of the following statements about civil code is absolutely correct? We remember that we are talking about civil code. Definitely it secured the right to property, established equality before the law, removed all the privileges based on birth. So based upon this, all of the options are absolutely correct. Moving on further. Next question. Next question says that which of the following resulted in hostility towards the French armies? Remember, I told you that Napoleon started forced conscription. Conscription here means recruitment. So Napoleon started forced recruitment into the armies, right? And censorship and uniform laws. So uniform laws cannot be a negative point. So correct answer is both A and B. Moving on further. In Galicia, the aristocracy spoke which language? German, Italian, French and Polish. We remember that the aristocracy spoke the Polish language in Galicia, right? We have discussed this point. Moving on further, the first political experiment in liberal democracy. Any kind of experiment in democracy or any kind of struggles is mostly done in one country, that is always the France. That is why Duke Metternich said that when France sneezes, the rest of Europe catches cold. Moving on further. Which of the following is true about liberalism? Abolition of state imposed restrictions, freedom of markets and the movements of goods. Absolutely true. When you're talking about liberalism, we are talking about freedom. And both the options here are definitely with 100% synchronization with freedom. Moving on further. Which of the following is true about LA? What is LA? LA is basically a measurement of cloth, right? LA is what? The way to measurement cloth. So it was known as measurement of cloth, absolutely true. And LA of textile, textile means fabric, and different regions will give it different measurements, absolutely true. Such a different measurement was viewed as an obstacle to economic exchange. So all of the options are absolutely correct because the value of this LA was different in the different areas. Now, a secret society named Young Italy was established in which area? We know that Young Europe was formed in Bern and Young Italy was formed in Marseille by the revolutionary called Giuseppe Mazzini. Moving on further, right? Which battle does the given image refer to? It's a picture-based question. So remember, we discussed about two battles. That is Battle of Leipzig and Battle of Waterloo. So Napoleon being shown as a postman defines the Battle of Leipzig fought in 1813. So this is that battle in which Napoleon lost half of its territories and the rest half territories Napoleon lost in the Battle of Waterloo fought in 1815. Next question. So we are done with the 1 markers. Now we will be doing the 2 mark questions. We will be doing with the 2 marker questions. Fine. So this entire PDF you can download from the Ignite batch. The link is given in the description of the video. The questions are important based upon the previous year questions and also on the modern patterns. So it will be of great help for you to revise your social sciences. Very nice, bacho. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, now let's move further. So there is a 2 mark question. The 2 mark question says that who was Mazzini? See, number 1, Mazzini was an Italian revolutionary. During 1830s, Mazzini had tried to, unite Italy into a republic, but he failed. But however, Mazzini had been very instrumental in forming the 2 secret societies, Young Italy and Young Europe. So you can give the mention of that as well. Next, the 3rd point is, next question, briefly describe the role of Count Camillo de Cavour in Italian unification. So I told you that Cavour was very, very instrumental, right? So number 1, he led the movement to unify Italy. Second, he was not a revolutionary, he was not a democrat. So definitely he wanted a type of monarchy in the country, but that monarchy should be modernized in nature, right? So his entire dream was to establish Italy into a united country, and that should be headed by a monarchy. But that monarchy should allow the freedom to the people, and it should also include all the kind of modern measurements in administration, right? So though through a tactful diplomatic alliance engineered by Cavour, Sardinia-Piedmont succeeded in defeating the Austrian forces in 1859, right? And apart from that, he was very instrumental in the unification of Italy. Moving on further. What was the significance of Frankfurt Parliament? We have already studied that, but again we'll give a revision. It was an all-German national assembly that was formed by middle-class professionals, businessmen and the prosperous artisans. Prosperous means rich people belonging to the different categories or the German regions. Convened on 18 May 1848 in the Church of St. Paul in Frankfurt. However, it was disbanded. It was dissolved on 31st of May 1849 because it lost its support. So it wanted to make Germany a constitutional monarchy, but however, it did not get support from the people. Next question says that women too played a role in the national struggles. Explain the statement, right? Now that's a nice question that can be asked for 2 markers or 3 markers, that what was the role of women in the national struggles in Europe. Number 1, when you're talking about the women of the liberal middle classes, they also wanted to combine their demand along with the nationalist feelings, because women are one person who are always been active in the different struggles, but they've never got their social and political rights. So women find it very easy for them to combine their demands again along with the demand for nationalism, right? So what they wanted a constitution, freedom of the press and freedom of association, that they should be given the freedom to publish articles, to freedom to publish books without any kind of censorship. They should also be given the freedom to form the different political associations. Now, so women had formed their own political association. They also founded the newspapers. They had also taken part into the different political demonstrations across the entire Europe. Now, this is very important question, that what is Zollverein? So Zollverein, what? It is in 1834. It was formed at the initiative of Prussia. It's a customs union whose entire aim to simplify the economic process. That is, number 1, to reduce the unnecessary tariff barriers or the tax barriers. And second is to reduce the number of currencies from over 30 to less than 2. Moving on further. Who were Marine and Germania? This is a 3 mark question, bacho. So who were Marine and Germania, and what was the importance in which they were portrayed? So basically, Marine is a very popular Christian name. Now this is actually the female allegory of France. Okay, so Marine is the female allegory of France. So its characteristics are drawn from liberty and the republic. So liberty means freedom, and liberty, equality, brotherhood, these are the ideals that we generally learn from France, right? So these ideals are being portrayed in the character of Marine. That's a female allegory of French nation. So tricolor, the cockade, statues of Marine were erected in the public squares so that the people should be reminded of all such kind of values. When you're talking about even in fact, if you talk about Marines, image was also marked on coins and stamps. Now when you talk about Germania, so Germania was the allegory of German nation. So when you're talking about the visual representation, Germania is wearing a crown of oak leaves. Oak in those times stood for the symbol of heroism and the bravery. Okay, so we also see that Germania is being shown carrying a sword in the hand. So that swords represents the readiness to fight, and the crown of oak leaves represents the bravery and the heroism that the German people had. Now moving on further. Next question says, what changes did Napoleon introduce to make the administrative system more efficient in the territories ruled by him? Number one, you'll talk about the Civil Code of 1804. Explain all the points of the Civil Code. That number one, what it did. It basically did away all the privileges based on birth, established equality before the law, and the right to secure the private property. Next, this code was also exported to the regions where the Napoleonic armies went, right? In very simple way, wherever the Napoleon invaded, all these kinds of principles are also applied in those places. Apart from that, Napoleon simplified the administrative system. Right, he also freed the peasants from the serfdom. Serfdom and feudalism is something what called kind of zamindari system in India. In India also we had zamindars who had huge lands on which the laborers used to work, and at times if the laborers are not able to pay their rents, they were treated very harshly. So such kind of systems in Europe is called as feudal system or the feudalism. Right, so he basically stopped all such kind of things, and whatever dues or whatever taxes were, whatever payments of the peasants were basically pending. So he just simply waived off all these payments, right? So these are some of the things. Transport and communication systems were improved. Businessmen and the small scale producers started to realize if there are uniform laws, uniform systems of weights and measures, that will definitely help their business to grow. Moving on further. Swami, hi Swami. Bacha, I'm sir, first of all. So lots of ma'ams also teach you. So will the paper come according to a blueprint? Lucifer, I'll not, I'll not just ask you to be very dependent upon the blueprint, because at times we always see that there are deviations from the blueprint, right? So paper will be exactly according to the blueprint as again a big question in itself, because it has been seen from the CBSE's end that there are lots of deviations that have always been there. So I'll recommend you to always go through the chapters. You can have a blueprint, you can see, look at the blueprint, but exactly just do not get 100% dependent on that, right? So little deviations you'll always see that, right? So you can have a look at the blueprint, I'll say that, but 100% do not get dependent on that, because owing to the kind of, never staying true to the promises, that CBSE's way of doing it. So bacha, I love to have your Kaju Katli. In fact, that is very amazing, and my blessings are always with you. You said that Ashirwad leke jaunga, so it's very simple that my blessings are always with you, right? So have a wonderful exam and wish you all the best for examinations, right? So your Kaju Katli you've already given out to me, right? So I've already received, you have said that, that's more than enough for me. Now let's come to the next question, okay? Choose 3 examples to show the contribution of culture to the growth of nationalism. Now this is a very nice question, right? Number 1, you can give the example of the language. Remember I told you when after the Russian domination of Poland, what did the Russian guys do? They simply just moved the Polish language out of every place in Poland. Against this, there was in 1831, there's an armed struggle against Russia, but that failed. So as a result, the people living in Poland started using the Polish language as a symbol of resistance against the Russian. Especially when you talk about the priests, they started using to preach in the Polish language. They started saying prayers in the Polish language. Despite being told to speak in Russian, they defied the Russian language and still continued with the Polish language only. For this also they were punished. Okay, they were punished also because of this, but still they did not stop. So language is a very good example. Second, you can give the example of romanticism, that how the romantic movement started developing in the Europe, and people started giving more value to folk songs, to folk stories, to culture, okay, to the importance of emotions and feelings over science and reason. So that is one point. Third is the folk poetry and the folk dances. Folk poetry is something that is very much prevalent in the local areas. In everyone's, if you talk about wherever you are staying, wherever you are living, we all have some kind of local culture, the local songs, the local dances, the local music. So that local music is the essence of our Indian culture. Let's talk about the dance like Kuchipudi, let's talk about the dance like Bharatnatyam, let's talk about the dance like, Kathakali, let's talk about the dance like Bhangra and Kathak. So they actually represent the true Indian culture, the true colors of India. So such type of things are really very important when it comes to forming a nationalist spirit among the people, right? And this is the reason we talk about this. So these 3 pointers you can give in this particular question, right? So whenever it asks you about the culture point. Now, sir, is it possible to cover SST in one day? Ankita, that's a nice question, and that is what we are doing today. In morning, Tanya ma'am took 2 classes, Tanya ma'am took a marathon of political science and economics, and now I'm continuing with history and geography. So I'm doing 12 chapters at one go, and ma'am has also done close to 10-11 chapters at one go. So sure, you can cover in one day, but I will not say that. I'll not guarantee you'll get 100 out of, like, full out of full marks, right? I can't guarantee you that, but at least I'll guarantee you that at least you'll score good marks. Now the question is, no, but you have not disrespected me, Swami. Like, you have already respected a lot. You are giving me Kaju Katli. Thank you so much for that, bache. Thank you so much for that. I love your emotions. I love your feelings. I love the way you expressed it out. Thanks a lot. And Kishore sir, what's the minimum time to complete the paper? Minimum time to complete the paper. It's very simple, bache. I guess if you do it very nicely, it will take 2 hours 30 minutes, 2 hours 40 minutes to complete the paper if you are very much if your time management is perfect, right? Sir, Geo में 2-3-5 marks का कहाँ से आ सकता है? Just Karan, बच्चे, I'm already covering all the like 2, 3, 5 markers from all the chapters. Don't worry. ठीक है, I'll be covering entire 2, 3, 1, 5 markers, entire map section, picture based in this entire class only, right? First we are doing with history, then we'll do it geography. So don't worry, stay tuned, right? Sir, how many questions will come from this? But I've already tried to incorporate all the important questions, all the previous year questions, the most repeated questions into one class, and let's see how many questions we are able to get from this into your actual paper. So, but I've tried to cover all the themes from the entire syllabus. So definitely this is going to be helpful. Maybe it might be possible the language of the question may change, but the concepts will somewhere or other be, you know, about the same thing only. Okay, now let's move further. So the question is, briefly discuss the Treaty of Vienna. In 1815, we'll talk about 4 major countries: Britain, Russia, Prussia, and Austria. They gathered at Vienna to undo the changes that Napoleon has introduced. So basically, in this treaty, the main objective was to change the undo all the changes that Napoleon had introduced, right? Number 1, the Bourbon dynasty that has been removed during the time of Napoleon was again restored to power in France. Apart from that, we see that series of states were set up across the France, okay, around the French border, so that the France do not expand its territories in the future. Okay, then we see that Kingdom of Netherlands was formed, in which Belgium was included, right? That was set up in the north. Genoa was added to Piedmont in the south. Prussia was given the important territories on the western frontiers, and Austria was given the control of the northern Italy. So after the Treaty of Vienna, this was a scenario of Europe. So the entire European states were divided among these 4 powers, that is Britain, Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Now, but the German Confederation of 39 states was left untouched. We also see that in the east, Russia was given a part of the Poland and Prussia was given a part of Saxony. So basically the entire intention behind this was to re-establish back the conservative kingdoms that were deposed during the time of Napoleon, right? Now let's move further. Okay. Sir, very good evening, Meet Vlog, very good evening, Topper here. So how long will this session go, sir? But that's a nice question. We started at 5, we have done 1 hour 20 minutes of content, in which we have quickly recalled the chapter Nationalism Europe. Now we are doing the questions. From now onwards, I'll be doing the questions, and through questions only we'll be revising the concepts, right? Because we have huge chapters to cover. So let's see, but I also am not very confident about how long it is going to be, right? So we are just going with the flow, right? So I'll try to complete it in the less possible amount of time, but still it will take time, at least 3-4 hours it is going to take for sure, right? Now let's move further. Okay, so the question is, what type of regimes were set up in Europe in 1815? So remember that conservative regimes were set up in 1815. Now what are conservative regimes? Basically they are autocratic. Autocratic means they do not tolerate any kind of criticism. If anyone is going against such kind of rulers, that person will be punished very severely, right? So they were always, what they try to do is, they try to control all such activities that are trying to question the ruler's authority, right? Most of them is, they impose the censorship laws. Now what are censorship laws? Basically you are not allowed to publish anything against the government in your newspapers, in your songs, in your books, or any kind of printed or virtual media. So that is called as censorship. However, the memory of the French Revolution was very much fresh in the minds of the people, and we can say that that was very much inspiring for the people to revolt against such kind of autocratic monarchies. Okay, now let's talk about the next question, that is again, briefly trace the process of the Greece independence or the Greek freedom struggle, right? If the question is Greek struggle of independence or Greek war of independence, then also you write the same points. If the question is briefly trace the process of Greeks independence, then also you have to write the same points, right? Now, when you talk about Greece, Greece was a part of the Ottoman Empire, and it has been since long, it has been a part of Ottoman Empire. So the struggle for Greece independence started back in 1821. See, poets and artists have always been in support of the Greece. The reason being, Greece was a very old civilization, and the people who had a sympathy for Greece started feeling that very weird that Greece is under the domination of a Muslim empire, right? And they wanted Greece to be independent at any cost. That is why they started supporting the Greek nationalists, the people staying in the Greece and fighting against the Ottoman, and also the people from outside Europe or the European continents that were very much having sympathy for the Greek nation. So after the entire struggle, we see that the Treaty of Constantinople was signed in 1832 that made Greece an independent country or an independent nation. Now let's move further. Language too played an important role in developing the national sentiments discussed. So we've already discussed this point. So you are going to talk about the Russian domination of Poland and how the Polish people revolted against this. So remember that you need to mention that Russia, on capturing or occupying Poland, very much forced the people of Poland to speak the Russian language, but the people denied this, right? In fact, in 1831, they tried to fight back Russia in military terms, but they failed. So ultimately, they started using Polish language as a symbol of resistance, and that can be very much seen in the case of the church. So the clergy in the church, despite being told to preach and pray in the Russian language, they still started speaking the Polish language. For this, they were punished as well, but this was seen as a symbol of resistance against the Russian domination. So that is a nice question. That's a PYQ repeated several times. Moving on further, let's talk about Romanticism in detail. Okay. But it is compulsory to write answer in points because you get marks for that. Okay, I'll explain you this language question for sure. Khushi, I'm talking about the language one. You're talking about the language one, bache. I'll explain the question again. So, bache, it is important to write in points because whenever it's a 5-mark question, you get 5 marks for 5 points. Whenever there's a marking scheme, the marking scheme itself tells that you have to write the answer in points. And for every point, you get 1 mark. So that is how it is done. For 5-marker question, 5 points. For 3-marker question, 3 points. 2-marker question, 2 points. Fine. So let me explain this part again, that language played a great role. Fine. Okay. Right. So see what happened, Khushi, when you're talking about Russia and Poland. Poland is a country, right? So Russians, they got the control of Poland after the Treaty of Vienna of 1815. They started the controlling some area of Poland. Now when these guys, they reached Poland, what they did? They started forcing the people to speak the Russian language. Now this was very wrong because Polish people, the people of Poland were speaking Polish language. Now they are being forced to speak the Russian language, and that is very, very wrong. So these guys, they did not give up. Number one, the first they tried to oppose Russia militarily. That is by causing a violent struggle against Russia. Now, but since Russia was a very powerful country, so that was not at all successful, and this event happened in 1831. So after the Polish people, they failed against the revolt, they failed in their revolt against Russia, they started using Polish language as a symbol of resistance. Okay, for example, let's take this example of the church in Poland. So church has certain group of priests, just like we have Pandit in Hinduism, Panditji in Hinduism, like we have Maulana Sahab in Islam, we have Gurus in Sikhism. They preach the people, they teach the people about God, about the religion. So what did the Russians do? The Russians asked the priest in Christian churches to preach, to tell about the word of God in the Russian language, right? But what did the priests do? They did not accept the proposal of the Russians. They said that we are not going to preach in the Russian language. We are going to speak only in the Polish language. And however, for this defiance, these guys are also punished. But still they did not stop speaking the Polish language. So language is a way of resisting against the Russian domination. I hope this makes it very, very clear, bache. I hope this makes that clear. Okay. Fine. But the Soviet Union is after the Second World War. Before the Second World War, it was Russia. In the First World War, when you are talking about 18th and 19th centuries, it was Russia, not Soviet Union. Soviet Union is after somewhere about 1920s and after that. Okay, before that it was Russia, not the Soviet Union. I hope this clears that out. Fine, let's move further. Okay, let's move further, bache. Let's move further. Okay, wow. So I'm trying to just rekindle my voice. I'm trying to just, reiterate my voice. Why voice is, somewhat betraying myself. But don't worry, I'll just rekindle it up. So no worries. Okay, let's talk about romanticism, not romantic. Okay, so let's talk about romanticism. So romanticism was crucial for the development of nationalist sentiments in Europe. So here you don't have to write about SRK movies, right? You don't have to write Tujhe Dekha To Ye Jana Sanam and DDLJ. So you're talking about culture. So culture played a huge role. Same cultural points you have to write here. That is, if you talk about art and poetry, if you talk about stories, so they started shaping the nationalist feelings, right? They started making the people feel about their nation. So that is something called as romanticism. So romanticism is a cultural movement that developed a particular type of nationalist sentiments among the people. So romantic artists, they generally criticize the glorification of reason and science. They said that everything is not going to happen with science. You need to get emotions in your life, get some life, Just imagine scientifically just going and telling a word, I really have a great moment of inertia towards you, right? I have a great moment of inertia towards you, and my initial velocity u is getting attracted with the gravitational force g. Just that sounds so weird, isn't it? Or if I try to express my love towards my nation in the language of science, I really feel an inclination towards an angle, this sine cos theta tan cos theta towards my country. That sounds really weird, isn't it? That sounds really weird. So that is why the poets and artists said that instead of talking about science and reason and talking about inertia and all those kinds, just focus on feelings, the real feelings, because that is what is going to actually develop your sentiments for the country, and that is what is romanticism all about. So you have to write about this point. Then you can also give the example of Johann Gottfried Herder, that a true German culture can be discovered among the common people. Okay, so it's said that if you want to discover the true spirit of the nation, you need to go among the common people, collect their stories, collect their dances, collect their songs, and that is what is going to make it very, very special. Fine, bacho, let's move further. Albert Einstein proposal will be like that. SRK Shah Rukh Khan. Yeah, Albert Einstein might be proposing in that. I don't know. Well, I don't guess that that guy has ever proposed even someone. I don't remember that. When we talk about this, it sounds very cool at times. So Albert Einstein might be doing that kind of proposal. Yeah, that might be very true, but I don't even find that guy might have done that. Even Isaac Newton, that guy was so lost in his own thoughts. I actually believe at some point of time that, I actually believe at some point of time that Isaac Newton before that apple falling on his head might be in some kind of relationship stuff. That is why he was so dumb. That is why he was so dumb before that even apple fall. And just imagine a guy is walking, there are lots and lots of things falling around. Why only that apple? I simply believe that, he was like, Thukra ke mera pyar, mera apple dekhoge. Right? So that was a kind of league of Isaac Newton. So, we have that song, very famous one, Thukra ke mera pyar. That's a Bollywood song. I guess you might have heard that, right? So, Isaac Newton was that only, Thukra ke mera pyar, mere physics ke laws dekhoge. And the reason he made, because of that one breakup in his life, I guess he made everyone suffer. Right? However, we do have very important discoveries. Okay, so let's move further. Okay, yeah, maybe that might be a reason. No one knows his backstory. Okay, so I would have eaten that apple. Okay, I would have eaten that apple. So let me change my microphone batteries. Give me a moment, bacho. Yeah, I hope everything is good now. Yeah, so basically the battery, and not my battery, but the microphone battery drained out. I hope it's good. I hope I'm audible. Okay, I hope I'm audible, bacho. I hope I'm very much audible. Is my voice clear now? Let's get back to Apple and Newton. Okay. But you'll come to unification answer also. Don't worry. But Volksgeist means it's a German term for the spirit of the nation. Volksgeist is a German term. It's a German word to describe the spirit of the nation. Okay, that means the spirit of the nation. True spirit of the nation. It means the true spirit of the nation. Fine. We'll be doing that unification answer also. Already I have explained what is unification, but still we'll be doing that answer. Don't worry. Okay. So first we'll do this 4-mark question. And after this 4-mark question, we'll do the long answer, that is 5 markers, and we'll be discussing that. Number 1. So let's be very quick. So the question is very simple, that read the following paragraph and answer the question that follow. So Grimm's fairy tales is a familiar name. The brothers Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm were born in the German city of Hanau in 1785 and 1786 respectively. So these were 2 guys. So while both of them studied law, they soon developed an interest in collecting the old folk tales. They spent 6 years traveling from village to village, talking to people and writing down the fairy tales which are handed down throughout the generations. These were popular both among the children and the adults. In 1812, they published their first collection of tales. Subsequently, both the brothers became active in the liberal politics, especially the movement for the freedom of the press. And in the meantime, they also published a 33-volume dictionary of the German language. So the central idea of the passage is, what is the central idea of the passage? The central idea of the passage or the paragraph is we are talking about collection of folk tales and the literature. So always when you are solving a case study based question, always try to get the summary of the entire paragraph. What is the main idea? So here we see that we have the main idea that is talking about the folk tales and the folk literature. That is something related to the cultural kind of topic, right? Now, we see the first question. The first question says that when did the Grimm brothers publish their first collection of the folk tales? That is 1812. In which political movement were the Grimm brothers active? We get it from the passage itself, that is the freedom of the press. And third is, how did the Grimm brothers help to oppose the French domination? Now that's a nice question, because this question has come from a box in your NCERT, and that is the second part of the box. So that's a question that can actually make you a little bit uncomfortable in the exam. So first 2 are very easy, direct from the paragraph, but the third one is actually the turning point. So let's try to grasp it. So first question's answer was 1812. Second is movement for the freedom of the press. And third is, the Grimm brothers saw the French domination as a threat to the German culture. And they believed that the folk tales that they have collected, the local stories that they have collected, actually give the true spirit of the German nation. Now, they considered the project of collecting the folk tales and development of the German language as a part of their effort to create the sentiments among the people and oppose the French domination. Right. So France has got some part of these German-speaking territories, German-speaking nations. So these brothers, the Grimm brothers, that started publishing literature in the German language in order to promote German language a lot and show it as a matter of resistance against the French domination. Right? So this is their answer. Let's move on further. बच्चे will complete it. Don't worry. We'll complete it. गीता दिमान बच्चे ये इंग्लिश चैनल है, प्योर इंग्लिश चैनल. हिंदी वाला जो वीडियो रहता है हम फाउंडेशन चैनल पे करते हैं बच्चे, ठीक है. इसमें दोनों लैंग्वेजेस में हम लोग करते हैं, तो स्पेशली जो हमारे इंग्लिश बच्चे समझते हैं उनके लिए थोड़ा सा वीडियो है. ऑलरेडी हमने मैराथन किया हुआ है आपके फाउंडेशन चैनल के ऊपर, जिसमें दोनों लैंग्वेजेस में किया है, हिंदी ज़्यादा है उसमें, तो बच्चा आप वो वीडियो भी व्यू कर सकते हैं, ठीक है. सो थोड़ा सा कन्फ्यूजन होगा आपको, वेरी नॉर्मल है. तो आई होप दिस इज हेल्पफुल गीता, ठीक है. चलिए लेट्स मूव ऑन फर्दर. ओके ओके ओके, चलिए आगे बात करते हैं बच्चे. सो लेट्स टॉक अबाउट बच्चे, दिस इज द लार्जेस्ट चैप्टर, इसीलिए इतना टाइम ले रहा है. अगले चैप्टर से इतना टाइम नहीं लेंगे, डोंट वरी, ठीक है. What steps did the French revolutionists take to create a sense of collective identity? बच्चे ने ऑलरेडी ये क्वेश्चन कर लिया था स्टार्टिंग में कि ला पात्रे यानी फादरलैंड बोलना है ना, एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बनाना, दैट मींस टू फ्रेम अ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इन विच एवरीवन इज एंजॉयिंग इक्वल राइट्स. देन अ न्यू फ्रेंच फ्लैग वाज considered, replacing the former royal flag. New hymns were composed, new oaths were taken. Moving on further, a central administrative system was set up with the uniform laws. Internal customs, internal taxes were abolished. Uniform systems of weights and measurements. Regional dialects were discouraged, and French was the only language that was promoted, right? So French was the only language that was promoted among the people. So these are the different points. You can write any 5 points out of this. Let's move on further. Why students are less on SPW English? Because we have a little bit less of English crowd, and few students know that we also teach in complete English. So that is the basic reason. So I hope that you are the real people who are actually going to tell that yes, physics wala also teaches students who are very comfortable in English, and that too in complete English. So we are always hopeful, right? Let's move on further. So briefly trace the process of German unification. Now there was one child who was very much interested in this question. So I told you, bache, we'll be writing the entire pointers. So you can write this answer in your German unification answer. Fine. Okay, number 1. Nationalist sentiments are often mobilized by conservatives for promoting the state political power and political dominance. So we can see this in German unification, right? So when you're talking about the middle class Germans, they tried to unify, Germany into one single state during the parliament, Frankfurt Parliament of 1848, but they were opposed by the large landowners called Junkers and also the monarchy. So finally, this entire, you can say that entire initiative of unifying Germany was taken by Prussia under Otto von Bismarck, right? Under Otto von Bismarck. So under Otto von Bismarck, Prussia fought 7 wars with Austria, Denmark and France that resulted in the Prussian victory. And as a result, all these territories that were under the different countries that finally come under the control of Prussia, and it unified it into one single German state. And in Jan 1871, Prussian King William I was proclaimed as the German Emperor. So this finally completes the German unification. So importance was given to modernizing the currency, banking system, legal and judicial systems. So it was a kind of monarchy with all the kinds of modern measurements. So this completes your German unification chapter, topic and the answer. Okay. Okay. But the Treaty of Constantinople, I've already explained back in the 3-marker question. I thought you missed that. So Treaty of Constantinople is nothing but a treaty. It's an agreement due to which Greece got its independence from the Ottoman Empire. The struggle started back in 1821, and then moving on further, they fought with the Ottoman Empire, and ultimately this treaty or agreement was the one through which Greece independence was accepted. So that is 1832 Greece Treaty. Fine. Okay. Yeah, sure. Hope we'll reach 1 million very soon, like somewhat in future. So let's move further. So explain what is meant by the 1848 revolution of the liberals. That is very important topic. Very important topic, right? What were the political, social, economic ideas supported by the liberals? So if we talk about in 1848, parallel to the revolt of the poor people, one more revolution was underway, right? And this revolution was basically led by the educated middle classes, the unemployed people and the starving peasants and the workers in the different European countries, right? Now, events of the February 1848 in France had brought about the abdication of the monarchy. Now, what is the meaning of abdication? Abdication means when the ruler, he leaves his thrones and runs away, right? So he leaves his throne and runs away. That is called as abdication. So this abdication of monarchy came about in 1848 when the ruler, the constitutional monarch of France in those times, he ran away from his position, right? And after that, a republic was established in France. So I told you first, after 1815, again absolute monarchy was brought back. After absolute monarchy, what happened? A constitutional monarchy was set up in 1830, and again back in 1848, that constitutional monarch also ran away, and after that a republic was set up in its place, right? So this republic was basically formed on the basis of voting system, and this voting was granted, the voting rights were granted to all the male people. Male here means all the men, not women. Okay, so it was universal male suffrage. Suffrage means the right to vote. So all the male people, all the adult males were given the right to vote, but not the women, right? In other parts of Europe where independent nation states were still not existing, like Germany, Italy, Poland and Austria, Hungary, men and women of the liberal middle classes, they combined their demands and they demanded a country that has a constitution, that has freedom of speech and expression, and that has the freedom to form association. Especially if we talk about the women, they combined their own political rights and the demands along with this demand for nation state or nationalism, right? So issue of extending the political rights to women was very controversial, one within the liberal movement, right? So however, there were large number of women who joined these movements, but still the issue of the women's political and social rights was not addressed, because people were not at all interested in giving the social and political rights to women, because they considered women always to be inferior to men, and they never thought on this process that in this way that women should also be given the equal rights or equal treatment, right? However, women formed their own political associations, and they also had certain kind of demonstrations in order to win the political rights and social rights for themselves. Moving on further, let's move on to the next question. Now we will discuss Germany and Italy. So through a focus on any two countries, explain how nations developed under the 19th century. Now that's a very nice question. That's a very nice question. So can you teach who were Balkans again? But say very simple. Sir, who is Frederick Soro? Frederick Soro is a French artist who in 1848 he prepared a series of prints. But say Balkans, I will be coming with the Balkans in the last question. Don't worry. Right, so I've already covered these topics again in this question of the long answers. So I'll be coming to the Balkans in the last question of the long answers. Don't worry that. Okay? So I'll be revising the Balkans again. Don't worry. So when you're talking about we are talking about focus on two countries, Germany and Italy. So in Germany, again, you will write about the points of unification of Germany. That unification was led by Prussia under Otto von Bismarck. So Bismarck was generally the chief minister of Prussia. So what he did, he prepared his modern army, and also with the help of bureaucracy, he fought 3 wars with Austria, Denmark and France over the period of 7 years, in which Prussia won the wars and all the territories were joined with the Prussian Empire, and this unified Germany under the ruler, that is Prussian King William I. Fine. So first you will talk about the unification of Germany in this question, and you will say that a modern Germany was formed in which the focus was on modernizing the currency, banking, legal and judicial systems. Second, you will give the example of Italy. So we'll talk about that during the 1830s, that first we'll talk about the revolutionaries like Mazzini, that Mazzini had tried to unify Italy but it failed. Then we'll talk about Count Cavour. So what Count Cavour did? So Count Cavour were basically he started forming his own modernized military, right? That is the state of Sardinia Piedmont, and apart from that, he had also had a great bureaucratic power, the great bureaucracy, right? Now, what is bureaucracy or what is diplomacy? So we have talked about External Affairs Minister of India, Foreign Affairs Minister of India, Dr. Jaishankar. So when you're talking about Jaishankar, you have seen that he is very tactful while dealing with the foreign countries. In the same way, when you talk about Cavour, Cavour was very tactful. What Cavour did was very simple. Number one, what he did, first he had a fight with Austria in 1859. So when he fought with Austria, he defeated Austria. Out as a result, what happened, the northern part of Italy, okay, the northern part of the Italian state joined with Sardinia Piedmont. Seeing this, inspired by this, all the central states of Italy also joined with Sardinia Piedmont. Now the last obstacle was winning the southern part of Italy under Bourbon kings, and this was very successfully done with the help of Giuseppe Garibaldi. Now Garibaldi was also a very famous revolutionary, or Krantikari as we call it in Hindi. Now this Garibaldi was very much true towards the nation. So he, along with his army of volunteers, marched to the southern part of the Italy, and finally that southern part was also liberated or made free from the domination of the Bourbon dynasty of Spain. So when southern Italy was also recaptured, all the Italian parts was combined, and finally Italy was united under the Piedmont king, that is Victor Emmanuel II, in the year 1861. And so through these examples, you can say that how the countries or the nations were formed. So whenever you are being asked to give the example of Germany and Italy, remember you are talking about German and Italian unifications. Fine? Okay. But say Utopia I've already covered. Varun, I think you are very late. I think you should join with the starting of the chapter. Right, but you can just go back and watch that starting part. So I've already told Utopia is a kind of vision, it's a kind of dream that is very unlikely to exist. Just imagine, if I say to you, I've got the Oscar award, will you believe that? If I say, Varun, Varun, I've got the Oscars today, will you believe that? You won't believe that, because very difficult. I'm teaching right here. If I have got the Oscar, why would I have been there with you in the class, right? I would have been somewhere in the Oscar award ceremony. So that is something called as imaginary situation that is very unlikely to happen. So that is called as utopia. And what the painting that Sorrow represented, what a utopia. Why it was a utopia? The reason being is said that all the nations are living happily and they are all democratic and republic. However, they weren't even democratic. Most of them were monarchies. Right, and Greek War of Independence I already explained, I think thrice. So request you to humbly little bit go back in the video, you'll get that bache. Okay. So Mazzini, if you talk about, So Mazzini, if I talk about, Mazzini is a revolutionary, it's a Krantikari. Just like we have Bhagat Singh in India, we have Rajguru, we have Sukhdev, you have heard about them, I guess, right? So they are revolutionaries who wanted to bring a sudden change in the country. So same way Giuseppe Mazzini and Garibaldi were also revolutionaries who wanted to bring a sudden change in the European society, especially in Italy. They wanted to unify Italy, right, bache? So these are Mazzini and Garibaldi. Okay, nice. So I hope Jut Gamer that solves your question. Okay, now moving on further. How was the history of nationalism in Britain unlike the rest of Europe? Now this talks about the British unification. So again, I've covered all the 3 unifications in the last long answer chapters, long answer questions now. Number 1, formation of nation state was not because of wars, but it was because of long drawn out process. So Britain was formed as United Kingdom of Great Britain with the help of negotiations. Okay, negotiations and dialogues and debates. Okay, now we're talking about this. See, the primary identities of the people who lived in the British Isles. Isles here stands for the islands. Those who lived in the British Islands, their identity was very simple. So they having certain culture and certain language, like the people who spoke English language were called as the English people. The ones living in Wales were called as the Welsh people. The ones living in the Scotland were called as Scottish people. And the ones living in Ireland were called as the Irish people, right? So they were different people living in the different islands, speaking different languages, having different cultures. Now what happened when you talk about first in 1688, the people of England, especially the people in England, they took the power. The people in the English Parliament, they took the power from the monarchy. Monarchy means the rule of a king, right? So they took the power from the monarchy by dialogues and negotiations. And after that, an Act of Union was signed between England and Scotland back in 1707 that resulted in the formation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain. However, that was not a very much, you can say that, voluntary union, where Scotland was forced to sign this agreement. Scotland was a smaller nation, comparatively smaller area, smaller people, right? Smaller geographically, they were very smaller in nature. So as a result, we see that England was very powerful. So this England, using its power, it dominated the Scottish people and forced them to sign the Act of Union in 1707. As a result, if you have a look at the English Parliament, the Scottish people were not even allowed to speak their native language, that is the Gaelic language. They were not even allowed to wear the national dresses. So they were just included in the part of UK or United Kingdom, but they were not given any kinds of freedom. Moving on further, Ireland was forcibly incorporated into UK in 1801. So when you're talking about Ireland again, I told that Ireland was divided into two categories, Catholics and Protestants. So there are two groups in the Christian community. So since England was predominantly, it was Protestant, it started supporting the Protestant people of Ireland. As a result, the Catholics had no option but to give up. And finally, Ireland was also forcibly joined into UK. So the new symbols of Britain were the British flag, Union Jack, the national anthem, God Save Our Noble King, and the English language that was actively promoted. So what is happening right here, England using its power and dominance is basically curbing the freedom of the other communities and the other people. Now let's come to the last question from this chapter, that is, why did nationalist tensions emerge in the Balkan region? So our NEET aspirant had this question, that's the Balkans once again. So we'll have a look at Balkans once again, okay? Then we'll move on to the next chapter, nationalism in India. So when you're talking about Balkans, it was a region of geographical and ethnic variation. That means the cultures were very different. If you talk about the modern day countries, they are Romania, Bulgaria, Albania, Greece, Macedonia, Croatia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Slovenia, Serbia and Montenegro. So these countries together made up the region called as Balkans. Like suppose in India we have a certain region called as Ganga Plain, Northern Plains, we have Peninsular Plateau. So these are geographical regions, right? In the same way in Europe also, the region made up by these countries was called as Balkan regions, and a large part of this Balkan regions was under the control of the Ottoman Empire. Now, when you're talking about the Ottoman Empire, gradually what happened as the nationalism feeling started growing in the different parts of the Europe, and it also reached this part, that is the Balkan regions. So these guys said that we have been independent since in the ancient times, but this Ottoman Empire has forcibly made us, it's under its domination. So it's high time we seek our independence from the Ottoman Empire, and they started revolting against the Ottoman. As a result, part by part, lots and lots of them, they started getting their independence from the Ottoman Empire. However, Ottomans, they tried to bring about some modernization in their rule on the kingdom, but that was of no great help, right? So gradually what happened, these countries like Bosnia, Croatia, Herzegovina, they started getting independent from the from the Ottoman Empire. But there was one more problem. These countries were very, very jealous of each other, right? So they wanted more and more power for themselves. As a result, they were fighting amongst themselves as well. Now, this country was very, very rich in the resources. If you have a look at Bosnia, Herzegovina, Croatia, so these are those countries that are very rich in natural resources. Now, the big powers like UK, France, Russia, okay, so they were very much interested in this region because for them it was a storehouse of wealth. It was a storehouse of resources. If they capture all these regions, if they have a good relationship with these small countries, definitely they will have their share in their minerals as well. And that is the reason they were very much attracted towards this Balkan region. And when these bigger countries started supporting these smaller countries, it actually brought the bigger powers into direct conflict with each other. And as a result, we see that we have a great disaster in 1914 that is known as the World War I. So this is entirely the Balkan regions. I hope this makes it very, very clear, bacho. So Ottoman Empire, bache, it's like a kingdom. Like we have the Mughal Empire, we have the Delhi Sultanate. So simply Ottoman is a great empire which basically ruled over these countries and Turkey. So Turkey was a central country and it was spread in the vast parts of Europe, right? Junkards are the rich landowners, the big landowners of Russia. Not even Russia, in Russia also they were there, but mostly in Europe, right? So they are the large landowners, especially in Germany and other parts of Europe. So these guys, they do not play any significant, see, they were not actually very instrumental in German unification. They had one thing, they opposed they opposed the rule of constitution. They were not in favor of having a constitution. They were very much in favor of having an absolute monarchy. And so they are the guys who opposed the Frankfurt Parliament of 1848, right? So that is the role of Junkers. Sure, Astha, sure, bache. My dear, the channel itself. Hi, Sakshi. Hi, Sakshi. How are you? I hope you are doing good. Bache, we're not studying in very much depth. We are just covering the major sections. So, hi, FM Gaming. बच्चे जो चैनल है आपका वही PW इंग्लिश है ना, तो इसीलिए ज़्यादा इंग्लिश हो रही है. तो भैया बच्चे चैनल ही इंग्लिश का है आपका, और ये क्लासेस स्पेशली खासकर उन बच्चों के लिए जिनको हिंदी समझ नहीं आता है ना, इंग्लिश में वो ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल है, इसीलिए इंग्लिश है. तो आपका डाउट शायद मैंने क्लियर कर दिया होगा बच्चे. फाउंडेशन चैनल पे हम लोग दोनों लैंग्वेजेस में बात करते हैं, हिंदी में भी इंग्लिश में भी. उसमें हिंदी ज़्यादा रहता है, इंग्लिश बहुत कम रहता है. तो आई होप ये बहुत नॉर्मल और नेचुरल डाउट है, तो आई थिंक ये डाउट आपका शायद क्लियर हो गया होगा. ठीक है बच्चे, चलिए लेट्स कंटिन्यू. हाय नितिन, हाउ आर यू? ओके बच्चे, फाइन बच्चे, फाइन फाइन. हाय नागदेव, हाय अक्षु, हाउ आर यू? साकार इज ऑल्सो देयर. हाय साकार, हाउ आर यू? ओके, amazing, 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 super. Now let's move on further. Let's move on further, bache. Let's move on further. So with this we come to the end of the chapter. However, this chapter has taken 2 hours. So our target is to just finish the next chapters in the next 1 hour 15 minutes. Okay, so we'll just do the question with the help of the questions. We'll be revising the entire concepts. Okay, so let's get started. The second chapter, that is rise of nationalism in India. Okay, hi Venom, hi everyone, hi Aniket, hi everyone. Acha buddy. So hi to everyone. One common hi to each and everyone, bacho. So let's get going with the chapter. So I also want you guys to finish it very fast. Okay, now let's move further. We'll start doing with the 1 markers. Question number 1. Who among the following were the prominent leaders of the Khilafat committee? See, when it comes to Khilafat committee, just simply close your eyes and mark the answers: Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali. So Khilafat committee was basically an organization that was formed in the support of Khalifa. Khalifa was the spiritual head of Islam and also the ruler of Turkey. Right, now since after the First World War, Turkey lost the battle, so Britishers were imposing a very harsh treaty on this Khalifa and also taking away all the powers of Khalifa, which was very disrespectful for the Muslim community around the globe, and they decided to protest against the British, for which reason a Khilafat community was founded in Bombay in March 1919, and these were the 2 important leaders who led the Khilafat movement, that is Shaukat Ali and Muhammad Ali, along with Hamare Gandhi ji. Okay, nice, very nice. Okay, but stay in the stream till end. I'll suggest you, because you will do lots and lots of questions and lots of concepts. Which session of the Congress Gandhiji convinced the leaders of the need to start a non-cooperation movement in support of Khilafat? Which session he convinced? The session was, he convinced the other guys in Calcutta session of September 1920, and final decision was taken in the Nagpur session of December 1920. Next, move on further. Who wrote the book Hind Swaraj? Hind Swaraj was written by Mahatma Gandhi back in 1909. And in Hind Swaraj, he told that Britishers have started capturing India because we supported them. If we refuse to support them, then the Britishers' rule will end and India will get freedom. Gandhiji proposed that the movement should unfold in stages. By this he meant what? See, basically you're talking about the non-cooperation movement. This question can also be asked in 3 markers. Okay, 1 markers or 3 markers. Now, Gandhi said that if we are going to, roll out the non-cooperation in 3 stages. Number 1, we'll surrender all the titles. So basically, if you do something good, the British government used to give the titles to the people, right? So first is surrendering all the titles. Second is boycotting of all the services like army, police, civil services, schools and colleges. And if in case the government started using repressive measures, if in case the government started using physical force against the protesters, then a full civil disobedience movement will start. So in this case, the correct answer should be all of the above. Right, in this case, the correct answer is all of the above. Let's move on further. Okay, next question. In which session of the INC a compromise was worked out and the non-cooperation finally adopted? See, convincing was done in Calcutta session and finally it was adopted in the Nagpur session of December 1920. So that's an important one, right? So Gandhi convinced the other leaders in the Calcutta session and finally the movement was adopted in December 1920. Next question. The import of the foreign cloth halved between 1921 and 1922. The value dropped from 102 crore to 57 crore, right? If you're talking about the imported cloth, right? So if you're talking about the imported cloth, when you're talking about the non-cooperation movement said that boycott the foreign cloth. And when the foreign cloth was boycotted, its value of imports dropped from 102 crore to just 57 crore. Now, labor that villagers were forced to contribute without any payment. So whenever you are asked to work without any payment, it is called as begar mazduri or begar labor. So where you are not getting any kind of payments, you are not getting any kind of income, but you are asked to work for longer times. Right, next question. What were organized by panchayats to deprive the landlords of the services of even barbers and washermen? That is the Nai Dhobi Ban. In Hindi we called barber as Nai, and in Dhobi we called as washerman. So basically what happens if you talk about the freedom struggle in Awadh? In Awadh, the zamindars were very brutal. You know, they used to torture the peasants and the farmers if there was some kind of delay, if the payments were not paid, if the taxes were not paid. So such kind of oppressive landlords were socially boycotted by the Awadh Kisan Sabha. So they organized several movements against such kind of zamindars. Okay, non-cooperation movements, and also these kinds of zamindars were even deprived of the common services of washermen and the barbers. So that is why it is called as Nai Dhobi Ban. Alluri Sitaram Raju was captured and executed in which year? That was back in 1924. So Alluri Sitaram Raju is a very interesting figure, right? Very interesting figure. So in Gudam Hills of Andhra Pradesh, that's a hilly region, the forest laws enacted by the Britishers had made the lives of the people living there very complicated, because people were not allowed to go into the forest and collect the needs. They collect all the things that are of their needs. So as a result, we see that a violent struggle sparked off in the Gudam Hills of Andhra Pradesh, and the leader of this struggle was Alluri Sitaram Raju, who is a great fan of Gandhiji. He said that even the bullet shots cannot hit me. I am the incarnation of God. I have the healing powers. I can tell the future. However, this guy was captured and executed by the British in 1924. Moving on further, what is the meaning of Swaraj for the plantation workers? So plantation workers believe that Gandhi Raj is coming and everyone is going to get the land in their own villages. So when you're talking about the non-cooperation movement in plantation, so plantation workers, so they were basically bounded by the Inland Immigration Act of 1859. If you go back in history, we'll see that there was an act called as Inland Immigration Act of 1859. According to this act, all the people working in the plantation is a big area where only a single type of crop is grown. So in British era, we see that in India, there were lots and lots of plantations, especially in Assam. So in Assam, these workers, when they heard about the call of Swaraj and Gandhiji, they believed that for them, they understood that Gandhi has said that you can now leave the plantations and go away. Because according to the Inland Immigration Act, they were not allowed to leave the plantations until and unless a special permission is granted. However, the irony of the situation is that such type of permissions were never granted. So when they heard about Swaraj and Gandhi, they believed that they will be given the permission to leave the plantations and go away. Okay, and they will be given a land in their own village. Gandhi Raj is coming and they will be able to live happily in their village ever after. So that is the kind of concept. However, that was not true. So when these guys, they left the plantations, they strangled in the between because there was a strike of railways, and they were caught by the police, they were beaten up, and they were brought back to the plantations. Moving on further. NEET aspirant, bache, I request you not to spam. Okay, so I will take each and every pointers. I will definitely discuss the sessions also. We are going it part by part through question and questions. It's not only MCQs we are doing. So we'll be doing 2 markers, 3 markers, 4 markers, 5 markers. In that, we'll be covering each and every concept. Okay, so don't worry. Just have some patience. That's my humble request. Even Gandhiji had that, right? Okay, so let's move further. We'll come to that, bache. We'll come to non-cooperation khilafat also. However, I discussed non-cooperation khilafat. Okay, so basically, Gandhi wanted to bring the Hindus and Muslims together. So when you're talking about, the enemy was very common. When you're talking about khilafat movement, the enemy was the common enemy, that is Britishers. See, keeping Hindus and Muslims separates a mass movement is not possible. And Gandhi thought this to be a very good opportunity where we can bring together both the communities and fight against the common enemy. That is why Gandhi was in support of the Khilafat movement and wanted to launch a non-cooperation movement alongside in order to support the Khilafat movement. Fine, bache? Okay. Yeah, exactly, my dear. Bhavika, how long will it take? How long will it take? But say let's see. I cannot really commit the number of hours. I guess your Pol Science and the one started at 10, it ended by 4, right? 4 and then 6.5 hours. I'll try to take less time. We have started at 5, we are almost 2 hours down. Let's see how much more it takes. So I'll try my best to finish it in less time. Okay, let's move further. Okay, now Hindustan Socialist Republican Army HSRA was founded in 1928 in Dash. So this was founded in Firoz Shah Kotla in Delhi. So it was a kind of revolutionary organization which was aimed at bringing independence for India with the help of violent methods of protest. Okay, not the non-violence. Fine, my dear bacho. Okay. Okay, very nice. Hi Ishan Patel, how are you? Yeah, very true answer. Now next question, why did Jats of UP and Patidars of Gujarat participate in the civil disobedience movement? See, very simple, they were hard hit by the trade depression and falling prices. The cash income disappeared, they found impossible to pay the government revenue, and they were big supporters of Indian National Congress. See, this is absolutely incorrect point, illogical point. The correct answer is both A and B. See, number one, let's talk about the Jats and Patidars. See, when you're talking about the civil disobedience movement, different people participated in the movement because of their own motives and objectives. Jats and Patidars were the rich farmers. Now, these rich farmers were enrolled in the international trade. Now, when you're talking about the 1929, that was a time of great economic depression in the world, and the worst hit sector was the agriculture sector. We see that the prices of agriculture products started falling in the national market. As a result, the same impact was also there on Jats and Patidars. So they were not having any kind of incomes, and added to this, the British government was also not ready to reduce the taxes. So they wanted Gandhiji to support for their cause. They joined the civil disobedience movement just because they wanted the taxes to be reduced so that they can manage the same. Right, so these are the major pointers you can talk about Jats and Patidars. Moving on further, why was the Congress unwilling to support the no rent campaigns? Very simple. It was apprehensive of raising issues that might upset the British peasants and the landlords. When you talk about Congress, Congress is also a political party. Congress is a political party being financed by the big farmers, the big peasants and the big zamindars and the big traders. So definitely when we're talking about the no rent campaigns, now what are these no rent campaigns? So when you're talking about zamindars, what they used to do, they used to rent out their land to the laborers. Suppose I'm a zamindar, I've given my land to you and I'll take certain rent from you. But the farmer, when it is having no income, how will the farmer be able to pay the rent? So farmers wanted that their rent should be waived off. Okay, they should not be asked to give the rent. But if the Congress will support these kinds of movements, that will anger, that will make the rich farmers, the rich peasants and landlords very angry. They'll make the zamindars very angry. And zamindars are the major guys who are funding the Congress for its activities. So Congress at no point of time can be against these zamindars and landlords. As a result, Congress was not interested in supporting these no rent campaigns in most of the places. Fine, let's move on further. Okay. But Geo after the political, after the history. Moving on to the next question, Indian Industrial Commercial Congress was founded in which year? But that was founded back in 1920. Let's move on to the next question. Indian Chamber of Commercial and Commerce and Industries, FICCI, was founded in which year? So this was founded in 1927. These were two organizations that Indian industrialists have founded to safeguard their interests against the Britishers. Moving on to the next question. Workers in Dash wore the Gandhi caps and participated in rallies and boycott campaigns. That is in Chota Nagpur Plateau tin mines. So when you're talking about the workers participation in civil disobedience movement is very limited because Congress was a huge supporters of big industries and big businessmen because they funded the Congress activities. So workers were definitely against these people because workers wanted better working conditions, better jobs, better facilities, better wages for themselves. And Congress, if they will support the workers, they will make the big businessmen angry and they could not afford this to happen at any cost. As a result, Congress was not supporting workers in their campaigns. However, there were few workers in the Chota Nagpur Plateau who were very much inspired by the ideas of Gandhi and they wearing the Gandhi caps participated in the civil disobedience and also protested. But again in this, their own motive was hidden. They wanted better amount of working hours and better incomes and better wages. That is the reason they joined the movement. Fine, let's move further. Okay, exactly. Yes, Priyanshu. Priyanshu Singh, sir, take my name. Right, exactly, Ishan. Very fine. Let's move on to the next question. Who organized the Dalits into depressed class associations? That is Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and this was formed back in 1930. So when you're talking about the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, he was very much vocal about the problems of the Dalits. So Dalits are basically referred to those oppressed classes that have been very much, you can say that, oppressed by the upper caste society, upper caste people. Now, B.R. Ambedkar believed in the political solution for the Dalit Samaj. So however, Gandhi was like, if you are dividing the country, you are making them away from the normal class of the people. But Ambedkar believed that if these people will not have political and social rights, they will never be able to get equality in the society. So that is why he founded the depressed class associations and he was fighting for the political and social rights of the Dalit category. Moving on further, assertion and reason question. That's a nice question in fact. Okay. Assertion says that Gandhi used salt as a symbol to unite the different classes against the British. Reason says the salt was used by both poor and rich alike. Now there is a trick to solve the assertion and reason question. Now what is the trick behind that? Number one, when you're talking about assertion and reason, first you have to check both the statements. If both the statements are absolutely correct, your options C and D are eliminated. In this case, both the options are absolutely correct. I will eliminate the C and D. Now, I'll put a question why or because after this. If I get the answer in the reason, I'll go with option number A. If I don't get the answer in reason, I'll go with option number B. So if I talk about Gandhi used salt as a symbol to unite the different classes, that's very true. Why did Gandhi take up salt? Because salt is a commodity that both rich and poor people are using. There is no discrimination among the poor and the rich. That is why Gandhi wanted to unite all the classes against the British. Hence, it used salt as a symbol. So in this case, both assertion, reason are true, and reason is the correct explanation of A. Right? Let's move on further. Very nice. Okay. Let's moving on further. The Gandhi-Irwin Pact was signed on dash. See, Gandhi-Irwin Pact was signed on, just give me a moment, that's a wrong tick. So Gandhi-Irwin Pact was signed on 5th of March 1931. Now what is this pact? See, very simple. Pact itself means a kind of agreement. So when you're talking about Gandhi and Irwin, Gandhi was one kind of national leader and Lord Irwin was the viceroy. See, if we talk about the civil disobedience movement's first phase, the movement was very much popular in the entire country and Lord Irwin was very much tense because of this. So what happened? Finally, they came to a conclusion, let's sign an agreement. So Gandhi said that with the help of this agreement, all the political prisoners, all those people who have been arrested during this movement, so Gandhi said that you will have to release them. Lord Irwin agreed. Lord Irwin also put down a proposal. Lord Irwin said that Gandhi, you will have to go to London to attend the second session of the Round Table Conference, in which you can talk about the further future of Indian politics and the administration. So Gandhi agreed to this fact and the political prisoners were released. So this is what happened in the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. Now let's move further. Now, why were the slogans demanding Swatantra Bharat important? See, very simple. When you're talking about Swatantra Bharat slogans, the people were going beyond their own locality and trying to collect with themselves, trying to relate themselves with the all India movement. So when we talk about Bharat, Bharat definitely means about the entire country. So when people started taking the slogans, taking the names of Swatantra Bharat, they were basically relating themselves to the all India or the all country movement. Now, let's start with the 2 marker questions. So out of these 3 points, if any 2 points you write, you are getting the full 2 marks in the examinations. Okay. Abhishek. But I'm just revising the topics. That is the reason I'm telling the answers. Okay. So I'll wait for you guys. No worries. You'll get lots and lots of chances. Geography only. So just I know that Ishan, you are answering very well, but you are answering very, very well. A Gandhi-Irwin Pact, if you have a confusion, it's very simple, but it's an agreement between 2 guys. One is Mr. Gandhi, one is the Viceroy Lord Irwin. Okay. So what is happening in the civil disobedience movement? There is a lot of struggle, there is a lot of protest against the entire country. Now, because of this, Lord Irwin is very much disturbed. See, you are like the administrator of the country. If there will be no peace in the country, will be disturbed. So he said that let's sign an agreement, Mr. Gandhi. I will release all those people I have arrested and you go and attend the Round Table Conference in the London, so that a future of India can be decided. And that is what is Gandhi-Irwin Pact, signed on 5th March 1931. That is so simple, right? Okay. Hi Abhishek. Okay. Hi Abhishek. Someone is asking, hai koi Jat? Kiran is saying that hai koi Jat. Okay, fine. Nice. So we are discussing about one questions of Jats and Patidars only. Okay, now let's move on to the next topic. So why the growth of nationalism in the colonies is linked to an anti-colonial movement? However, this question is not very important. It has been asked just one time in the board examination, but still we'll do that. It's a PYQ. So people started discovering the unity in the process of the struggle with colonialism. Now what is colonialism? Colonialism is very simple. When some different country comes and starts capturing your areas and starts dictating you, right? In the case of India, the Britishers came, they captured the Indian territories and started framing their rules and unnecessarily, just pressing them upon us. So we were unnecessarily forced to follow their rules. So that is called as a spirit of colonialism, and we are all fighting against that. So when you fight against a common cause, definitely there is a bonding between us, isn't it? Apart from that, if we talk about the sense of being oppressed under colonialism, it provided a shared bond. So all of those who are fighting against this colonial rule, definitely they were being oppressed, they were physically being tortured, and this physical torture, this domination, in fact connected us all the more, right? It made a shared bond between us. Each class and group felt the effect of colonialism differently. The experiences were different, their ideas of freedom were not always the same, but still they had one common bonding, that they are fighting against one common enemy. And Mahatma Gandhi as a national leader tried to, just forge every feeling, every emotion into one single movement. Now let's move further. Okay, So next question, why were the Indians outraged by the Rowlatt Act? Now this is very important question. Okay. 32, okay, that's nice, fine. Let's move on further. So let's talk about, let's say, why were Indians outraged by the Rowlatt Act? See, what is Rowlatt Act? Let's try understanding this. If you talk about the initial movements of Gandhi, I'm talking about Champaran, Kheda, Ahmedabad Satyagrah. Britishers were very much disturbed because throughout India there were huge amount of nationalist movements going on that were against the British. So Britishers thought to suppress these movements. If these movements will keep on continuing against the British power will start to get weak in India, isn't it? British power will start getting weaker in India. So what they did was they started setting up a sedition committee. Now what is the meaning of sedition? Sedition means any kind of act that is against the government. So they started setting up a sedition committee, and this committee was headed by a person called Justice Sidney Rowlatt. So this committee was headed by a person called Justice Sidney Rowlatt. That is why the name is Rowlatt Act. Okay. So you might be amazed to know that why it's named as Rowlatt Act. So this person was the head of the committee called a sedition committee. Okay, that was set up under Justice Sidney Rowlatt, and from here only we get this name as Rowlatt Act. So this committee passed some proposals to suppress the nationalist activities in India. So this Rowlatt Act was introduced back in 1990. Now, as we have Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha in the country, in the same way we had Imperial Legislative Council in the British times. In that Imperial Legislative Council, we had Indian members. So Indian members had already opposed the passing of this act. But the point is, Indian opinion did not matter even. When you're talking about opinion of others, we do not take everyone's opinion, right? We do not take everyone's opinion. We are only concerned with the opinions that actually matter us. And in this case, Indians' opinion was no use to the Britishers. So despite the united opposition of the Indian members, the Britishers passed the Rowlatt Act, right? They passed the Rowlatt Act. So it gave the government the powers to repress any kind of political activities that was against the government. And in fact, if you are caught doing any such kind of political activity, you will be put against the bars behind the prison for 2 years. We also call this act as the Black Act, or we also call this as no vakil, no appeal and no dalil. Why? Because once caught by the police, you cannot appeal in court, you cannot fight a case for yourself, you cannot present yourself before the court so that you can keep your points. So there was no provision of producing the candidate, producing the person accused in front of the court. Okay, so simply if you are caught by the police, you can be put into prison for 2 years. That is why the people were very much outraged or angered by this Rowlatt Act. In fact, Gandhi also said that we are going to hold a nationwide satyagraha against the proposed Rowlatt Act, that is also called as the Rowlatt Satyagraha. Okay. Now, yeah, the law is very unfair. Exactly. Hi Shantayal, how are you? Great to see you after such a long time. Meaning of outrage means very angry. Hi Shan, how are you bache? Very happy to see you. After a long time we are connecting. Okay. PUBG is even functional on this thing, Play Store. I don't have an idea in fact about it. PUBG, I guess it's already banned in India, right? Okay. I'm good, Ishan. How are you, bache? How are you? I'm very good. I'm very good. Aveya Vaishu, I do remember you, bache. Acha, PUBG aane wala hai. Hi Elon Musk, how are you? Okay, let's move on further. So Ishan, I hope you are doing good. I think I guess you already, you were in 9 right last time, right? I guess you have board examinations. Okay. So Ishan, all the best, bache. You already have lots of session foundation channel also. You can watch that also as well. Okay, now moving on further. Question is, why did Gandhi decide to withdraw the non-cooperation movement? Now that's an interesting question. See, if we talk about in February 1922, Gandhi decided to withdraw the non-cooperation movement. He felt that the movement is turning violent in the different places, especially if we talk about the Chauri Chaura incident of 4 February 1922. Now, Chauri Chaura is a place in Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. Chauri Chaura incident. The date is not given in the book. I am writing the date. You can note down the same. Okay. Chauri Chaura lies in Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. Gorakhpur, UP. Okay. When you're talking about the Chauri Chaura, so Chauri Chaura lies in the Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. So here there was a violent clash between the people and the policemen, right? In which the people were so much angry that they burned down the police station, in which 22 policemen died. Seeing this, Gandhi was very much disturbed. He said that people are still not ready for the non-violent kind of struggle, and people need to be taught what is actually non-violence, and hence he called off the non-cooperation movement. Moving on for the next question. Why was the Simon Commission boycotted in India? Now that's a nice question, bacho. That's a very nice question. Exactly, very nice. So you're not able to get the notes of marathon on Ignite batch. But say that will be uploaded shortly. So I guess one marathon is already ended in the morning. Tanya ma'am took that, and the second marathon will be completed, and after that we'll be posting up. So you can find that, and if at least again if it's not, you can just check out the Ignite batch after that, right? So I'll also personally connect with the team so that they can upload the marathon. Fine, I mean the notes. Moving on further, let's move further, bacho. So why was the Simon Commission boycotted? Number one, see, when you're talking about the Simon Commission, few points you need to remember. Number one, so it was a statutory commission that was set up under Sir John Simon. So basically the entire history dates back to 1919. In 1919, there were Montague-Chelmsford reforms, right? So these reforms said that after 10 years, we'll be sending a commission in India that will decide upon the administrative future of India, that how the administration of India is going to run, right? So that was promised after 10 years. So according to that promise, the commission should have come to India in 1929, but it arrived 1 year earlier, that is 1928. And why so? Because there were elections in Britain, and the ruling party did not want to rule the elections at any cost, that is the Tory government. So the Tory government, what it did, it sent the commission 1 year earlier into India in order to look into the administration of India, right? So basically, when Simon Commission arrived into India, it had one flaw, that there was no Indian member in the commission. Just imagine, you have come to decide about the affairs of India and there is no Indian member in the entire commission. That was the biggest reason why it was boycotted in India, and both the Muslim League and the Indian National Congress is boycotted the Simon Commission. Now, in order to stop the unrest, in order to stop the protest, Lord Irwin offered a very vague offer to Indians. Lord Irwin said that in 1929 that we are going to give you dominion status in unspecified time, unspecified future. Just imagine, we are telling you that we are going to give you powers, but when we are going to give you, we have no idea. Just imagine me telling you that I am going to give you the paper, but when I am going to give you the paper, I have no idea. So that is what is the kind of called as a vague offer offered by Lord Irwin, the viceroy of the country in those times. So you can write both the points under the Simon Commission. Now, Jallianwala Bagh was brutal in nature. Discuss the question. That's a nice question all in all, right? Bache, once the entire hi Ram Bhag Bache. So Ishan, once the entire session gets over, then only the notes get uploaded. It takes a little bit of time in uploading the notes. So I'll just connect with the team once I'm done with the session, and once I'm sending the notes. So once the notes are sent, though once they receive it, so they will upload it for sure. Okay, then you can download it. So I'll request you to check later in the night. So I hope that's helpful. Moving on further. But sir will be there. Sir will be there along with me in the next like tomorrow's session on the foundation channel. On English channel, I am taking the class right now for both history and geography. We are doing a one-shot marathon. We'll be back with geography tomorrow in the morning. Okay, on the foundation channel. Okay. Yeah, exactly, bache. So, hi, Summer. Okay. So let's move on further. Bache. So let's talking about this. Let's talking about the Jallianwala Bagh incident. So forget about whatever is written. See, I have written these pointers for you to note down in the notebooks. I mean, for you to write down in the board examinations. So what we are talking about, we are talking about the Jallianwala Bagh. See, Jallianwala Bagh is like a kind of community ground when you visit a Golden Temple Amritsar, right? So when you visit Amritsar, as soon as you enter the Amritsar campus, so that Gurdwara is called as the Harmandir Sahib, right? So when you visit the Harmandir Sahib campus, on the left hand side, you will find this ground called as Jallianwala Bagh. So it was the time of 13th April of 1919. Actually, we'll go a little bit back in time. So we'll start from 9th and 10th of April. So 9th and 10th of April was one time, see, if you talk about Punjab, Punjab was a region from where lot of forced recruitment into army was carried out, right? During the time of World War I, when the Britishers needed huge amount of soldiers, they definitely, they have done a lot of forced recruitment from the Punjab areas. So Punjab areas, the people in Punjab were very much angry. Apart from that, the Britishers are very brutal, very repressive, especially with respect to Punjab, right? So as a result, the people were very much angry against the Britishers. So when you're talking about two major leaders of the Punjabis, I mean that region, one is Dr. Satyapal and second is Saifuddin Kichliu. So when these leaders were arrested by the British and taken to an unknown place, people became very, very aggressive. And we see that in the 10th or 11th, there were violent clashes with the police in the Punjab region. So as a result, General Dyer, there are two Dyers. One is the one who gave the orders, and second is the one who actually finally executed the killings of the people. So the first Dyer, he imposed the martial law. Now what is a martial law? Martial law is a kind of law when the entire responsibility of maintaining law and order is given into the hands of military. Now military will get the responsibility to maintain peace, law and order in the city. So when this martial law was imposed in Punjab, so most people were unaware about it, especially the people from outside Punjab. Okay, now, so when the martial law was imposed in Punjab, so this guy, General Dyer, the second Dyer, he very much decided that he is going to create a terror in the minds of people. So in this entire ground of Jallianwala Bagh, people had gathered for the annual fair of Baisakhi. So they were celebrating, and also there were people who were protesting against the arrest of Saifuddin Kichliu and Satpal. Now this Dyer, he entered the entire ground, and he blocked the only entry and exit of the ground. Right. So when he blocked the only entry and exit, now people had nowhere to run, and he started firing upon the people. So people were literally running, and they were literally, climbing the walls, and they were shot dead. So huge amount of people were killed in this entire incident. This is called as the Jallianwala Bagh, that took place on 13th of April 1919. Now after this, a Hunter Committee or Hunter Commission was founded by the British. This Hunter Committee was headed by the person called Hunter. However, there was no outcome of this committee. This committee did find Dyer guilty, but there was no, actions taken against the Dyer. So as a result, the entire nationalist leaders, they gave up their knighthood. For example, Rabindranath Tagore, he returned his knighthood, the title given to him. Gandhi surrendered his title, and people started protesting and boycotting. Gandhi, as usual, had one common, way of doing it, that is protesting and, condemning. So condemning won't help, because lots and lots of people have died. So after this, you can say that Khilafat and non-cooperation comes into scenario. So this is what is Jallianwala Bagh all about. Let's move on further. Okay. How many questions totally, sir? Lots and lots of questions. राज किशोर वर्मा, बच्चे ये चैनल ही इंग्लिश का है, इसीलिए इंग्लिश में पढ़ाना पड़ रहा है. हिंदी के अंदर हम लोग बच्चे पढ़ाते हैं PW फाउंडेशन चैनल पे, उस पर ऑलरेडी हिस्ट्री करा दिया है, तो आप उस पर भी आप देख सकते हैं सेशन, है ना. उस पर पॉलिटिकल साइंस भी हो गया है, तो बच्चे आप उस पर भी देख सकते हैं, उसमें आप ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल होंगे अपनी लैंग्वेज के अंदर. सो ये बेसिकली उन बच्चों के लिए चैनल है जो कि हिंदी में थोड़ा नहीं समझ पाते, ठीक है. तो इस वजह से बच्चे मैं इंग्लिश में बोल रहा हूँ. सो आई होप आप समझ पा रहे होंगे, है ना बच्चे. चले, लेट्स गेट बैक एग्जैक्टली. Is Quit India movement and syllabus? Bachche, Quit India you can simply just read and go. However, questions have not been asked neither in the practice paper nor in the sample paper. So you can just read that box and go, but not very much in total. Right? Okay. NEET aspirant, bachche, you can take some break. Definitely, I understand it's very difficult to sit for 10 hours in front of screen. I do understand, but you can later on also view the session. You can just do it to a 2x or 2.5x and download the notes. So all the best. And in the meantime, if you get well, if you get, little bit, refreshed, then again you can come back and join. I'm here only. Fine, bache. It's always great to have you. Now, let's talk about the next point. That is what is meant by the idea of Satyagraha. So Satyagraha is a very simple concept. When you're talking about Satyagraha, it basically means the concept of truth, right? When you're talking about when your cause is true, you don't have to use a physical force, right? You don't have to use a physical force. Very, very simple, isn't it? You just have to, appeal to the conscience or the heart of the oppressor to understand your point. However, no one is going to understand your point right now. If I just go into if someone is torturing me, just guess, just imagine situation. If someone is torturing me and I just go and ask that guy, I'm not enjoying your torture. Can you torture me more? Now just imagine my situation. Gandhiji is actually asking you to do the same. Gandhiji is saying that if someone slaps you on one cheek, show the other cheek. Hey you, I didn't enjoy this one. Kindly show me your talent on this one as well. And just imagine me telling a guy, I didn't enjoy your torture. That's very boring in fact. You don't know even how to torture me. You should increase the level and the degree of torture. I'll certainly going to enjoy. I'm a satyagrahi, by the way. I'll not do any kind of violence. Then that guy starts hitting me all the more. And I'm saying that, bro, I did not even enjoy right now. What are you doing even? Man, even you know how to torture? That's a very bad one. Hey, you don't know. I'm a satyagrahi. My patience and tolerance level is super high. Isn't it? So that is a kind of concept that is Gandhiji preaching right now. So that is what Gandhiji is telling. So if someone, if someone actually tells you, if someone tortures you, someone physically punishes you, you should try to persuade, try to request to the soul of that guy. If I try to request to the soul of that guy will take out his shoe and with that soul he will start hitting me. And that will be very painful and disastrous for me. Satyagraha may have worked in those times, but definitely not is going to work in those times, right? So definitely, just imagine Russia and Ukraine telling about satyagrah. Hey Russia, I did not enjoy a bomb. Throw me once more. Just imagine Ukraine following the practice of satyagrah and telling Russia, Russia did not enjoy. Well, yeah, that bomb, that was not even fruitful. Come on, I'm not enjoying. Come on, blast me off. I'm really feeling good. Just imagine Ukraine applying this thought. That would be sounding so weird, right? So that might have worked in these cases, but not right now. So that was entire satyagrah. Let's move on further. अनुराग यादव, बच्चे हिंदी बहुत अच्छा भाषा है, अच्छी भाषा है, बट चैनल इंग्लिश है, ठीक है। तो मैं शायद 2-3 बच्चों को बता चुका हूं ये चीज कि ये उन बच्चों के लिए चैनल है जिनको हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती। एंड फॉर पीडब्ल्यू हमारे लिए हर एक बच्चा उतना ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो हिंदी में हम लोग पढ़ाते हैं बच्चे हिंदी इंग्लिश में, इंग्लिश कम बोलते हैं, हिंदी ज्यादा बोलते हैं फाउंडेशन चैनल पे। एंड ये चैनल इसीलिए बनाया गया है ताकि उन बच्चों के लिए जो इंग्लिश नहीं समझ सकते, ठीक है, तो बच्चे हिंदी नहीं समझ सकते, ठीक है, जैसे आप बच्चे इंग्लिश में थोड़ा कंफर्टेबल नहीं हो, कुछ बच्चे हिंदी में कंफर्टेबल नहीं है। सो दैट इज वाई ये लेक्चर स्पेशली मैं ले रहा हूं उन बच्चों के लिए जिनको हिंदी समझ नहीं आती, इंग्लिश थोड़ी ज्यादा समझ में आती है, ठीक है। बच्चा फाउंडेशन चैनल पे देख सकते हो, वहां पे हिंदी में लेक्चर्स हैं, ठीक है, हिंदी में मैराथन भी है, हिंदी इंग्लिश मिक्स है, हिंदी ज्यादा है वहां पे। सो दैट्स वेरी सिंपल। और बड़ा मासूम सा सवाल था, अच्छा लगा मेरा को आपका सवाल, ठीक है। नमस्कार बच्चे, ओके। नमस्कार, नमस्ते बच्चे, नमस्ते नमस्ते नमस्ते। लेट्स मूव ऑन फर्दर। Okay, let's move on further. So next question, let's move on further. Question is, how did the First World War help in the growth of national movement in India? See, when you're talking about this, is a very nice question asked in 3 markers. Number 1, the war created a new political and economic situation. See, number 1, it led to a huge increase in the defense expenditure. And because when we're talking about Britain, Britain is fighting maximum war on loans. Britain has taken huge loans from US, and in order to pay back those loans, it needs money. So what it did, it increased the taxes. The custom duties were increased. Apart from that, the income tax was also introduced. Apart from that, forcefully the people were being recruited in the army. Crops failed. As a result, there were food shortages. 12 to 13 million people died because of food shortage, because of famines, and also because of the epidemics. That is the influenza. So there was influenza fever, influenza virus that spread across the country, because of which a lot of people got ill and they died because of food shortage, because of famines, and also because of diseases. Okay. बच्चे, अनुराग यादव, श्रीलंका and Belgium already being completed by Tanya ma'am. You can watch that marathon. ठीक है. So I'm teaching you history and this thing, geography, political science and economics. Tanya ma'am ने morning में करवा दिया है, आप उसको देख सकते हैं. Otherwise हिंदी के अंदर भी हमारा लेक्चर है पीडब्ल्यू फाउंडेशन चैनल पे, वहां पे शिग्रफ मैम ने करवा दिया है, तो आप उसको भी देख सकते हैं, ठीक है. सो आई थिंक दैट विल क्लियर योर डाउट बच्चे. चलिए, ओके, लेट्स मूव फर्दर, आगे बात करते हैं, ठीक है. अगला क्वेश्चन बच्चे, डिस्कस द इनिशियल सत्याग्रह मूवमेंट्स. आपको 3 बताने हैं, 1917, 1918. ठीक है. 1917 व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट, गांधी जी ट्रैवल टू चंपारण इन बिहार. चंपारण इज अ प्लेस दैट वाज नोन फॉर इंडिगो प्लांटेशन. सो द फार्मर्स there were very much disturbed because of indigo plantation. So Gandhi ji went to Champaran and fought against the indigo plantation oppressive system. As a result, the indigo plantation system was removed. Moving on further, Kheda district in Gujarat. In Kheda district, number 1, there was huge amount of number 1. So when you're talking about in Kheda district in Gujarat in 1917, the farmers, especially the poor farmers, were not able to pay the taxes to the British government, and they wanted the taxes to be waived off. For this, Gandhi ji did a satyagraha movement, and he was successful as well. Coming on to 1918, when you're talking about Ahmedabad in Gujarat, right? So there was a plague epidemic. Now, what is plague? Plague is a disease caused by rats. So during the plague epidemic, what happened? There was huge shortage of labor in the cotton mills. So the cotton mill owners, they rolled out a lucrative plan, and they said that if you will come to work to the factories, we'll give you additional bonus, additional payments. However, when the plague was over, they 100% refused to comply with whatever they have kept forward. So now here the workers were protesting against the mill owners, and they wanted their salaries to be increased. So in this case, there was a deadlock. So what happened? There was a mill owner called Anusuya Patel. So Anusuya Ben, along with his brother Ambalal Sarabhai, Ambalal and Anusuya Ben, they called Gandhi ji to sort out their matter. So when Gandhi came, he understood the entire scenario, and he also protested in the favor of the cotton mill workers, and as a result we see that the workers' wages were increased by 35%. So these are the 3 important satyagraha movements in the initial phases of Gandhi in India. Now let's move further. Okay, fine. Yeah, we'll go with the geography revision as well. Hi Shikhar, बच्चे, sir again, sir map work कब होगा? शिखर भाई, बच्चे अभी तक घर वालों ने मतलब मेरा नाम कुणाल ही रखा है एंड there is a possibility there are lots and lots of like ma'ams teaching out there, that's why you are lot more in habit of saying ma'am. But ma'am has taught you, Tanya ma'am has already taught you in the morning. Okay, so I am Kunal sir, so I am teaching you right now. Okay, so welcome to the class, welcome to the channel, welcome to Physics Wala, and welcome my dear Shikhar bhai. Okay, okay, okay. Geography revision we'll be doing in some time after this. Okay, let's move on further. So why was the Khilafat movement started? So already we have discussed this, why was the Khilafat movement started. Number one, when you're talking about Khilafat, see number one, what happens after the First World War, the Ottoman Turkey lost the empire, lost the World War to Britain, right? So as a result, what happened? It lost the war to Britain. So as a result, Britain was imposing a very harsh treaty on the Ottoman Empire. And now the ruler of this Ottoman, that is Turkey, was a Khalifa or a Sultan or a Caliph. Now, apart from being the ruler of Turkey, he was also the ruler of Islamic world, Islamic spiritual world. So definitely when we're talking about the Dharma Guru, we gave a good respect to them. So what the Britishers were doing, they were snatching all the powers of this Khalifa. Because of this, entire Muslim community across the world was very much angered because of this and started protesting against the British. In India also in March 1919 in Bombay, a Khilafat committee was founded to oppose against the British. And Gandhi tried to bring together Hindus and Muslims by launching a non-cooperation movement in support of this Khilafat. Right, so these points are you're going to start it, you're going to write in this answer. Moving on further. Explain the effect of worldwide economic depression on India towards the late 1920s. So you need to explain what was the impact of great economic depression on India. Now this is a 3-marker question. Okay, now let's move further. Right, Ratan Patel, I've already told you, but say after we are done with history, beta we'll start with geography. Okay, so we'll do history and geography together only today in the same class. Map work also will do, picture base also will do once we are done with the history, but we'll do with the geography. I hope this clears your doubt, Ratan. Okay. Okay. Let's move on further. But you can meet sir tomorrow in the morning in the geography class. Okay, so I hope that solves your doubt. Now let's move on further. Let's try to finish this very quickly. Okay, so when you're talking about the effects of worldwide economic depression on India towards the late 1920s, so what do we acknowledge? Number one, in the 19th century, when you're talking about India, India became an exporter of agricultural goods, like all the important goods like wheat, tea, coffee were being grown in India and exported from India. Now, but let me tell you, Urvain shots, spamming is not going to help you because spammers will always keep on spamming. But I would love to you to spam answers in the answer sheet because that is going to help you out. If you spam in the YT chats, nothing is going to help you out, right? I am Amara, I am Shah Rukh Khan. If you are Amira, then that case I am Salman Khan, right? So spamming in the chats is of no use help. Rather than use the spamming power in the answer sheet of your paper, that is going to be held on 15th of March. Okay, fine, bache. So I hope that spamming power helps you a lot. May God make you the biggest spammer of the world. May you get that power to spam in the entire world. May you become the biggest spammer. That is my best wishes for you. But first spam in your paper. The paper that is supposed to be held on 15th of March. Okay, now let's move on further. Okay. Let's move on further, bache. Let's move on further. So talking about further, India's exports and imports nearly halved between 1928 and 1934. If you talk about this era, so Indian exports and imports reduced because the international prices were continuously falling, right? So as a result, we see that producers, especially the peasants or the farmers that were producing for the world market, international market were the worst hit, guys. Now, so as a result, they wanted the Britishers to reduce their revenue demands. They wanted the Britishers to reduce the taxes because they were not able to pay this. Right, so especially if we take the case of jute producers, if we talk about jute producers in India, they were the major producers of raw jute. But when the demand of raw jute started falling in the international market, what happened? What happened, bacho? These guys who have taken loans were not able to sell their products. When they are not able to sell their products, when they had no income, they were very much disturbed. As a result, they fell into a debt trap. Now let's move further. बच्चे map work मैं करवाऊंगा. I'll do this. Don't worry. ठीक है. So I will do the map work. So don't worry, bache. So I'll do the map work, all the map work of history also, of geography also. Don't worry. Okay, let's move on further. How did the plantation workers understand the idea of Swaraj? See, in plantation, you have to write the same point, that is Inland Immigration Act. Under the Inland Immigration Act of 1859, the workers working in plantation were not allowed to move out of the plantation, right? So basically when Swaraj came, they understood, they felt that Gandhi Raj is coming and now they will be allowed to move out of the plantations and they will be given land in their own villages and they will cultivate and live there happily. Now because of this, they defied all the orders, they ran out of plantations, but in the middle what happened? Before reaching their villages, they were caught. Why they were caught? Because there was a strike of steamers and ships, so they could never reach their villages. They were caught by the police, they were beaten up and they were brought back to the plantations. So that is what happened with these guys. Explain the circumstances under which Gandhi decided to call up the civil disobedience movement in 1931. See, why did Gandhi call up the civil disobedience movement? That's a nice question. See, number one, if we talk about political leaders like Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan were arrested, more than 1 lakh people were arrested. Government responded with brutal repression. Like what was the government doing? Government was physically torturing the people who were protesting against the government. Okay. Satyagrahis were arrested. Women and children were beaten up. So it is and also we see the Peshawar. Peshawar is a place in Pakistan, right? So there was a huge violent protest in Peshawar. There were clashes of people fighting with the policemen. So if you talk about the entire country was in turmoil. And a movement like this was of no use, right? Where people are suffering. Gandhiji understood the fact that because of his movement, the people are suffering, right? People are being arrested, they are being beaten up, they are being tortured, physically tortured, there are violent clashes with the policemen, and such type of movement is of no use. Hence Gandhi stopped the first phase of the civil disobedience movement and entered into an agreement with Lord Irwin, that is called as the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. So you can basically write these pointers. Moving on further. What was the role of businessmen in the civil disobedience movement? But say very simple. Businessmen were the people who were the major funding partners of the Indian National Congress. See, businessmen were affected by the colonial control. The Britishers, they never allowed Indian businessmen to trade in the foreign markets, especially the manufactured goods. They controlled the Indian business and the Indian businessmen wanted freedom, right? That is why they started supporting the civil disobedience movement or the other movements started by Congress. They were the major funding powers. They were the major people who funded all the political activities of the Indian National Congress, right? So these points you can mention. I hope this solves your doubt. Yes, study channel, what's the doubt, bache? Sir, will it become 12 by end of class tech? नहीं बच्चे, इतना नहीं होगा. बच्चे हिस्ट्री में बहुत डिटेल है, don't worry, very simple, just take up the basic pointers. Just take up the basic pointers, just revise the major points. In fact, I've given these questions. So just keep the major basic pointers and keywords in your mind and then you can frame up the answer, right? So, but in 1931 Pact, I've already explained that it was signed between Gandhi and Lord Irwin, in which Gandhi agreed to attend the second session of Round Table Conference and Lord Irwin decided to release all the political prisoners. Pune Pact will be coming on further. We'll coming over to the separate electorate questions in which we'll discuss the Pune Pact. Now, next question is, why did Gandhi decide to launch a satyagraha against the Rowlatt Act? See, we'll talk about the Rowlatt Act first in this question. We'll tell that Rowlatt Act gave the enormous powers to the government, the British government and the police to, repress any kind of political agitations or political activities against the British government. If you are found doing any political activities, will straight away be put into prison. Okay, that too for 2 years. So this was a very unfair act, very black act in which you cannot even appeal in front of the court. So Gandhiji decided to launch a satyagraha against it. So Gandhiji had formed a satyagraha sabha earlier called a nationwide protest against the proposed Rowlatt Act. So he decided that the humiliation day. So Gandhi wanted to launch 31. I've already told right now. Irwin Pact, Pune Pact, I told you will be discussing in the long answer questions. Is the big Panditji, great amount of disrespect where people are not being able to express their thoughts and freedom. The freedom of speech and expression is taken away. That's why it's a kind of humiliation, right? Symbolism. But say you should do important topics, I'll say you. If you're not able to memorize the entire Making Global World, you should do important topics. So I think that will make a sufficient amount for you, right? It is not lagging, Shamshir. It is not lagging at all. It is lagging. Give me a moment. It is lagging. It is lagging. I hope it is fine. I hope it is fine. It is lagging again. Give me a moment. Session lag कर रहा है. अभी 2-3 बार lag करना start हुआ. I hope it's fine now, बच्चों. I hope it's fine. Very fine, बच्चा buddy. I hope it's very fine. Okay, give me a thumbs up. It's fine. Absolutely fine. So Abhishek, I've already given you an answer, बच्चे. हाँ lag OP. Yeah, lag OP. True. लगा. Hey Piyush, Instagram ID. Huh? Piyush is interested in getting the Instagram ID. How many of you want Instagram ID of Mahatma Gandhi? Just imagine if Gandhi had an Instagram ID. How cool would that sound? Satyagraha underscore 04. Yeah, something like that. Satyagraha underscore 1915. That might be a case. Right? Just imagine Gandhiji having an Instagram ID and updating the story, fighting Satyagraha, launching civil disobedience movement. Okay, welcome to the launch of civil disobedience movement. Welcome to the launch of non-cooperation movement. Just imagine Gandhiji updating stories. And in the same way, Bhagat Singh is updating stories. You know, killing the Britishers, feeling excited. You know, feeling patriotic, feeling motivated. Just imagine nationalist leaders updating their stories on Insta and Facebook. Just imagine Jawaharlal Nehru saying, walking in the, and the biggest one, the Dandi March. Just imagine doing Dandi March with 78 others. Okay. Breaking salt law, feeling excited, doing Dandi March with 78 others. With Jawaharlal Nehru and 78 others. Just imagine them updating their stories. How cool that sounds, right? Just imagine social media. Meet at Mohan Maidan. Quit India movement objective. Doing Quit India movement with 289 others. Just imagine the kind of hype that would create. I just imagine at times, you know. Okay. But a Khalifa I already told. Khalifa I've already told you the answer. The Khalifa is the name. Like in India we have Maharaja Dhiraj. Shri Maharaja Dhiraj. Ghatotkacha Maharaj. That is a title, right? Shri the Maharaja Dhiraj. In the same way, the ruler of Turkey was called as Khalifa or Caliph. Okay. After World War I, Turkey lost the battle to the British. So British imposed a heavy agreement, an agreement of Khalifa. They took there all the powers and the territories of Khalifa, of that ruler. And he was also the Islamic spiritual guru, spiritual head. That is why people were very much enraged or angry. And they started protesting against the British. So that is Khalifa in the Khilafat movement. Okay, fine. Hi Vaishnav. Okay, bache. Isn't it? Couple goal videos. Alan is going too far. He's saying couple goal videos. Where do you find that couple goal videos, by the way? In case of Gandhi, I couldn't find even. I am talking about the NCRT image. Well, that's a dilemma, I guess. Okay, let's move on further. So read the following passage, answer the questions follow. We believe that it is the inalienable right of the Indian people, as of any other people, to have the freedom and to enjoy the fruits of their toil. Toil means hard work, and have the necessities of life, so that they may have full opportunities of growth. We believe so that if any government deprives the people of these rights and oppresses them, the people have a further right to alter it, to abolish it. Alter means change it. The British government in India has not only deprived the Indian people of their freedom, but has based itself on the exploitation of the masses, has ruined and India economically, politically, culturally, spiritually. We believe that therefore the India must sever the British connection and attain Purna Swaraj or complete independence. See, the entire gist of this passage is Purna Swaraj or complete independence. This is the entire idea of the passage. So Purna Swaraj resolution, number one, your mind should strike like this. Purna Swaraj resolution was taken in Lahore session of Congress, December 1929. Purna Swaraj means complete independence, right? So these two ideas should straight away strike your mind. Forget about the entire paragraph. We are talking about just the last line, that is Purna Swaraj. But I'm talking about the global world is very simple. Global world, you just do the important topics, okay? You don't have time, you cannot memorize a lot. You just do the important topics, NCRT, back question answers, that will be sufficient. Done, okay? Do not overburden, yaar. Do not overburden yourself. Overburdening yourself will only create more panic for you. So do what you are more comfortable in rather than overburdening yourself. Moving on further. Which session of Congress was the Purna Swaraj adopted? What's the answer? Come on. I need you to answer in the comment section. So which session of the Congress you feel the Purna Swaraj resolution was adopted? Come on, give me the answer in the question, the comment section, the chat section. So which session of Congress? So please give us practice sheet to practice. But these questions you can practice. So in less amount of time I have given you these questions only. Lahore session. Very nice, Shamsher. Very, very nice, bache. That is the Lahore session of the Congress. Wow. है ना? मैं निकला गड्डी लेके एक मोड़ आया मैं लाहौर आया नहीं भाई लाहौर नहीं आया. Okay, so that is the Lahore session of the Congress 1929 December. Who presided over the session? Who was the president of the session? Next question, very simple. So who was the president of this session? Every Congress session, every Congress meeting had a kind of president, you know. So they had this kind of ritual, that amazing president kind of ritual. So who was the president right now? It was Jawaharlal Nehru. Very nice. Very nice. 1929, bache. Alan, it's 1929. Bache, 1929. Okay, and Jawaharlal Nehru was the president. So which demand was put forward? That is the demand for Purna Swaraj. Lahore session 1929, very important. Jawaharlal Nehru was the president And second, young leaders in the Congress demanded Purna Swaraj, complete independence. They wanted, we are not going to settle for the less. We want a Purna Swaraj. Yahoo! Oh ho! Okay, so from the Britishers and decided to observe 26 January 1930 as Independence Day. Now you know why we celebrate Republic Day on 26 Jan. So 26 Jan was decided to be celebrated, observed as Independence Day in 1930. But when we talk about India got independence in 1947, so we decided that 26th January we will enforce our constitution by remembering, in the remembrance of this Purna Swaraj resolution. So that is the reason we have adopted 26 Jan as a date to celebrate our Independence Day. Okay, if someone asks you why 26 Jan, you have the reason behind. Fine, let's move on further. Hi Daydreamer, how are you? Okay, that's amazing. Amazing. Okay, so next question. Female allegories have been a common part of the most struggles. Now this is a 5-marker question, okay? So female allegories have been a common part of the most struggles. Explain with the reference to the images of Bharat Mata and Germania. See, when you're talking about Germania and Bharat Mata, we see similarities. Number 1, Germania stands for symbol of Germany. The image was painted by Philip Waite in 1848. Germania is carrying a sword in one hand, sword means talwar, and a flag in another hand. Germany is wearing a crown of oak leaves that stands for heroism. Oak is a kind of tree, okay? Oak is a kind of tree that has very broad leaves. So it's wearing a crown. Crown means Taj in Hindi, right? Of oak leaves, that stands for heroism. Okay, now, when you talk about Bharat Mata, it's symbol of India, painted by Abanindranath Tagore in 1905. Bharat Mata is standing with the Trishul, the Shivji Trishul. Bholenath, you understand that? Bholenath throws Trishul, the world goes boom, right? So when you're talking about Bharat Mata is standing, let me write down Mata here as well. Okay, so Bharat Mata is standing with a Trishul, and she's standing beside a lion and elephant. So lion and elephant are the symbols of wisdom and power. Okay, now, but a treaty of Bankim Chandra Chatterjee created the first image. I'm talking about painted. It's written as painted. So when the question is about painted, you will write Abanindranath Tagore. When the question is who first created, is Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Okay, but a Treaty of Vienna, Piyush, I have already covered in the first chapter. We have already covered that chapter. So I request you to a little bit go back in the video. You will get Treaty of Vienna in detail. Okay, now moving on further. Fine, so this is a very common doubt that arise in the people. So the question is who first painted, you will write Abanindranath Tagore. When the question is who first created, you will write as bache, that is Bankim Chandra Chatterjee or Chattopadhyay, one and the same guy. Moving on further. Now discuss the participation of the middle class in the non-cooperation movement. See, in middle class you will talk about the different strands within the movement. See, very simple. When you're talking about the middle class are those class who are generally educated. So we're talking about non-cooperation movement in the towns. That is that point. In the middle classes, thousands of students, they left the government schools. The teachers, they left the government colleges. The headmasters, the teachers, they resigned. The lawyers gave up the legal practices. Okay, if you're talking about the council elections, the councils are just like the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. There was Imperial Legislative Council. So council elections were boycotted in most of the areas except Madras. In Madras, there was a party of Dalits called as Justice Party. So that did not participate in the non-cooperation and also did not boycott the council elections, because for Dalits, social and political rights were very important, right? Moving on further, if we talk about the effect of the non-cooperation movement on the economic front was very much. How can that be understood? Very simple. If we talk about we were boycotting the foreign goods. Okay, the liquor shops were picketed. Now, what is the meaning of picketing? Picketing means when you block the entrance to a shop, right? If you are blocking the entrance to the shop, how will the people buy the liquor? If the people cannot buy the liquor, the sales of the liquor will go down. Liquor means alcohol, right? When the people drink alcohol, they go heavy. Okay, they are like, bro, you are my brother. I'm going to ride the car today. Though the guy is sitting on a buffalo, he's saying, I'm going to ride the car today. They say, then bro, bhai, gaadi aaj tera bhai chalayega. So that is the mode when people drink liquor and alcohol, they go in that mode, okay. So the liquor shops are picketed, their entrances are blocked. As a result, the sales will go down. Okay, so we see that the important foreign cloth was reduced by 50%. Value dropped from 102 to 57 crores. So there were many people who refused to trade in the foreign goods and the foreign articles. As a result, Indian industries boomed and the foreign goods suffered a lot. But there is a problem with this. Now, the problem was very simple. The problem is very simple when you're talking about the boycotting of the foreign goods. You should have some alternatives to it. Gandhi said that do not wear in foreign clothes. Fine. People will not wear the foreign clothes. But the point is, what will the people wear? You cannot go without the clothes, right? Just imagine participating in the non-cooperation movement. Just imagine a guy who cannot afford khadi. Just imagine a person who cannot afford khadi. Now Gandhiji said, do not wear the foreign clothes. I'm a nationalist kind of guy. I just refused buying the foreign cloth, right? Now I don't have khadi. What will I wear now? I'm walking on the street, struggling for the non-cooperation without wearing anything. Britishers will get scared all of all. It's very simple. Britishers will get scared automatically. They'll say, bro, I will buy you khadi. You wear the khadi, do not, but at least wear something. Right? That is going to happen. Just imagine me boycotting, just anyone boycotting against the Britishers in the non-cooperation movement. Gandhiji has told that do not wear the British cloth, but I don't have the money to buy khadi because khadi is very expensive. I'm a poor guy. I was wearing the British mill-made cloth. So listening to the call of Gandhi, I just walked like that on the street without even wearing anything. I don't have khadi to buy. Definitely Britishers are going to get scared of this. It's very simple. They are going to say that, bro, I'll buy you khadi, you wear it at least. So that is the point. Now the point is very simple. The point is very, very simple. That Gandhiji said people to wear khadi, but khadi was expensive. Poor people could not afford it. Now apart from that, if I talk about boycotting the British institutions posed a great problem. Because very simple, if that has to succeed, Ratan Patil, but I said in very simple language, but say that at the end of the topic, we will doing the map work. नक्शा जैसे हम खत्म कर लेंगे चैप्टर बच्चे तब हम लोग करेंगे ठीक है we will be doing the map work once we are done with the chapter once we are done with all the chapters so I kept the map work for the last beta history का map work and as well as for the geography map work so my dear spamming will not help ऐसा नहीं होगा कि I will stop all of the things all of a sudden start doing the map work right बच्चे I hope you understand my concern as well तो हम लोग एक बार टॉपिक्स कर लेंगे बेटा उसके बाद मैप वर्क भी करेंगे ठीक है मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि मैप वर्क नहीं करेंगे we'll be doing the map work so once we are done with the topics when we are done with the questions we'll do the map work same with the geography so map work I'll kept it last so that all the map work can be done at one single go so that at least when you're watching the video in 2x or 3x you can simply skip to the map work part okay bache I hope you understand my concern I hope you understand my point as well let's move on further okay Piyush, my dear, I think you need to watch the first chapter. I've already covered all these topics in the first chapter. Okay, in the first part of the this thing. So we are doing in the second chapter. We have already done this in the first chapter. So it's my humble request to little bit go back and you can view the same point. We have already discussed these points in detail multiple times through the questions, through the concepts. So it will be very helpful. I guess you joined little bit late. Okay, right. Sunita, but I'm revising the chapter Nationalism in India with the help of questions. With the help of questions, we are revising all the kind of concepts. Okay, and we are doing a one-shot marathon of entire history and geography topics. So we are doing the nationalism in India. After that, we'll do the other topics of history and then we'll do the topics of geography. Fine. So let's move with a little bit speed. Otherwise, we won't be able to complete that. But so okay. So in order to, when we're talking about, I've left all the Indian institutions, but there should be some I've left all the British institutions, but there should be some alternative Indian institutions to fill that gap, right? But that institutions are very slow to come up. As a result, people had no option but to join back the British institutions. Moving on further. Explain the ways in which peasants and tribals understood the call for Swaraj. In peasants case, you have to write about Awadh peasant and the Gudam hills of Andhra Pradesh. When you're talking about Awadh, the peasants were led by Baba Ramchandra. Okay, he was a sannyasi who was earlier in indentured labor. So the movement was against the talukdars and the landlords, against the high rents, the high amount of taxes and the rents that they were charging from the poor farmers. So the movement was against this. Okay, so peasants at times had to do begar. Now what is begar? When you are forcefully made to work without any payment. Like suppose I am working but I am not getting any kind of payment, that is called as begar labor or begar mazduri. Okay, so at times especially the farmers that were overladen with the debt or karza, so they were forcefully made to perform begar labor for these zamindars or the landlords. At times they were even beaten up. Even after paying the rents, there was no security that they can be simply removed from their land at any point of time by the zamindar. So these guys, they wanted security over the land. They wanted that begar mazduri should be stopped, begar labor should be stopped. Okay, so that is the reason they were protesting against the talukdars. So the peasant movements demanded a reduction of revenue, point number 1, abolition of begar, and social boycott of all the oppressive landlords. So especially all the landlords who are basically troubling the peasants, they should be socially boycotted. So what they did was they organized Nai Dhobi Bands. Now what are Nai? Nai is basically the barber, the one who cuts your hair, right? And the washerman who washes your clothes. So these kinds of landlords who are very much oppressive in nature, who are torturing the poor peasants, they were not even given the services of these barbers and washermen, right? So tribal peasants, when you're talking about the tribal peasants, we're talking about the Gudam Hills of Andhra Pradesh. So tribal peasants, they interpreted the message of Swaraj and Gandhi in a different way, especially in the Gudam Hills of Andhra Pradesh. If we talk about after the coming of forest laws, the tribals could not go into the forest for their even basic needs of livelihood. When you're talking about the tribal communities, they live near the forest and they are dependent upon the forest for their survival. But after the coming of the forest laws, this was not at all possible. So as a result, we see that the forest people were led by Alluri Sitaram Raju in a violent struggle against the British. Okay, so they were doing a guerrilla warfare. Now what is a guerrilla warfare? When you hide an attack on the enemy. But ultimately, when Raju was captured and executed in 1924, this movement also died down. Fine. Okay, so with this, let's move on to the next question. That is, discuss the salt march to make clear why it was an effective symbol of resistance against the colonial rule. Fine. Okay. Hello, bache. Hi, everyone. Bache, value based will not come in the exam. Value based were asked previously, but not more anymore. So value based question, VBQs are not going to be asked in exam. Don't worry. Okay, no value based. No value based questions. Now, let's move on further. Let's talk about salt march. See, when you're talking about salt march, Gandhiji believed that salt is a very powerful symbol in order to unite the different classes of society. Gandhiji knew one point, that salt is eaten by everyone, whether it's a rich guy, whether it's a poor guy, everyone eats salt. If you talk about the year 1880s, there was a rule that was passed, an act that was passed, that gave the complete right to only the Britishers to manufacture the salt, and also they put a tax on the salt. Tax, just imagine you have to pay a tax for eating the salt. So that was very outrageous. That was very angry thing, right? So people became very, very angry because of this. They had to pay tax on the salt. So Gandhiji thought that this is a very nice one. So Gandhiji, along with the major demand of salt tax, removing the salt tax, he also combined several demands of the other classes, like the businessmen, the common peasants, okay, all the other classes. So what he did was he wrote a letter to Viceroy Irwin, combining all the demands. Ground about 11 demands were there. So combining all the demands, he wrote a letter to Viceroy Irwin and he asked them to accept these demands, right? Especially the major demand was removing the tax on the salt. He said that if you are not going to listen to my demands, I will start a satyagraha against this. I'll start a civil disobedience movement against this, right? So as a result, we know that Irwin is least bothered to listen to Gandhi's demand. So as a result, Lord Irwin did not listen to Gandhi's demands, and on 12th March 1930, Gandhiji started a long foot march, okay, a long foot march. Foot march means पैदल चल रहे थे, right? So Gandhi started a long foot march from his ashram in Sabarmati to the coastal town of Dandi. From an ashram in Sabarmati to the coastal town of Dandi. So when Gandhi started from his ashram, there were only 78 volunteers. But on the way, he met lots and lots of people in the different villages that he stayed. So there was a total 240 miles of distance from his ashram to Dandi. So he walked 10 miles per day, stopped at the villages, talked to people, talked about Swaraj, talked about India's independence, talked about multiple things, right? And finally on 6th April 1919, when Gandhi reached the coastal town of Dandi, he basically manufactured salt from the sea. So the moment he manufactured the salt from the sea, that gave a quick trigger and the clear signal to the people to launch the civil disobedience movement that followed later on. So that is why the salt was the major commodity in which the people can be united into one common struggle. So after Gandhi broke the salt law, a civil disobedience movement started in the entire country. People in the different parts demonstrated, started making salt, boycotted the salt law, boycotted the salt taxes. Peasants refused to pay the taxes and the Chaukidari taxes. So multiple types of movements started throughout the India after Gandhi's breaking of the salt law. So salt march is very, very important. It has been asked in the practice papers also. It has been asked in the question papers also, previous year questions also. Every year salt march is asked. That is why this question becomes of eminent importance. Now let's move on to the next question, the second last question from the chapter. Okay. Sir, how long the video will be? Again, I said, bache, that is again not in my control. We are trying to, wind up with the chapters quickly. See, because I'm doing the question, that is why we are taking a little bit of time. So I'm trying to just do the questions, bacho, very quickly. So we'll move with the questions further. Okay. Now next question, especially the Pune Pact question. So all the people who are having a doubt on Pune Pact, let's try understanding. So why did the political leaders differ sharply over the question of separate electorates? Now what is separate electorate? Separate electorate means a separate portion marked for a certain community. When you're talking about B.R. Ambedkar, for B.R. Ambedkar, it is separate region for Dalit community. For the Muslim League, it is separate portion for the Muslims. So when you're talking about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, he formed the Depressed Class Association in 1930. Now he clashed with Mahatma Gandhi in the second roundtable conference over the question of separate electorates. See, Ambedkar wanted that in India there should be separate regions from which only Dalit candidates should be elected to the Legislative Assembly or the Council or the Imperial Legislative Council. So basically wanted reservation. Right, Ambedkar wanted a reservation for the Dalit people. He wanted that from a certain area, only Dalit community people should be elected. Gandhi was against this. Gandhi said that this way you will divide the entire community, you will divide the entire country. This is not happening, right? So, because there was one point. See, Ambedkar said that a Dalit candidate should be chosen or voted by only a Dalit person. But Gandhi was against this, and Gandhi started fast and do that. So, when Pune Pact of September 1932 took place, right, Pune Pact, so in which one thing was worked out, Gandhi accepted the demand of Ambedkar, but on a one condition. The condition was that candidate will be Dalit, but it will be voted by the members of all the community. Okay, so definitely the candidate can be Dalit member, but the voting will be done by the common members of the different communities. So these were the major provisions of the Pune Pact of September 1932. Now, so when the British government considered the Ambedkar's demand, Gandhi started a fast into death. So this is how the Pune Pact was signed between Gandhi and Ambedkar. Now moving on further, Ambedkar ultimately accepted Gandhi's position and the Pune Pact was signed. So what happened in the Pune Pact, I told you earlier, Ambedkar was saying that Dalit candidates should be voted by only a Dalit person, but Gandhi was against this. So finally in Pune Pact it was decided that Dalits will be given reservation, but they will be voted by a common person, that will be the common members of different communities. Muhammad Ali Jinnah was also ready to give up the demand for separate electorates, but he said that I want reserved seats in the assembly with respect to the majority population of the Muslims. Now what did Jinnah said? Jinnah said that okay, I will not ask separate areas, I will not add separate areas, but give me reserved seats in the assembly, and the number of reservation of seats should be according to the majority Muslim population areas. Right, so you should take into consideration the majority Muslim population areas. Based upon that only the seat should be reserved. So that was the demand of Muhammad Ali Jinnah. However, negotiations failed when M.R. Jaikar of Hindu Mahasabha, he refused to accept such a demand of Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and after that Muslim League was very aloof from the Indian National Congress. Moving on further to the last question, how did culture, very important question, that how did culture help in creating a sense of collective belonging in India? Okay. So there is always controversy over the reservation in this, good or not, I have always this out. But say, very simple, reservation was required at that time. The reason being, otherwise the people would not have got equal opportunities. Reservation, you can say, was the need of the hour. Fact. Right, reservation was required. Had reservation not been there, the Dalit Samaj, the Dalit community would have never got the social and political rights, and that was unfair as well. Reservation in the present scenario can be little bit outdated, because again, it was owing to the conditions, and those times were very different, and reservation was a very good option. So let's see that Indian dynamics may change in the coming future, but let's see. Okay, so let's talk about. So when you're talking about how did the cultural process help in creating a sense of collective belonging in India? So number one, when this question comes, you will write down certain points. First, you will write down the use of figures or images. So when you're talking about the identity of India came to be associated with Bharat Mata, when the image of Bharat Mata was first created by Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, then painted by Abanindranath Tagore. So it started making the people feel that we are fighting for someone, and this country now came to be imagined in the form of Bharat Mata. So usage of figures and images is very important. Second is Indian folklores, right? So nationalists started recording and collecting the different local stories. Folk tales and folklores means the local stories that told about the culture of India. Like Rabindranath Tagore traveled from villages to villages. Natesha Shastri of Madras collected all the folk tales and published in a book called The Folklore of Southern India. Right. So these types of things were said to be very much integral to India's identity, because they told about the true culture of India and the nation. Moving on, using of icons and symbols, we see that Gandhiji designed a Swaraj flag, right, in which there was a charkha in between. Apart from that, during the Swadeshi and boycott movements also, flags were took by the different nationalist leaders. There were flags which told about the Hindu-Muslim unity. So flags and symbols have always been great in generating a sense of collective belonging among the people. Apart from that, if we talk about the reinterpretation of history, now this is a nice long answer question. So Indians, they have lost the pride in their own history because the Britishers have dominated us. Britishers told us that our history is outdated and useless, but Indians again started making the people realize that we have achieved great wonders in the field of science, culture, technology and religion, everything, and we should start taking pride in the Indian history. Because of Britishers, we have stopped taking pride in that. So reinterpretation of history was another major way of rekindling the, you can say that, the flame of culture and that collective identity among the Indians. So this winds up your chapter Nationalism in India finally. Okay. Sure, bache, it should be based. We all have our views over reservation policy, but again, government I think is the major, better player or the better, you can say, judge of the entire situations. So we see atrocities even in the today's world. In fact, owing to this. So definitely we'll come over to this, but not today. We'll talk about someday later. Okay, let's talk about. Hi, bache. You can talk in Hindi, sir. बच्चे विल कंप्लीट इट, डोंट वरी। अभिषेक बच्चे मैं हिंदी में जरूर बात करता हूँ, ऑब्वियसली बात है भाई, मैं हिंदी में क्लास भी लेता हूँ फाउंडेशन चैनल पे। ये चैनल ही आपका इंग्लिश है, इस वजह से इंग्लिश में क्लास लेना पड़ता है बच्चे, ठीक है। ये चैनल खासकर उन बच्चों के लिए है जिनको हिंदी समझ नहीं आती, हिंदी में वो कंफर्टेबल नहीं है, तो हिंदी वाले बच्चों के लिए हमारा फाउंडेशन चैनल ऑलरेडी है, तो आराम से हम हिंदी इंग्लिश मिक्स करके पढ़ते हैं, हिंदी ज्यादा पढ़ते हैं, ठीक है। खासकर चैनल ही उन बच्चों के लिए जिनको हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती, एंड इसी वजह से मैं लेक्चर भी यहाँ पे इंग्लिश में ले रहा हूँ, ठीक है। आई होप आपको बच्चे समझ में आएगा ये चीज। चलिए, तो फाउंडेशन चैनल पे हिंदी वगैरह में क्लासेस व्यू कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। चलिए आगे बात करते हैं। या ओ क्या देते हैं, ओके। Bala Rohan, bacha, I've already explained the entire summary of the chapter with the help of questions only. Right, bacha, I've already explained you the entire Khilafat movement, non-cooperation. Okay. So when you're talking about India, nationalism in India, we start the chapter with the anti-colonial movements. Then Gandhiji comes in the scenario. Gandhiji talks about three movements: Champaran, Kheda, and Ahmedabad. Right. So all these three movements are very successful. Champaran for indigo peasants, right? Kheda for the poor peasants, poor farmers, and Ahmedabad for cotton mill workers. Then Rowlatt Act comes in scenario in which Indians can be put into bars if we oppose the British government, and that too for 2 years. Then we talk about Jallianwala Bagh. We have already covered the entire concepts through the questions, but okay, so I will humbly request you to watch the questions. So that is the whole concept was this only, to revise the entire chapter with the help of questions. So I've covered almost all the important topics: cultural belonging, Rowlatt Act, civil disobedience, non-cooperation, Swaraj. So each and every concept is covered, bachche. So if we go through the questions, you'll come to realize that. Okay, fine. अच्छा, अभिषेक कह रहे हैं सर पहली बार मैं फेस कर पा रहा हूँ, मैं तो आप कमेंट आप देख नहीं पाते थे। हाँ बच्चे, क्या होता है फाउंडेशन में, इनफैक्ट देयर आर ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ पीपल, है ना, ह्यूज क्राउड इज देयर, तो उसमें कमेंट्स मिक्स हो जाते हैं, मिस हो जाते हैं, सॉरी फॉर दैट एज वेल। ओके, सो ग्रेट टू हैव यू अभिषेक, ग्रेट टू हैव यू बच्चे। सो दैट इज द रीजन बच्चे, होल रीजन इज दैट आई एम रिवाइजिंग इट विद द हेल्प ऑफ क्वेश्चंस ओनली, सो दैट बिकॉज एंड ऑफ द डे एग्जाम में क्वेश्चंस आएंगे एंड यू शुड नो कि टॉपिक से क्वेश्चंस कैसे बन सकते हैं। दैट इज द होल आइडिया ऑफ डूइंग इट लाइक थ्रू द क्वेश्चंस। Okay, now let's move on to the next chapter, the making of global world. So whoever is having a problem across this chapter will be able to solve this with the help of questions. Geography is comparatively shorter, so we'll take less time in that. Okay, hi Vaishu. Bacha, I'll be doing the maps. I'll be doing the maps together. Sir, break please. Amira says tired of sitting on the long place. Amira, have something to munch on. Keep on eating something, bache. When you keep on eating something, you will always feel good. So bache, I guess we have done 3 hours continuous. Okay, let's do this chapter, then we'll do a break. So I'm taking the target to complete this chapter by 8:40. Okay, then we'll take a break for sure. Okay, just bear with me for the next 15-20 minutes and then we'll take a break for sure. Okay, now let's move on further. So render press arrived in Africa in the late dash. It arrived in Africa in late 1880s. See, render press is basically a type of cattle plague. It's a type of disease that catches cattle, and cattle means cows and buffaloes. Okay, and once they are caught, they can even lead to the death of cows and buffaloes. So it was basically carried by an infected cattle from British Asia. What happened actually, the Italian soldiers, they were invading East Africa, attacking East Africa. There's a place in East Africa called Eritrea. So these soldiers were definitely hungry. In order to feed these soldiers, a cattle was brought from British Asia, and this cattle was already infected with the disease. So this cattle spread the disease to other cattle in Africa, and as a result, 90% of cows and buffaloes of Africa died because of this disease. So it started in 1880s and spread in the next 4 and 5 years. Moving on further, where's my presenter gone? Next question. Okay, what caused the render press in Africa? We just discussed that. Cattle carried by infected cattle imported from British Asia to feed the Italian soldiers invading Eritrea and East Africa. Next question. Tamil migrants went to dash. See, Tamil migrants, basically the people from Tamil Nadu in India, Tamil Nadu, state of Tamil Nadu, especially the drier parts of Tamil Nadu where agriculture was not possible. So these people started going to other countries in search of work in the form of indentured labor. Indentured labor is a kind of labor who works on a contractual basis. Okay, suppose if I'm an indentured labor, I'll sign a 5-year contract. I'll go to some other country, work there, and then I'll come back after that time. So many of the Tamil migrants, they went to the countries like Sri Lanka and the Maldives and all. So Ceylon is the old name of Sri Lanka. So correct answer is option number A. Let's move on to the next question. Such as 1880s, but say it's not such as 1880s. It's late 1880s. 1880s is साल, year है बच्चे, ठीक है? So it's not such as, it's late. Late means देर, काफी मतलब later in time in 1880s. 1880s is a time, year. 1880 का कोई time, ठीक है? That's a decade. Now let's move on further. Let's talk about further. Okay, so the main destinations of the Indian indentured migrants were dash Caribbean islands, Mauritius, Fiji. So we talk about the Indian indentured laborers. I told you indentured laborers are those guys who sign a contract generally of 5 years and go to another country and work there. Right, so Indian indentured laborers, they went to Caribbean islands, nearby South America, North America and South America and all, Mauritius, Fiji and all of the above. So correct answer is all of the above. Next question, who among the following was responsible for the recruitment of indentured labor? So basically they were agents. So these agents worked on a commission basis, so they were given the responsibility of hiring the indentured labor. Next question, 19th century dash is called as indentured labor has been described as dash. So in 19th century indentured labor has been described as new system of slavery. Why new system of slavery? Slavery means gulami in Hindi. So a slave is a person whom you purchase. Okay, once you buy that slave, you will make that guy do anything for you without any payment. You even torture that person, you beat that person, you ill-treat that person. That is called as a slave. In case of the indentured laborers, they were also treated like the same way. If they could not do their work satisfactorily or they could not do the work in time, they were beaten up, they were physically tortured, they were not given any legal rights, they were not given any proper money. Right, so that is why it is called as the new system of slavery. Next question, what do you mean by indentured labor? I just told you the answer. That is a bonded labor to pay off his passage to a new country or home. So a bonded labor generally works on a contract basis. I've signed an agreement of 5 years. For 5 years, I'm going to work in a certain country. Once that agreement is over, either I will come back to my country or I will sign a new agreement and go to a new country. So that work is called as indentured labor work. Next question, Trinidad, an annual Muharram procession was transformed into carnival called as dash. So this carnival called as Jose. Now what is Muharram? In Islam religion, we see that the Prophet Muhammad, right? Prophet Muhammad had a great suffering. So his sufferings are remembered in an annual event called Muharram. So Trinidad and Tobago is a part of Caribbean islands where you get West Indies, will get all these areas. So basically there's this annual procession of Muharram, thus converted into a carnival that came to be called as Jose in their language. Moving on further. Okay, very good evening, bacha. But we'll be doing the long questions. We are doing the MCQs of this chapter. Then we'll go into the 2-3 markers and then long question. Which of the following was popular in Trinidad, Guyana? Trinidad and Guyana was famous for its chutney music. Okay, that's a kind of music genre, like we have rock music, pop music. So they had a music called the chutney music. Sounds weird, right? Name the writer who was a descendant of the indentured labor migrants and got the Nobel Prize. That is V.S. Naipaul. Rest of them are the West Indian players. So in fact, in the West Indian team, you might have heard lots of Indian names. So they are basically descendants of all those people, right, who have went to work in West Indies area and they have settled there. Right, moving on further. Which of the following were amongst the many groups of bankers and traders who finance export agriculture in Central and Southeast Asia? So there were many Indians who supported the Indian agriculture trade, like Shikaripuri Strauss and the Natu Kotai Chetiyars. So they were the community of those peoples who were in favor of the Indian agricultural trade. Okay, and they supported this trade. Fine, bacho. So they supported this trade and they gave finance or the money in order to support this. Moving on further, the share of the cotton textiles from India declined from 30% around 1800 to dash in 1815. It became just the half. So if you're talking about cotton textiles, textile means fabric or the kapda. When you're talking about the industries in Britain, when they started growing, so definitely they did not want any competition from India. Indian textiles or fabric was of great quality. Britishers did not want any competition from India, and that is the reason they started pressurizing their government to ban the import of fabric from India. They did not want any kind of textile from India because they are facing huge competition. Instead, they wanted raw cotton, kacha cotton from India to be exported to Britain. Right, moving on further. Which of the following was used for dyeing the cloth? Dyeing means coloring the cloth. We see that indigo is a type of plant that produces a blue kind of color that is used for coloring the cloth. Moving on further, Britain grew dash in India and exported China. Britain grew opium. Opium is a kind of drug. In Hindi, we call it afim. Now, Britain was very smart. Britain used to grow this opium in India and trade it to China, sell it to China. From that money, whatever it got in its opium trade, it used to buy tea and other products from China. So Britain was very smart. It used to grow opium in India, sell it to China, okay, and after selling it to China, whatever money it got, it used to buy tea from China and other products from China, right? So that is called the opium trade. Next, interest payments on India's external debt and pensions of the British officials in India were included in dash. So they were included in the charges called as home charges, right? So whatever payments that the Britishers have to make on India's external debts. What are debts? Debts is called as karza. So Britishers had traded with many countries on basically loans, right? So it definitely will having debts. So all these kind of expenses and the expenses to manage the British officials in India, all these kind of expenses were kept under one single group, and that is called as the home charges. Okay, now moving on further. Which of the following features of a multilateral settlement system? See, what is a multilateral settlement? Very simple. It allows one country's deficit with another country to be settled by surplus is a third country. Now, what is a multilateral settlement? Let's try understanding this. There are three countries, that is A, B and C. Okay, now what we are having is, for example, we are having a kind of debt between A and C. That means debt means karza. Okay, suppose A has taken a karza from C or a debt from C. Now, how will the A pay back this money? What will A do? A will trade with B. A will do the trading with B. Now, in this trade is very special. Why? Because let's example, A is selling a product worth rupees 10,000 to B. Okay, A is selling worth 10,000, but it is buying only worth 1,000 rupees. So, if we talk about the profit of A, what is the profit? The profit is 9,000 rupees. Now, using this 9,000 rupees, it is settling the debts of this country C, right? So very simple. Okay, so when you're talking about, there are three countries. Okay, this country A is having some kind of debt or karza from C. Okay, in order to settle down the debt, what it will do? It will trade with a country called B. Now this trade is special. Why it is special? Because A is selling more and purchasing less. Let's suppose A sells products worth 10,000 rupees to country B, but it is purchasing only products worth 1,000 rupees. So what is the total profit? The total profit is 9,000. Using this 9,000 rupees, it is settling the debts of country C. So this kind of settlement is called as multilateral settlement. Okay, fine. Is this the lecture same as going in the evening? Bache, Jaskar and we are doing different chapters. The chapters were different, right? We are doing nationalism in Europe, we did nationalism in India. We are doing making of global world. So everything is having 1 marker, 2 marker, 3 marker, 4 marker, 5 marker. So all the chapters I have brought all the variety of questions here, right? That's why you are seeing this. You have joined after a long time. That is the reason. Okay, so I have joined in the midst. So I missed out on nationalism in India. Moving on further. Assertion reason. Technology proved to be a major game changer for food industry in Europe. Arab traders introduced pasta in Italy. See, both the statements are true, but they are not relevant. Not at all relevant. So in that case, we'll go with option number B, that both A and R are true, but R is not the correct explanation. Next question. Identify the incorrect statement from the following. Economists identify three types of movement of flows with the international economic exchanges. That is absolutely true. Flow of trade is called trading in goods. True. Flow of labor means migration of people in search of employment. And flow of government. This is absolutely incorrect statement, right? So the question itself was identify the incorrect statement. So we have three kind of flows in the economic exchanges. Flow of trade, flow of labor and flow of capital. Trade means when you are trading or doing business with more than one country. Flow of capital means when you are sending money from one country to another country. And flow of labor means when people are going from one place to another in search of jobs, in search of education. So these are the three types of flows, right? Generally in case of labor, in search of jobs. Okay, in search of employment. Next question. What was the approximate casualties in the First World War? How many people died? In First World War, 9 million people died and 20 million people were injured. Can you imagine? 2 crore people were injured roughly and 90 lakh people died. So that's a huge amount of casualty. Next question. The First World War turned US from international debtor to dash. The First World War turned US from international debtor to international creditor. Before the First World War, US was taking loans from the different countries. But after the First World War, US was giving loans to the countries. So from a debtor, it turned into a creditor, right? Okay, very nice, but very, very nice. Elon Musk's name is Utsav, right? That's cool. Okay, let's come to the 2 markers question very quickly. We have taken an aim to finish it by 8:40 and then I'll be giving you a break. Fine, 5 minutes break and then we'll come back. Moving on further. The Silk Routes are a good example of vibrant pre-modern trade and cultural links between the different parts of the world. Explained. So simply you have to talk about Silk Routes. Number 1, when you're talking about Silk Routes, basically what are Silk Routes? Routes are the way of traveling, so through which people travel, right? Since silk was the most important commodity that was traded on these routes, hence it got the name of Silk Route. Okay, so when you're talking about, historians discovered several silk routes over land and sea that covers vast region of Asia and connects Asia with Europe and the North Africa. Even pottery from China, textiles, spices from India and South Asia, they have traveled from Asia to Europe through these areas, through these routes. In return, we see that the precious metals like gold and silver, they came from Europe to Asia. Along with the traders, see, the traders not only brought the materials, but also they brought along with themselves lots of ideas, their knowledge, their skills, their cultures. So whenever we see the people from different countries, they come to India, or Indians go to different countries, they always carry their culture along. Their fooding habits, their living habits, their what type of clothes they wear. So we always carry that things along, right? So silk routes were a great way of these types of cultural exchanges. Moving on to the next question. The new crops could make the difference between the life and the death. Explain the above statement context of Irish potato famine. So when you're talking about Irish potato famine, we remember that in Ireland, when potato was introduced, potatoes was aloo. So when aloo was introduced, that was very cheap thing, and the poor people in Ireland, they become over dependent on potato. That when a disease caught potato, what disease was late blight. In this disease, what happens? The entire plant gets destroyed. Right, so when the disease caught potato, when this disease completely destroyed the potato plant, people had nothing to eat. People were so dependent upon potato that they had nothing to eat and they starved to death. Many of them, they migrated from the place, but many they starved because of no food or no potatoes. Right. Okay, so that is the Irish potato famine. Next question. The relocation of industry to low-wage countries stimulated the world trade and the capital flows. Justify the statement. Now, what does the statement mean? Very simple. Relocation of industry. Towards the end of the chapter, we see that multinational corporations started shifting their companies towards the Asian countries like China, India, where the wages were comparatively low, where the labor was available in huge amount and that too at very small cost. So we can say that because of the shifting of big companies to these regions, money has started flowing from Europe to the Asian countries. That is the meaning of capital flow. That is, money has started flowing from the European countries to the Asian countries, and also the trade opportunities have started flowing from the European countries to the Asian countries. How can you justify the same? Right. So basically in this you can write 2 pointers. The industrial world was hit by unemployment that started in mid 1917 and to remain till 1990s. From 1970s, the multinational corporations, they started shifting the production to the Asian countries. If we talk about the new economic policies of China, and after USSR or Soviet Union broke down in 1990s, the other countries also started coming back into the world economy, right? And China became a very attractive location for the investors because China was offering great policies for the companies to set up their business. Also, the Chinese labor was very cheap. China had a huge population, the labor was ready to work at even the smaller costs, smaller wages, and multinational company always look for the profits. So they can earn more profits when their production process is less costly, right? And that is what China was offering. So that is why we see that they became the attractive locations. So they became the attractive destinations for foreign investments or the foreign MNCs, right? To capture the world market. Even in India, we see back in 1990, Ford Motors started coming, Cargill Foods started coming. Why? India offered great opportunities. India offered great market as well as costly, it was well as very cheap labor, very cheap and sasta labor that was ready to work for a smaller amount of payment. That is why it became the major choice of the big multinational corporations and companies. Okay? Okay. Jaskaran Bache, again, in English, I have already done this, this thing again, I have already done this entire question on the foundation channel. So there is a video called as 200 questions. So you can see the entire question on the foundation channel, but I have already done the question. Okay, so here I am doing the questions along with the concepts. So there also I have explained the concept, है ना Jaskaran? So आप English में वहाँ देख सकते हो बच्चे. Here I'll start teaching English. That will again break the flow of all those students who are studying in English. So, but say we should be more collective in nature, right? So that will definitely not be in favor of all the students who are studying in English. So in English, you can watch this entire thing in the foundation channel. I've already discussed there. Okay. I hope you understand, bache. Okay. Yeah. During the ancient time, China and India were the very good evening, Raj. Very good evening. So during the ancient time, China and India were the richest countries. That's very true. But if you talk about the Britishers, after they came, after the colonial powers came, they completely ruptured the Indian economy. Isn't it? Fine. Let's move on further. Okay. Okay, Jaskaran bache. Now moving on further, what attracted the Europeans to Africa? The answer is very simple. Okay, the answer is very simple. In the late 19th century, Europeans were attracted to Africa because of its vast resources of land and minerals. So Europeans came to Africa hoping to establish plantations and mines. They wanted to produce crops for the world market. They wanted to extract minerals. But the problem is they could not hire laborers. African guys were not interested in money. They did not want to earn money. For them, the entire wealth was cattle, the cows and the buffaloes, right? But when the cattle disease destroyed the entire African livelihoods, unfortunately, the people living in Africa had no option but to join the plantations and the mines, right? So these guys got very successful in monopolizing the entire state as well as getting the African labor for their plantation as well as the mines. Now, African countries were militarily very weak. They were very backward, so they were definitely not in a position to oppose the bigger colonial powers like Britain, France, Spain, who have captured the different parts of Africa. So ultimately, they had no option but to give up the demand of their protest and join the plantations and mines as the laborers. Okay, now next question. Explain how the global transfer of disease in the pre-modern world helped in the colonization of America. That's a nice 3-marker question. So let's try solving this. Okay. Fine. Bachcho. So Sunil bhai is searching for a soulmate. Bachcha, how can you search a soulmate on the YouTube chat? I mean, come on. Can you apply a little bit of common sense, bachcha? That is literally not common. I'll be very honest. You haven't seen a person. Just imagine. You haven't even seen a person. That too on the YouTube chat. Bachcha, can you be sure the guy who was chatting with the girl's ID? Can you imagine, bachcha, a person who has a name of girl's ID that is even a real girl? Relationship goals, bro. How can you even sort it out on chat? I mean, get some life, man. Literally. How can you, bachcha? How can you? I mean, my question is very simple. How can you find your soulmate on a YouTube chat with an ID that you don't even know about? It's a boy or a girl. Just imagine, Sunil, if the person turns out to be a boy. How cool it sound, you know? Hey man, accept my love. How will that sound? I mean, I don't have any problems with that. If you're comfortable, it's fine, absolutely okay. That's your personal choice. But even without knowing whether the person is even a boy or a girl, how can you set up relationship goals? That too in class 10, bro. You have a paper goal to set on 15th of March. If you don't set up goals there, then I don't know, but I guess as per the Indian parents, they will certainly burn down a hole, right? I am very sure about that. Indian parents, and you know, they have a different aspect towards it. So I'm very sure that they're definitely going to burn down a hole. I don't know about the relationship goal, but that hole is coming for sure. Okay, so beware and you know, stay away from such situations. It's a scam, bro. It's a scam. Okay, it's actually a scam, bache. It's a scam. Do not fall for this scam on YouTube chats. It's a great scam. Let's come forward. Yeah. See, when more we have, I was saving one from scam. Arnav is again here. How desperate you guys are. You're literally desperate. Literally, you let me down here. Very desperate people. Very desperate people. People are finding love in social science. I mean, come on, we are not talking about medieval history. You are finding love here. You know, you are finding love in the charts of social science. Wow. I'm enjoying the session. Honestly, I'm enjoying the session. People are building relationships. I feel 2 or 3 will get married by the end of the class. You know, sir, we are happily married. We seek your blessings. My blessings are with you. Don't worry. Beta, you are very soon going to get divorced also if your marks are not there in the board examination, satisfactory marks. Okay, your parents will be the major villains. Don't worry. So enjoy your happy marriage for 2 days. Later on, you're going to get divorced in that case. Okay, now let's move on further. राम परवेश, बेटा मैं अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बता चुका हूं कि चैप्टर हिंदी में ये आपका चैनल ही इंग्लिश का है, इस वजह से बेटा इंग्लिश में मेरे को बोलना पड़ रहा है। हिंदी वाली क्लासेस फाउंडेशन चैनल पे ली हुई है मैंने ऑलरेडी, ठीक है, ऑलरेडी हिंदी चैनल पे ली हुई है, मतलब फाउंडेशन चैनल पे हिंदी इंग्लिश में क्लासेस में हिंदी ज्यादा इंग्लिश नहीं है, तो आप उसको व्यू कर सकते हैं। ये चैनल ही बच्चे पूरा इंग्लिश का है, दैट इज वाई इंग्लिश में क्लास है, ठीक है। सो कंफ्यूजन होता है, नो वरीज। बिल्कुल सही एलोन मस्क, बिल्कुल सही। Okay, sure Ratan, we'll give the break. Sure Ratan, bache, I'll give you the break after this. So I guess this is almost done. Right? I guess this is almost done, and after doing this, we'll move on to the next parts. Okay, fine, fair enough. Okay, so we'll do these questions. We'll do few more questions, and then I'll give all the questions in the notes itself. So I'll discuss the most important questions from the topics, and then we'll move on further, and then I'll give you the grape, or I'll give you the break, not the grapes. Okay, so grapes you need to manage on your own. So when you're talking about, Elon Musk has given me the very correct answer. When you're talking about the global transfer of disease, number one, see, when you're talking about the countries like Portugal and Spain, so they were very much advanced in one case, that they started carrying the smallpox germs. Now, smallpox is a deadly disease that can prove out to be very, very fatal, right? If you talk about, America was isolated from the rest of the world before the discovery by Christopher Columbus. So when America was discovered, these European countries, they got to know that America is very rich in natural resources. Now they wanted to capture their lands, and that for that they have to remove the people. So what they did was, instead of fighting a war, instead of shooting bullets, they carried the germs of diseases like smallpox on an infected person, released it in a territory. As a result, the Americans were definitely not immune to these kinds of diseases. For them, this was completely new because they had been isolated for so long. So these guys, they did not have any way to counter the disease. As a result, they died in huge numbers. So that was a kind of biological warfare, and the area was captured by the Portuguese and the Spanish guys. Okay, now let's move on further. So we have done this. Briefly discuss the British government decision to abolish the corn laws. See, what is corn laws? Number one. So when you're talking about the corn laws, the Britishers, they used to import corn. Corn means bhutta, right? So they used to import corn in order to feed the huge population of Britain. But as a result, the local farmers are facing a huge competition from this imported corn. So they started pressurizing their governments to stop to restrict the import of corn. And the laws that were brought in to restrict the import of corn is called as the corn laws, right? But because of this, what happened, the local people were not able to afford the prices of the food grains. So as a result, they started protesting against the government. So again, the government had to give up the demands, and as a result, the corn laws were scrapped off. But after the scrapping of the corn laws, there was no scope left for the farmers in Britain. So ultimately, they had left the fields uncultivated. They migrated to other regions in search of another work, right? So you can talk about the effect of corn laws on this. Moving on further, explain the coming of the rinderpest to Africa. See, very simple, we'll talk about rinderpest. It's a type of cattle plague. Cattle plague means a disease that can be caught to buffaloes and cows, and once caught, it will lead to the fatal death of these people. So how it was spread, basically, if you talk about the rinderpest, it has spread from an infected cattle. So I told you in the beginning also, we discussed this 2-3 times. Again, I'll recall you. So what is happening here, in eastern part of Africa, there's a place called Eritrea. So in Eritrea, the Italian soldiers were invading that place. In order to feed these Italian soldiers, cattle was brought from the British Asia, but this cattle was already infected. And because of this infection, it spread with the other cattle, and gradually within the 5 years, you can see that it reached the Cape of Good Hope, that is Africa's southernmost tip, and 90% population of the cattle in Africa, it completely died, right? Okay, fine. So you can write these 2 points. First World War was a modern industrial war. Very important question. Hi, yaar, fun bache. Your comment is really amazing. I loved your comment. I really loved your comment. But I guess, you know, if you study something, let's talk about, if you study about any scripture book, if you don't know even the, you know, why even Ravan was killed, we cannot say that, you know, the killing of Ravan was a wrong decision, right? So the point is, see, when you spam, it itself shows a good quality of yours, that spamming is a talent that is only possessed by the people who are little bit ignorant. Okay, so spamming is done by people who are little bit ignorant, who want to prove their importance. So gaining importance by your work is different, and gaining importance by spamming is different. However, you can gain importance but not the respect. By work, you can gain both importance and the respect. So this can be found only in the dictionary of the people who actually read about it. Okay, so I hope you get that. Let's focus on this thing, because lots of time, we cannot afford to waste time, right? So bache, you can continue spamming. You can continue spamming. I wish you become the biggest spammer of the world. That is my humble wishes and blessings for you. So bache, may you achieve your target of becoming the biggest spammer. I guess you will get Oscars for this one day. Like RRR has got an Oscar, you will get the Oscar for the biggest spammer in the world. So bache, all the best to you. Keep on spamming. Let's move on further. So AR Fun, keep on spamming, bache. Yeah, sure. Okay, sure. Bache, let's move on. Let's have a focus. Bache, we see it's a democracy. India is a democracy. We cannot control people. People are like, you know, when people do not get any substance in life, they feel that spamming is a fantastic activity. By this, I'll become a great YouTuber. That's so much fun. The name itself has fun. You don't have to bother about these, right? So we don't have to bother this. Okay, fine. But geography will be doing this. Don't worry. We'll be doing this. Nitesh, let's focus. Let's focus. Let's focus. Utsav will be doing geography after this. Let's focus. Fine. Okay. So let's talk about, forget about this thing. Hi Sunil, how are you? I hope you are good. Okay, Sunil my dear, everything good? No breakups, no heartbreaks. If there is one, please do tell me, I'll help you out. You're still my favorite one, don't worry. Okay, so the First World War was the modern industrial war. Why this was the First World War, a modern industrial war? Number one. Okay, number one. See, very simple, but very simple. Okay, the First World War, all the things that were used in the First World War were prepared in industries, like the tanks, the missiles, the bombs, the atom bombs, the weapons, every kind of thing, right? So if we talk about the First World War, everything was prepared in the industries, and as a result we see that the destruction was on huge scale. 9 million people were died, 20 million people injured. So that is why we call the First World War as the modern industrial war. Moving on further. Okay, moving on further. Let's move on further. Okay, so let's move on further, bacho. Let's move on further. Now, explain the impact of the Great Depression in the Indian economy. So, on the Great Depression, you have to write the same points. Number one, India was a British colony. So, India was a major exporter of the agricultural products. India was worst hit, especially the farmers in India. The farmers who are involved in the international trade, they were the worst hit. The reason being, the agricultural prices in the market were falling. And as a result, the farmers' income was also declining. However, when you talk about the urban people in India, the impact of Great Economic Depression was less on them. Why? Because for the urban people, the incomes were very much fixed. Okay, and for them, the products become very cheap. So it was easy for them to afford the products. When we talk about the farmers or the agricultural sector, they were the worst hit sector. Right? Now let's move on further. Okay. For sure, but sure. I'll explain the indentured labor. We'll come to that point also. See, indentured labor in very short term. Let's suppose my name is Kunal, right? So what suppose, like I want to go to another country for working, right? You also might be going to another country for working at some point of time if you wish so, right? So what happens in indentured labor? You are hired on a contract basis. What is a contract? Contract is an agreement. Right? So when you're talking about contract, so what we are doing here is a worker is signing a contract for 5 years. Based upon the contract, we are going to a country, okay, where we are working for 5 years. And once we have worked for 5 years, we'll come back to our country. If you don't want to come back, you will sign a new contract, and after signing that, you will go to another country. Now, this type of labor, number one, had no legal rights. It was tortured physically. It was very much, disturbed, physically tortured. If they were not able to do good counter work, they were again punished. So this is kind of indentured labor. This is called as indentured labor. I hope this is clear. Let's move further. Okay, let's move on further. Sunil, my dear, find love, my dear bache. Find love. Finding love will never come with aggression, isn't it? So Sunil, my dear, find love. Finding love will never come with aggression. You can find love with only love, isn't it? Fine. So giving examples from history to show the impact of technology on the food availability. Now in this question, you will give the example of refrigerated chips. Very simple. So if we talk about before the introduction of refrigerated chips, it was very difficult to transport the food that was perishable in nature. Perishable means the food that gets ruined or destroyed very easily. For example, meat, milk, these kinds of food. If you don't keep in fridge, just imagine if you keep the milk in open, because of heat, outside temperature, it will get big, just destroyed, isn't it? So you cannot consume that milk. It is not good at all. But if you talk about you keep that in fridge inside your freezer, then definitely that milk is definitely altogether okay for consumption. So in the same way, when you take the example of meat is a very expensive commodity. Why? Because number one, earlier what used to happen, the meat used to transport it to Europe in a very different way. The live animals, live means alive animals, cattle and buffaloes, they were transported onto a ship. For 2-3 months, they used to travel the entire sea, and then from America, Australia, they used to reach the Europe. By the time they reached Europe, either they were ill, their weight has reduced, or they were unfit for consumption. So the demand was meat was high, but the supply was less. As a result, meat was expensive. After the making of refrigerated chips, what happened? The meat was cut itself in the slaughterhouses in Australia, America. Then it was kept into deep freezer. okay, into refrigerated chips. As a result, it did not get rotten, it did not get destroyed, and by the time it reached Europe, easily it was available. As a result, the meat prices went down and people were now able to consume the meat, especially the poor people. The poor guys were now able to add meat to their diet. So this was the result of technology. With the improvement in technology, the food went under the great revolution. Now, explain any 3 causes of Great Depression. That's a nice question, very nice question. Okay. But Bhudan Gramdan will be doing Anurag in the geography. Okay, we'll be doing the Bhudan Gramdan in the geography section. Right, bache? So we are doing with the history part, and once we are done with the history part, we're doing with the geography part. Okay, exactly. I'll get sure. Okay. Hello? हाँ बच्चे, I'm here only and I hope I'm audible. आपको आवाज आ रही है, मैं दिख रहा हूं आपको, right? So I hope I'm audible, clearly audible हूं बच्चों, आपको आवाज आ रही है, right? So कुछ glitches थे, ठीक है, the video was not visible and audio भी सही से नहीं आ रहा था. So I hope it's all fine, it's all easy, right? So बिल्कुल. Okay, चलिए. सर विच वन इज बेटर, कैपिटलिज्म और कम्युनिज्म? बच्चे कैपिटलिज्म कम्युनिज्म दोनों के अपने प्रोस है, दोनों अपने के कॉन्स है. कैपिटलिज्म के अंदर जिसके पास पैसा है वो राजा है. कम्युनिज्म के अंदर सरकार अगर ठीक है तो बढ़िया रहेगा, आपको अधिकार मिल जाएंगे. सरकार अगर मनमानी करेगी तो आपको बच्चे क्या करना पड़ेगा, यू विल हैव टू सफर अ लॉट. ओके, नाउ लेट्स मूव ऑन फर्दर. सो अक्षित, आई होप आई हैव आंसर्ड योर क्वेश्चन. ओके सर. But why lack of buyers? We'll come to this. So there was some glitch in the session, so we'll come to this. Number 1, agricultural overproduction. See, I'll tell you what happens. Let's try to understand what actually happened here. However, the chapter does not give you entire gist. See what happened in the World War I. Before the World War I, Eastern Europe was the major producer of wheat. Okay, Eastern Europe was the major producer of wheat. But during the World War I, Eastern Europe was not able to produce wheat. As a result, what happened? The wheat production started in Australia, America, right, in huge amount. So the farmers in Australia, America, they started growing wheat in huge number, just in one case that they will be the major producers, right? Now, what happened, bacho, when the World War I was over, Eastern Europe again started producing the wheat. So as a result, there were excess wheat in the market, excess food grains in the market. So whenever the supply is excess and the demand is less, what is going to happen? The product's price will start falling. People are less, people want a less amount of things. You are supplying more and more. What is going to happen? The price of commodities will fall. And this is what happened in the case of the agriculture. As a result, excessive amount of production was there in the agricultural field, because of which the prices started falling. So that is agricultural overproduction, number 1 point. Second is giving of the loans. So if we talk about prosperity in the US during the 1920s, created a cycle of higher employment and incomes. When US started getting better income, better jobs, better opportunities, so people also started buying more things. When you have money, right? When you have more money, you start buying more things. That is very common, very definite. So people in USA also started buying unnecessary things, especially by taking loans. Even people started taking loans and invested in the stock market. Stock market is a share market. Like suppose if I have a company, right? If I have a company, I've rolled out the shares, I've asked people to invest in my company, and if I have the profits, you will also have the profit. If I have the loss, you will also have the loss. So when the US companies were doing good, definitely they were having lots of profits. When US companies started suffering losses, people also started suffering losses. So started selling their shares. They started selling their shares. They became so panicked, so disturbed that they sell all their shares at one go. As a result, the stock market crashed. Apart from that, the US had already given loans to lots of countries. So when the US started facing economic problems, it started calling back the loans. So all those countries that were dependent upon the US loans started crashing. For example, Germany. US had given loans to Germany after the First World War. You remember in the chapter that is Hitler 1923. So when US started calling back all the loans from the countries that it has given, those countries that were dependent upon the US money also started facing the problems. So in the 1929, all those countries that were dependent upon US for the income started facing the major problems, right? So these are the major problems of the Great Depression. These are the major points you can write. Moving on further. Okay, moving on further. Exactly. Very nice, Alon. Very nice. Sure. We'll be giving the break. I told you after this we'll be giving the break. Question is, what steps were taken by economists and politicians of the world to meet the global economic crisis after World War II? After World War II, what happened? Basically, you have to talk about the Bretton Woods institution. See, when you're talking about after World War II, the economists were very much concerned about one fact, especially the nations that had participated in the war, they were economically impacted, right? So when you're talking about, they wanted to, wanted to ensure the economic stability and full employment in these countries. And for this, a conference was held in 1944 at Bretton Woods, USA, that is called as the Bretton Woods Conference. So this Bretton Woods Conference established two important institutions, that is International Monetary Fund and International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, called as IBRD or the World Bank. Now this World Bank was given the target to deal with the economic stability of all the member nations, especially those countries that had fought the World War II and were affected by it. Moving on further, the post-war international economic system was also called as Bretton Woods system. Why it is called as Bretton Woods system? Number one, because it was set up after the conference that was held in Bretton Woods. Okay, and this was based on a fixed exchange rate. What we have done is we have fixed the currencies against each other. For example, if you talk about dollar itself, so if you talk about dollar itself, in order to purchase 1 ounce of gold, you needed $35, right? In order to purchase 1 ounce of gold, you needed $35. So that was the price at which dollar was fixed. So in fixed exchange rates, what we do is we fix the currencies. For example, if I say that $1 will be equal to 60 Indian rupees. So that is fixed amount. Okay, $1 will be equal to 60 Indian rupees. That is a fixed amount that is not going to change irrespective of the market conditions. So that kind of exchange rate was basically adopted in this conference. Now, the IMF and World Bank were designed to meet the financial needs of the industrial countries. But as Europe and Japan started rebuilding their economies very rapidly, very fast, these institutions started shifting their focus towards the developing countries and the developing nations. Fine, so these are the basic things you have to write in this particular chapter. Okay. Now let's move on further. Right, very nice. Elon Musk and Utsav, you are doing very nice. Describe the impact of Great Depression on the whole world. Again, the same thing. So again, the same pointers you need to write. Right, so we'll move on further. We'll move on to the next question. Next question is, read the paragraph, answer the questions that follow. So it's the extract from the testimony of Ram Narayan Tiwari. He was an indentured labor who spent 10 years on Demerara in the early 20th century. In spite of the best efforts, I could not properly do the works that were allotted to me. In few days, I got my hands bruised all over and I could not go to work for a week, for which I was prosecuted, sent to jail for 14 days. And new immigrants find the task allotted to them extremely heavy and cannot complete them in a day. Deductions are also made from the wages if the work is considered to be unsatisfactory. Many people cannot therefore earn their full wages and are punished in various ways. In fact, the laborers have to spend a period of indentured in great trouble. Source from the Department of Commerce. Okay, so basically this is the entire paragraph that talks about the lot and problems that is faced by the indentured labor. Okay, so the question is definitely with respect to the same. So what do you mean by the term indentured labor? You have to define this. So it's a kind of labor where you have to work on a contract basis for 5 years or more. So you'll go to another country, you'll work there and you will come back. Okay, moving on further, what were the main destinations of indentured labor? So we'll talk about this. A bonded labor under contract to work for an employer for a specific amount of time. Right, main destinations of Indian indentured labor is Caribbean islands, that is Trinidad, Guyana, Suriname, Mauritius, Fiji. Okay, some people also went to from Tamil Nadu, people also went to Ceylon and Malaya, right? And some people also worked in the tea plantations of Assam. Moving on further, recruitment. Now, third question was, why was indentured labor called a system of new slavery? They called a system of slavery, right? The reason being very simple. The recruitment was done by the agents, that is engaged by the employer, on a small commission basis. Now, these agents used to tempt the workers by false information that you have a great lifestyle, you will have a great working condition, you'll get lots and lots of money. So, people were basically lured by these type of creative things, and ultimately they had no option. So, but when they went for when they went for work, they realized that, what did they realize? They realized that all these promises were false, all these promises are fake, and the real working conditions were very, very bad. They were beaten, they were troubled, they were physically tortured if the work was not satisfactory. Often they were not even told that they have to sit on a long sea journey over 2 months, 3 months, 4 months even, right? So these are the various conditions. Okay, fine. So fair enough. Namaskar, bache, namaskar. But how can you learn the name of the crop growing states? It's very simple. Just learn the major producer and 3 other states. That's all. Just learn the major producer and 3 other states, not more than that. You do not need to learn 8 and 10, 9, 10 states. No need. Learn the major producer, learn 2 to 3 other states. That's more than sufficient. Okay? Fine. Okay. Fair enough. Now, with this, we come to the long answer questions. With this, we come to the long answer question. Bretton Woods institution, we have already done, so we will not be completing that again. Explain the 3 types of movements of flows. Okay, we'll come to this question. Explain the 3 types of movements of flows. Okay, so we have already done the Bretton Woods, so we'll not be covering that. So Bretton Woods we already discussed. 3 types of movements of flows. It's very simple. We can talk about 3 movements, that is flow of capital, flow of labor, and flow of trade. Let's understand this by a very simple example of Britain. If we talk about Britain, the population of Britain was growing rapidly. So Britain definitely had a food production demand. But the problem was agriculture in Britain was in a very bad state. There were no people to do the agriculture. So Britain, it had to somehow the other, fulfill the demand for food by importing food grains. So the lands were cleared in Australia, America, right? So these countries came forward to grow the crops for Britain. They said that no worries, we are going to fulfill your demand for food grains. So we see that from England or from Britain, there were many people who migrated to these areas. So this is flow of labor, where the people are migrating to the different places in search of work. So they started going to Australia, America in search of agriculture work because there was huge opportunity, right? Number 1 is flow of labor. Then when talking about when the America and Australia, they started supplying food grains to Britain. So what they are doing is they are doing a trade. So that is flow of trade. That is food grains from America, from Britain. They are being supplied to Britain. And same way you can talk about if you talk about the meat also. Meat is also a very good example. That meat was cut and slaughtered in, the cattle was slaughtered, the meat was cut in Americas, or you can talk about Australia and New Zealand, and then it was stuffed into ship and sent to European countries. So that is also a very, very good example, right? So food was grown in different areas, but they were transported to the different countries. That is a good example of flow of trade. Now, in order to manage the housing facilities for the laborers, in order to manage the housing facilities for the farmers who are working in Australia and America to grow the food grains, you need a huge amount of money. And this money was generally supplied from London. That is the movement of capital or the money. So from London, this money was supplied to these areas in order to manage and fulfill these activities. So these are the good examples of flow of trade, flow of labor, and flow of capital. So you can grow all these examples and find up with this question. Okay, fine. Now let's move on further. Let's move on for the next question. So basically, the next question is very simple. The next question is, why did the developing countries organize the G77? G77 means the group of 77 countries. So if we talk about the IMF or World Bank, the IMF and World Bank, which are formed at the Bretton Woods Conference, they were generally focused on those countries, improving the economy of those countries that were involved in the World War II. So they were least bothered about these developing countries. Or even after when they shifted their focus to developing countries, their policies were not at all fair. So as a result, all the developing countries that decided to form their own group called as G77, and they demanded a new international economic order. So basically they wanted fair prices for their products, they wanted control over their natural resources, and they wanted that their manufactured products should be sold in the good markets. Fine, bacho? Bache, geo will be there, geography hoga, don't worry, okay? So geo will be there, So don't worry about this. Okay, so geo will be there. So you're done with this question as well. Indentured labor we have already done. First World War we have already done. Okay, so we are done with this topic. So now we are coming to age of industrialization. We'll wind up with age of industrialization and print culture in the next 2 ways. In the next we'll talk about. So guess this session will somewhere go about 10:30 or 10:45. Geography chapters are comparatively smaller. We'll do them very early. So how many of you want break? How many of you actually want break, Bacho? How many of you want break? Come on. You want break, I'll give you 5 to 6 minutes break. Okay, 6 minutes break only, not more than that, because you have to finish it a lot. Let's take break. Let's take break, right? Sure, let's take a break. So I hope you guys want a break. You guys want a break? Okay, so let's take a break. Let's take a break, bacho. How many minutes break you want? Sure, I'm already giving a break. I'm already giving break. Okay, we'll take 7 minutes break, 8 minutes break. Fair enough. So I have been studying for 4 hours on a continuous basis. However, I'm not tired at all. 4 hours on a continuous basis. 8 minutes break is perfectly sufficient. So we'll meet after 8 minutes. But I'm not tired. I'm teaching since 5 p.m. for the last 4 hours, right? So I haven't taken a break. I don't want a break, but you guys want a break. Okay. Gentleman gaming. Abhishek is saying no break. But I'll give you just 8 minutes of break. Just 8 minutes of break. Okay, 8 minutes of break and we'll be back. So just 8 minutes of break and we'll be back. You take a, you have something quick. You eat something quick and we'll just get back after that. Okay, have something quick. Eat something quick. Fine. बच्चे एक साथ 2 लाइव क्लास एक साथ एक ही लाइव क्लास हो रही है मतलब अभी तो मैं एक ही लाइव ले रहा हूँ आई एम जस्ट टेकिंग 1 लाइव क्लासेस and since we don't have time right now we already have your papers that is the reason history and geo I'm taking combined so let's take a quick break बच्चे let's take a quick break don't worry बच्चे सताना we'll do it very interestingly don't worry we'll take a 8 minute break and we'll come back okay so let's come back for sure just take this break have something quick and we'll come back So, once again back. Once again, welcome back. Okay, so let's stop the break and let's get started. So, bacha party. Once again, welcome back. And what are we going to do today? Definitely, we have been doing history for so long. So let's take a target to just wind up with this history and mystery, and let's get started with geography, because we have to do geography, just wind it up in a very small time. So once again, welcome back, my all amazing people, all my loving people, all my lovers, all my philosophers, all my thinkers, and also my super amazing champions. Okay, so once again, welcome back. Vetso. Hi, how are you? Okay, first time you have seen my comments. No, I'm already seeing your comments. In fact, I already complimented you Alon for giving such a nice answer. In fact, your username is also very creative. I have been seeing all your answers all throughout. But it's not like that I haven't seen them, right? I have been seeing all your answers all throughout. So they are really important. They're really amazing. I must say, hey, where's that weapon gone? Yeah. So I was searching for this. So this is a presenter. It just helps me to increase the speed. Okay, so let's start with the MCQ wall. Number one question. We'll go at a super rapid speed. We'll try to wind this up by at least 9:45. By 9:45 we'll try to wind it up by print culture, so that we can start with geography and start winding it up soon, right? Okay, let's get started. Number one. Who set up the first Indian jute mill in Calcutta? So the first jute mill was set up by Seth Hukumchand. Hukum Karo Sa. Right, let's move to the next question. First cotton mill in India. Oh, what happened to this pen? This pen is gone. Whoa. Just give me a second, bacho. Just give me a second. This is very bad. This is very bad. Something happened with the pen. Okay, no worries. So the very simple, the first cotton mill was basically established in India back in, that is Calcutta. Moving on, next question. Dwarkanath Tagore was basically an industrialist. He was a businessman. Moving on further, next question. By late 19th century, why did the British manufacturers print calendars for the advertisements? So when you're talking about calendars can be purchased by both poor and rich people. They can be used to decorate the walls, and they are of great usage, right? So that is why with this case, we will go with option number B as the correct option. Unlike newspapers and magazines, calendars used by people even who did not know to read and write, and they can be purchased even by the poor people. Next question. Okay, according to the historians, who was a typical worker in the mid-19th century? So a typical worker was generally a craft person and a laborer, a guy who used to work as a laborer, or a person who used to produce different articles, for example, like the iron products or the gold products, right? Now let's move on to the next question. Very nice, bacho. Okay, next question. What was the supply during the First World War from Indian factories? See, if we're talking about the Indian factories, they produce all the things like jute bags, cloth for army uniforms, tents and leather boots, horse and mule saddles. So correct answer is all of these. Next question. When did the export of Indian yarn to China decline? So the year was 1906, because the reason was Japanese and Chinese factories were into function and they were supplying the entire market of China with the yarn. Yarn means thread. Okay, so I'm also searching for my yarn. Yarn means I'm searching for my pen's cap, but I couldn't find that. Well, no worries, we'll find that. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Over 50% of the workers in the Bombay cotton industries came from the district of Ratnagiri. So Ratnagiri was a nearby area from where the maximum workers came in the cotton industry. Next one further. Elgin mill was started in which year? Elgin mill started in Kanpur in the year 1860s. Okay, so Elgin mill was started in 1860s. Next question. By dash, the first spinning and the weaving mill of Madras began production. The first spinning and weaving mill of Madras started production back in 1874. Next question. Which of the following statements are true about steam engines? When you're talking about steam engines, there were almost 321 steam engines all across England. Matthew Boulton manufactured the new model. Absolutely true. James Watt improved the steam engine produced by Newcomen, patented the new engine in 1781. So we see that all of the above statements are absolutely true when it comes to steam engine. Nice question. Very nice question. Very nice, bacho. Very nice. Okay. Okay, let's move to the next question. Dash products came to symbolize refinement and class. So they were generally the handmade products, because people belonging to the rich classes felt that the handmade products are exclusively made for them, and because they symbolize kind of class and richness. Okay, moving on, next question. Goods were for export to the colonies. So all the machine-made goods were considered to be of cheap quality. So they were better considered to be exporting it to the colonies or the areas under the control of the European powers. Next question. Before the age of the machine industry, silk and cotton goods from Dash dominated the international market. So silk and cotton goods from India dominated the international markets. Okay, before the coming of industrialization. Next question. Dash and Dash merchants took the goods from Punjab to Afghanistan. So basically the Armenian and Persian merchants, what they used to do, they used to take a lot of cloth or fabric from India, from Punjab region to Afghanistan, Eastern Persia and Central Asia. Next question. Dash on the Coromandel coast had trade links with Southeast Asia. You're talking about the Coromandel coast, we are talking about somewhere the Tamil Nadu region, right? So when you're talking about the Coromandel coast, we're talking about this region. So this region, we have a port called as Mausoleepatnam. So it had great trade links with the Southeast Asian ports. Next question. With reference to the given image, choose the correct answer. We see a given image here. So this image is basically about a steam engine, right? This image is basically about a steam engine. So the question is very simple. With reference to the given image, choose the correct answer. So if we're talking about the correct answer, so it basically talks about James Watt patented the steam engine. So we know that James Watt patented the steam engine in which year? He did that in the year 1781. So correct answer is option number D. Next question. Which of the following is correct with respect to jobber? See, jobber is an old trusted worker. Basically, his major task is to bring people from the villages and get them to work in the jobs in factories. Okay. Jobber later demanded gifts for his favors. That is also true. And jobber did not grow corrupt and was loyal. The question is, which of the following is incorrect with respect to jobber? So if we're talking about jobber, all the three statements are correct. That he was an old trusted worker of the factory. Then he was given the task to bring people from the villages, get them employment in the factories. And he also started taking gifts for his favors, right? So jobber was a corrupt guy. So this statement is not correct, that jobber did not grow corrupt. He was a corrupt guy, right? So correct answer is option D. Next question. Who devised spinning jenny? Who made spinning jenny? So spinning jenny was a machinery used for the weaving processes. This was devised by James Hargreaves in the year 1764. Let's go to the next question. Gomast was a dash of the company. So Gomast was a paid servant of the company. Now who is a Gomast? This guy is a paid servant hired by the East India Company. This guy has a task to go to the weavers. Weavers are the people who weave the fabric, who prepare the cloth. So this guy has a task to go to the weavers, give them advance payments and ask them to prepare the cloth or the fabric. So once the fabric is prepared, he will buy the cloth from them and sell it back to the East India Company. So that guy is called as Gomast. Not sell it back, but give it to the East India Company. Next question. Women workers in Britain attacked the spinning jenny. That's a very nice question. I guess someone already asked me this question. So if we talk about spinning jenny was introduced in the woolen textiles. Okay, spinning jenny is a kind of device. It's a kind of machine in which at one point of time you can spin a huge number of threads. You know, thread is called dhaga in Hindi. So you can spin that dhaga or thread at one point of time. Lots of threads can be prepared with the help of one simple machine. Now when this machine was introduced, definitely it was going to eat up the jobs of lots of people. So many women, they started getting unemployed. As a result, they became very insecure and started attacking the new technology of the spinning jenny. Moving on further. Okay. Very nice. Let's move on further. In the 17th century, merchants from towns in Europe began employing peasants and artisans within the villages. Give reason. Very simple. If you talk about the merchants in the towns were not able to operate. The reason being the guilds. Guilds are the organizations of the traders and the workers. Okay, so guilds are the organizations of the traders and the workers. So what they do is, like for example, if I'm a cloth merchant, I have teamed up, paired with the 4 or 5 another cloth merchants. We had made an organization. We'll go to the local ruler, we'll take special permission that in the city, only we will do the trading and the business, no one else is allowed. So this is very common in the towns. As a result, the other merchants, other businessmen, they went into the villages. They gave order to the peasants and the farmers in the villages and asked them to prepare the cloth or the fabric. And this fabric was then sold in the international market and the profit was earned. So that is why they went to the villages in search of fabric. So these points you can write in this particular answer. Next question, the port of Surat declined by the end of the 18th century. See, when you're talking about the port of Surat, Surat is an important port through which Indian merchants traded or did the business. But after the control of the European companies and the European powers, they got special permission from the local rulers. As a result, they started controlling the trade, right? Exactly. Very nice, Elon Musk. Very nice, Bache. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Okay. So when you're talking about, so they basically initially they started controlling the trade. So, but when European companies came into the scene, they started establishing a monopoly over these areas. Now, it became very difficult for the Indian merchant to survive the competition, as most of the European companies had huge resources. And in fact, some of the European companies also got the monopolized rights. What is monopoly? Monopoly means only you have the authority to deal in a certain area, no one else can. So some of the European companies got the monopoly rights. As a result, Indian traders could not find a suitable match to the European companies and they left. So in the last years of 17th century, we can just imagine the amount of trade. Earlier from Surat, 16 million worth of trade was done, but by the end, it turned only to 3 million. So as the Surat and Hooghly ports decayed, they became less important. Bombay and Calcutta ports started growing in importance. This also shows the growth of colonial power in the country. Moving on further, East India Company appointed Gomas. See, very simple. So Gomas was an outsider. We already discussed. He was a paid servant of the company. The entire task was to go to the weaver. Okay, give them the advance payment and get the cloth prepared. So when the cloth is prepared, it will take the cloth from the weaver and give it back to the East India Company. So that guy is called as Gomas. Next point. What is meant by proto-industrialization? Same point. So proto-industrialization, because basically this is that phase where there were no large industries and major production was done in the homes, small houses, small factories, right? So there were no big factories, no large industries, but the production was done in the houses itself, small cottage industries, right? So in this case, the production was done for the international market, but was done within the house on a smaller scale. So this is called as the proto-industrialization. Okay, moving on further. Why did some industrialists in 19th century Europe prefer hand labor over machinery? So when you're talking about hand labor, number one, the new machine was comparatively very expensive. Its maintenance was very difficult. Machines often broke down. Their repair was very costly. And if you talk about, there were many industries where the labor demand was seasonal, right? So as a result, when the people had more requirement of the labor, they hired more people. When the requirement reduced, they fired the people. As a result, the cost of production was maintained. That's why the people prefer more hand labor over machines. Next. Okay, so you can write these kinds of examples. Moving on further. How did East India Company procure the regular supplies of cotton silk textiles from Indian weavers? So if we talk about the East India Company, it started various steps. Number one, they established political power. Once they got the political power, they established their monopoly in trading. So apart from that, no one else can trade. Second, they tried to eliminate the competition. How can they eliminate the competition? By controlling the weavers. Earlier, when the weavers are free, they can sell their cloth to any person because there was huge demand. Everyone wanted that, the local rulers, the traders, the Portuguese. So everyone wanted the Indian cloth because of its fine quality. So first they tried to eliminate the competition, and for this they appointed Gomas. Now this Gomas will directly control the weaver. We have already discussed that Gomas is the paid servant who is given the task of going to the weaver, giving them advance payments, advance cash money and getting the cloth prepared by them. Okay? Now the point is, the weavers who accepted the loans from the company had no options of selling their clothes to anyone else. So that is why the competition is eliminated. Okay, so this is the point. Now, so they developed a system of management and control that will eliminate competition, control the cost and also ensure the regular supply of cotton and silk clothes. So with the help of their monopoly, with the help of political power and also with the help of Gomas, they made sure that they get the regular supply of cotton and silk goods. Moving on further, why did industrial production in India increase during the First World War? So it's very simple. When you're talking about industrial production, during the First World War, all the industries in Britain were busy producing the war needs. As a result, they were not at all doing anything else, right? So, but still there was a huge shortage. So Britain in that case turned towards India to produce the different products for the war. So Indian industries are producing all kinds of products. For example, the tents, the jute bags, the cloth for the uniform, right? So new factories were also set up during this point of time during the war years. Okay, so we can say that during the First World War, the industrial production in India boomed on a large scale. Moving on further. Okay, moving on further. Okay. Let's move on further. Bacho. Let's move on further. So, AR Fun, my dear, we have better time to invest in some other questions rather than wasting time in your spams. So, bache, the very simple way, whenever you find, people who are irrelevant in your life, just stop, listening to them. Once you stop ignoring the guys who are really irrelevant in life, they themselves will understand the importance. Like, So very simple, just like Britain ignored the India's interest, or Lord Irwin ignored the interest of Mr. Gandhi, in the same way we'll just ignore the spam, right? So let's move on to the question. Let's focus on the question. How did a series of inventions in the 18th century increased the efficiency of each step of production process in the cotton textile industry? Now the question is very simple. How the inventions were very helpful in increasing the efficiency of the production. Now if you talk about a series of inventions in the 18th century increased the efficiency in every step. Like if you talk about the process of producing cotton involved different steps: carding, twisting, spinning, okay, and milling. The inventions enhance the output per worker. So when you're talking about smaller inventions, so what it will do, very simple, when the machines are of better quality, okay, especially when you talk about when Richard Arkwright created the cotton mill, the machines and the labor were all brought together at one place. So this saved both the time, energy and the money. Also more time can be now taken out for supervising the quality of the products and producing a better quality product, right? So this helped the worker to produce good quality threads and yarns. Okay, let's move on further. Okay, let's move on further. Fine. So we have already given the Richard Arkwright example. So you can give the Richard Arkwright example, and you say that when he created the cotton mill, so he brought together all the processes under one roof. That is production, raw material processing, everything was done under one cotton mill, and also the management. So this gave them more time to supervise the quality of the product being made, right? So let's move on to the next question, bacho. Let's move on to the next question. What problems were faced by the Indian cotton weavers in the 19th century? Number one, we'll talk about two problems. Number one, their export market collapse. Why it collapsed? Earlier, India was a major exporter of fabric. Fabric means kapda, that is cloth, right? But when the industries in Britain started booming, they definitely did not want competition from Indian fabric. They pressurized their government to stop the import of Indian fabric, right? So as a result, the weavers who used to earlier export their cotton fabric in the international market, their export market collapsed. Apart from that, they started pressurizing the East India Company to sell the products made in England into the Indian markets. As a result, they could not also sell their products in the domestic markets. So it's a very difficult situation for the Indian weavers. Why? Because Indian market is being flooded, is being stuffed with the products made in London, made in England, that is made in Manchester, and that are very cheap products. So as a result, our local producers are not able to compete with the cheap machine made products. So these were the two major problems faced by the Indian weavers. Moving on further. Then by 1860, Indian weavers faced a new problem, that is supply of good quality of raw cotton. And why this problem arise? Very simple. Earlier, Britain was importing raw cotton from America. But when a civil war broke in America, Britain turns toward India. Now, all the good quality of raw cotton was being exported from India to Britain. So, as a result, the weavers could not find the good quality of cotton. And even if they found, that was a very high price, very high amount, they could not afford that, right? And factories in India also started producing different products. So, factories in India became functional. They started producing different products. As a result, the local producers in India could not compete with the factory-made products. Let's move on further. Okay. Next question, how did many Indian entrepreneurs survive despite tight economic controls imposed by the British? If we talk about the Britishers, they had completely controlled the modern trade. Okay, very simple. So for AR fun, पता है आपको एक कहानी आपने सुनी होगी, मैं वैसे आपके कमेंट को रिस्पॉन्ड करने की कोई जरूरत थी नहीं, ठीक है? एक कहानी थी, अंगूर खट्टे हैं। बच्चे कभी पढ़ी होगी, स्कूल गए होगे कभी लाइफ में, तो शायद आपने कहानी पढ़ी होगी। जब आपको अंगूर पता ही नहीं होता किस क्वालिटी के, तो आप क्या कहते हो? अंगूर खट्टे हैं। यही होता है when you actually are unaware about the syllabus and the chapter being taught, और फॉर एग्जाम्पल कौन से सब्जेक्ट का पेपर है, तो बेटा लाइफ में ऐसा ही लगता है कि अंगूर खट्टे हैं। और अंगूर खट्टे होने के बाद लोमड़ी को क्या लगा कि लोमड़ी बहुत चालाक है, बट एक्चुअली में किसका एग्जाम्पल दिया जाता है लोमड़ी को कि लोमड़ी से बड़ा कोई था ही नहीं। चलिए आगे बात करते हैं। लेट्स मूव ऑन फर्दर, दिस वाज स्पेशली इन हिंदी सो दैट यू अंडरस्टैंड। लेट्स मूव ऑन फर्दर। ओके, so let's move on further, बच्चों. How did many entrepreneurs survive despite the tight economic controls imposed by British government? Okay. Let's move on further. So many Indians become junior players. See what is happening here. So Britishers are trying to control the complete Indian trade. They're not allowing the Indian manufacturers to export the manufactured product in the European market because they know Indian products are of good quality. That will definitely cause a loss to the British. So they were forcing the Indians to supply only the raw materials. Now some Indians who were smart, they adopted to this practice. So many Indians, they became junior players in their trade with China by financing. Okay, so they started providing finance Okay, they started managing the supply and also they started managing the shipping consignments. For example, whatever trade has to be done, how much quantity of material has to be supplied, this all work was being done by the Indians. Some merchants from Madras, they started trading with Myanmar, Middle East, East Africa, and also they gained huge amount of money, that is capital. Certain other commercial groups started operating in India by carrying goods from one place to another, banking money and transferring funds between the cities. So some people started the banking business, right? Some Indians, they started the banking business. What they did, they started transporting products from one city to another, started banking, providing banking needs, they started providing money for financing the different kind of trades within the country. So these are the various ways in which the Indian traders survived. Moving on further. Okay, let's move on further, bacho. Explain 3 factors responsible for the decline of cotton textile industry in India. In these 3 factors, very simple answers you have to write. Number 1, cotton industries, as they developed in the Britain, they definitely did not want any competition from India. They pressurized their government to stop the import of Indian cotton fabric. Second, they pressurized East India Company to sell their products in the Indian markets. 2 points are these. Third point, you can write that the export market for Indian cotton weavers collapsed and the Indian domestic market was stuffed with the Manchester goods, right? So these are the major points, and then you can talk about the absence of the good quality of raw cotton, right? So when civil war broke in America, Britain turned to India for the export of raw cotton. As a result, our weavers could not find good quality of raw cotton as well. So you already covered these points in the previous answers. We'll cover it again. Why was it so difficult to get jobs in the Indian factories and mills, even though many of them had come up? See, when you're talking about the number of seeking jobs were always, the number of job seekers were always the more than the number of jobs, right? Very simple. Class 12 नहीं था बच्चे. Okay. हाँ Saksham. बोलो. Say my dear. Say. Hi Saksham. How are you? Saksham, say बच्चे. After this, very simple. Saksham, after sir सुन लो. You need to say something, beta. Then only I'll be able to hear to you. Right? You need to say something. Then only I'll be able to hear it to you. Saksham, say what you want to say. Okay. You are also my dear. Very nice, Saksham. Saksham Thakur. Hi, bache. How are you? Why was it difficult to get jobs? See, number 1, number of job seekers are always number of jobs available in the market. Number 1 point. Right. During the same time, agriculture was also not very prosperous. People are not having good profits in agriculture sector. Okay. So as a result, people are moving in huge numbers to towns and cities in search of jobs. But the number of jobs available are very less and the number of job seekers are more. So as a result, what is happening? Entry into the mills was very restricted. Okay, so industrialists usually used to hire a jobber. So jobber was an old trusted worker. He used to bring people of his known acquaintance from the villages, and these people used to come to the cities with the help of the jobber. They used to get a job, and after the job, this jobber guy also helped them settle in the cities. Okay, over the period of time, he became so important that he started asking for he started asking for gifts. Okay, if I'll help you find a job, you'll give me gifts and money. In Hindi, we call that as rishwat. So he started taking rishwat from the people in the favor of its jobs, right? Okay, moving on further. Read the passage, answer the questions that follow. So reporting on the Koshti, a community of weavers, the census report of central provinces stated, Koshtis, like the weavers of the final kinds of cloth in other parts of India, have fallen upon evil times. They are unable to compete with the showy goods with Manchester sent in such profusion, and they have of late years emigrated in great numbers, chiefly to Berar, where as day laborers they are able to obtain wages. So this is a basics paragraph from your NCERT only about Koshti. So Koshti was basically a community of weavers who produce very fine quality of cloth. Okay, now let's see what are the questions here. So questions are very simple. Who are the community of weavers? That are Koshti. Weavers faced mainly competition from the Manchester goods. 2 problems faced by weavers. Very simple. So we have 3 answers. Number 1, Koshtis is the first answer. The community, they face competition from Manchester goods. In 2 problems you can write export market shrank, and second is local market also reduced because of the Manchester goods. The same 2 problems you can write in the case of weavers. Next question. Why there were frequent clashes between Gomast and weavers in the villages? So it's very simple question. Number 1, understand, Gomast were actually the people who were outsiders. They had no links with the villagers. Okay, coming over to India, earlier India had a supply merchant network. India also had a great network of trade in which there were supply merchants who used to go to weavers, okay, order the cloth there, give them money, they buy the cloth and then sell it back to the export merchants. That were Indians. But Gomast are the guys who are outsiders. They had no links with the villages. They are appointed by the East India Company in order to get the cloth from the weavers. And as a result, whenever they did not get any satisfactory cloth or satisfactory result, they often used to beat up the villagers, or beat up the farmers, or beat up the weavers, you can say, right? So they brought police along with them, and if there is any kind of delay in delivering the product, they used to beat the weavers like anything. As a result, there were violent clashes with the weavers and the gomas. So you can write these points, okay? So you can say that by accepting the demand of the British in the company, the weavers lost their space to bargain. So weavers earlier had their so many customers, they can bargain according to their wish. But now once they accepted the demands, when they accepted the payments from the East India Company, they had no space for bargaining. Okay. Saksham beta, I have already given a break. Okay, bache. So I have already given a break some time back. 8 minutes break. Now we cannot take a break because I also want to finish for you people. It's already late. We have been doing it for 4.5 hours. I just give a break short time back. So I guess you missed that, bache. Okay. So highlight major regions which enable the handloom sector score over machine-made goods and face the competition. See, very simple. When you're talking about the handloom sector is basically where you prepare goods by hand. Okay. So there were smaller innovations. For example, introduction of fly shuttle. So these smaller innovations help, number one, help to increase the output. If you talk about by 1941, over 35% of handlooms in India were fitted with fly shuttle. So fly shuttle is a machine which helps to produce at a better rate and a better quality. So this ultimately increased the production rate and the efficiency of the production. Then there were many other small inventions that helped the weavers improve the productivity. Also, the demand for finer varieties of cloth was very stable because finer varieties of cloth were definitely purchased by the rich people who can afford it. As a result, what happened? They were not affected by any kind of conditions, whether it be a drought situation or there might be a famine in the country. But the people who bought the finer varieties of cloth were generally rich guys. So all these weavers who produced finer variety of cloth had no problem, so they could survive. Okay, like the Banarsi sari, the Baluchi sari. Mill production could not imitate and compete with specialized weaves. There was special kind of Banarsi sari being made, Madrasi lungi being made. So that needed special kind of skills that can never be done in the factory. So as a result, they were the clear winners. Okay, moving on further. Last question. Okay, so this question is important. Explain any 5 ways by which new markets and consumers were created in India. So when you're talking about new markets, we'll talk about the advertisement part. So when Manchester products were basically sold in India, there was a great big label that was put in the cloth, that is made in Manchester. Now this made in Manchester, these advertisements, they try to instill in the minds of the people a sense of authenticity. Now today also, if you go to buy a cold drink, which cold drink are you going to buy, bacho? Which cold drink are you going to buy? Generally Pepsi, Dew, Thumbs Up. That's the major cold drink. You will say, bhaiya ek Pepsi dena. You will say, bhaiya ek Thumbs Up dena. You will say, bhaiya ek Dew dena. The reason being, these brands are hammered into your mind because of the advertisements that you see on a day-to-day daily basis. So that is the reason. So when buyers saw made in Manchester written, it made them very confident about the quality. In fact, if we talk about the labels carried beautiful images, beautiful illustrations, the images of Indian gods and goddesses. So even if God's image is made, we guys are very much respectful towards gods, right? So whenever a God's image is made on the product, we feel that that product is 100% good to use and we should be using that product. In fact, if we talk about, there were also images of famous kings being made on the products. That gave a sense of assurance that even the king is using it. So if the king is using it, the quality should be top notch. There is no question about the quality of the product, right? So these are the different tactics that they used. Then if you're talking about the calendars are something that can be read by both poor, both rich guys, and they can be easily purchased and hung in the shops, in the homes to decorate the walls. And also they carried a very good advertisement message. So calendars, you can advertise your products. That was a nice way. Figures of important personalities, right? In fact, when you're talking about when Indian manufacturers, when they promoted their products, they clearly said that if you love the country, you love the product also. Right, so Indian manufacturers, they always try to advertise their products by giving a sense of nationalism or giving a sense of feeling. Okay, moving on further. Now, let's come to the last chapter of the history, that is print culture and the modern world. Fine, bachos, so we'll do the questions, the most important questions from the print culture, and with this we'll wind up with the print culture and the history, and we'll continue with the geography part. Fine, bacho? Hi Bardul, how are you, beta? Hi Saksham. Okay, very nice, bacho. Very nice. See, I know that, bache, I have taken your time. Guess I have taken 4 hours 30 minutes for like 4 chapters, but these chapters again very big. So I have tried my best to be as quick as possible, as explanative as possible at the same time. I do value your time, bache. I do value your time. So I'm trying to just finish it up in the most precise way. So we'll see, geography is comparatively shorter. We'll do in less amount of time. Okay. Now let's start with the next topic, that is print culture and the modern world. Okay. Very nice. Okay, bache. Okay, Saksham. Let's come to the next point. Let's come to the next point. Fine. Very nice, bacho. Arrange the following in the chronological order according to the date. See, very easy to do. Print culture created the conditions for which the French Revolution. French Revolution will be somewhere 1789. Okay. Okay. Now, Martin Luther writings led to the beginning. Martin Luther was around 1517. Then Manusio interpreted, he was also around some this point of time. Johann Gutenberg invented the printing press. So you can say this is number one. Johann Gutenberg is number one. First it should be fourth. Then it should be Martin Luther. And then it should be Manusio. And then it should be the print culture and the French Revolution. So in that case, the correct answer should be option number D. 4th, 2nd, 3rd and 1st. So whenever there is a chronological order question, these kinds of questions can be asked in the exams. Always try to guess the rough years of the events. So once you guess the rough years of the events, you can easily arrange them. Okay, now let's move further. Okay, very nice. आदित्य बच्चे फॉर ऑल द हिंदी मीडियम वाला बच्चा लोग, यू आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर मी बेटा, आप भी मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. और हिंदी ओरिएंटेड क्लासेस हम लोग लेते हैं फाउंडेशन चैनल पे. ये चैनल स्पेशली उन बच्चों के लिए बनाया था जिनको हिंदी थोड़ा समझ में नहीं आता, हिंदी उनके लिए कंफर्टेबल नहीं है और हिंदी में वो पढ़ नहीं पाते. ठीक है, तो उनके लिए चैनल बनाया था, दैट इज पीडब्ल्यू इंग्लिश. दैट्स व्हाई द क्लासेस आर इन इंग्लिश. ओके, हिंदी वाला कंटेंट आपको मिल जाएगा बच्चे फाउंडेशन चैनल पे पीडब्ल्यू के. ठीक है, वहां पे भी कराए हुई चीजें. ओके, सो आई होप दिस क्लियर्स योर डाउट एंड यू आर अगेन वैल्यूएबल. आप हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है बच्चे. ठीक है, चले, एंड आई मीन इट, मेरा मतलब है आई मीन दैट. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, मार्टिन लूथर कौन था भैया? मार्टिन लूथर एक आदमी था, इसका काम था रिलीजन को रिफॉर्म करना. ठीक है, सो दैट गाय वाज, ही वाज अ रिलीजियस रिफॉर्मर इन अ वेरी सिंपल टर्म्स. सो दिस पर्सन वाज रिस्पांसिबल फॉर द प्रोटेस्टेंट रिफॉर्मेशन मूवमेंट. ही क्रिटिसाइज्ड द प्रैक्टिसेस ऑफ द रोमन कैथोलिक चर्च. Moving on further, let's move to the next question. Okay, here's my weapon. Penny magazines were specially meant for, generally for women. Penny magazines are cheap kind of books sold for 1 penny. Like for India, it will talk about for 1 rupees. Okay, so the many penny magazines came in the market that had different kinds of topics for women. So lots and lots of specially educated for women. Next question, what made Governor General Warren Hastings persecute James Augustus Hickey, who edited the Bengal Gazette? This Hickey was a Britisher. He was a number one notorious person. I'll tell you why. See, when talking about Hickey, he published gossip about the senior East India Company officials. He said that he has a commercial newspaper called Bengal Gazette, in which he talk about sale and purchase of slaves and all kinds of advertisements. But this guy also published the gossips. Gossips are like, you know, unimportant talks of the British East India officials right in his newspaper, and the entire people started knowing that what is actually going on. So that is why he was being scorned by, he was being called and, you know, completely persecuted by this General Warren Hastings. Moving on further, the main theme of the book Chote aur Bade ka Sawal. See, Chote aur Bade ka Sawal is a kind of book that deals with the caste and class exploitation. So it's a book written by Kashi Baba, who was a mill worker of Kanpur. Moving on further, why was the Vernacular Press Act passed by the British government in India? See, vernacular means the local language. Okay, the basic ideology behind this entire act was to curb the freedom of speech and expression, to ban all such local newspapers that publish any kind of article against the British government, right? So the act was passed to promote vernacular language. Absolutely wrong. The act was passed by the British government to put some checks on vernacular newspapers which had assertive nationalists. So correct answer is option number B. Moving on further, who was Kitagawa Utamaro? Kitagawa Utamaro was a Japanese artist. Okay, he was a Japanese artist. He developed an art form called ukiyo. Okay, moving on further, what do you mean by the term calligraphy? Calligraphy is very simple, the art of beautiful and stylish writing. Suppose if I write like this, beautiful. However, the writing is not beautiful at all. Okay, so the art of beautiful and stylish writing is called as calligraphy. Okay, now moving on further, who was known for his art form ukiyo? We just did that. Correct answer is Kitagawa Utamaro, right? So ukiyo is a kind of, you use stencil in your art. In stencil we just make the outline sketches, somewhat like that is ukiyo. Okay, moving on further, so what was the Bengal Gazette? Bengal Gazette is nothing but a weekly English magazine. Okay, moving on further, what was Protestant Reformation? It was a movement to reform the Catholic Church. Started by Martin Luther. He was a religious reformer. He criticized many practices of the Roman Catholic Church and also published 95 theses against them, and which he posted on the door of the Wittenberg Church and asked the church to debate it. Reading his ideas, many people were influenced and started protesting against the Catholic group or Catholic community in Christianity, and this came to be called as the Protestant Reformation movement. Moving on further, who among the following wrote with passionate anger about the lives of upper caste Hindu women? Okay, Tarabai Shinde, Pandita Ramabai. Correct answer is both A and B. So Pandita Ramabai and Tarabai Shinde are known to represent the lives of upper caste Hindu widow women especially those women whose husbands have died, how miserable lives they are living. So that is being presented in the books of Tarabai and Shinde and Pandita Ramabai. This question was asked in the practice papers. Next question. Istri Dharam Vichar can be considered as a text aimed at moral policing for women. It was written by Dash. It was written by Ram Chadha. Istri Dharam Vichar. Istri means a female. Right. So when you're talking about Ram Chadha wrote a book called Istri Dharam Vichar, it is in the form of dialogues, which shows that if women get educated, they will get corrupted. So basically it tells that what is the ideal role of a woman. However, I'll find that is very bad and very, you can say that it's unequal kind of book, right? So they are presenting the views of people in those times. Moving on further. What area in Calcutta was devoted to the printing of books? So we have an area called as Batala in Calcutta that was devoted to the printing of books. Moving on further. Jyotiba Phule writes about caste injustice in which book? So Jyotiba Phule was a great social reformer. He's always talked about caste injustice and discrimination and has presented the same in the book called Gulamgiri. So that's important, has been asked several times. Moving on further. Okay, the poems of another Kalpur mill worker who wrote under a pen name called Sudarshan Chak. So these poetries have been published under one title. That title is called as Sachi Kavitaएं. Option C. Next question. What was commissioned to oppose Sambat Kaumudi? Okay, so what was commissioned to oppose Sambat Kaumudi? So Sambat Kaumudi was basically commissioned by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Okay, in order to describe about the difficult life of the Hindu widows. In order to oppose this, the Hindu Mahasabha started Samachar Chandrika. Next question. Which of the following are the Persian newspapers that came into circulation? So we have two Persian newspapers, Jame Jahanama and Samshul Akbar, that came into circulation from 1822. There was one more Gujarati newspaper called as Bombay Samachar that also started in 1822. Next question. Deoband Seminary was founded. Deoband Seminary was founded in the year 1867. Seminary is a place where people, they stay there and read about a particular religion. And Deoband is a place in western Uttar Pradesh near Muzaffarnagar, Meerut. Even today we have this seminary. So people stay there and study about the religion of Islam, right? Moving on further. Okay. If you haven't studied anything, at least revise the notes what I am giving here. At least revise the questions. Tanya ma'am has given notes in the morning. At least revise those questions beta. You can watch this video on 2x and you can revise your notes. So at least you will need to do hard work. And nothing magic is going to happen, bache, until you wish for. No one is going to give you a magic wand. Okay, no one is going to give you a magic wand. You have to do effort. Even if you don't do effort right now, bache, you cannot expect wonders or miracles to happen. Even fortune favors the brave. You have to be brave in order the fortune to favor you. Right, we will give you the notes. You can download it from the link given in the description after the class gets over. You can revise those notes, do these questions, read your NCERT back questions, read your NCERT back questions that are must, that are 100% must. Read your sample paper, read your practice paper being released by CBSE. At least do this much, you will at least get fine marks. I won't say you will score full 75 or 80 out of 80, but at least you will get respectable marks in the subject. Okay, crying is not going to help beta, doing efforts is going to help. It's never too late. You just have to do the efforts. Okay, remember the common pointers, do the efforts, and definitely bache, you will succeed. I'll not give you false promises you will go get 80 out of 80, right? I'll not give you any false promises, but I can assure you with one point, even if you are serious about it, if you start doing efforts, at least you'll get a respectable score, right? So that is all what I can say. Moving on further. Saksham, sorry, sure bache, you can give the answers. Okay. Sure, Saksham, you can give the answers, beta. You can give the answers. Okay. So don't worry, it happens with very common with very common with students. Okay, it's very common with students. So don't lose heart. Number one, I'll always say that don't lose heart, don't lose motivation. I'm not saying that why did you study, what will you do, you'll not be able to do anything. So these are all kinds of different stuffs. You should not focus on this. See, whatever has happened and happened, we cannot really do much about it, right? We really cannot do much about that. But what you can do is we are right now in your hands. So I've told you what to do, bache. So at least you can do this. So it will be helpful. And why I'm saying this, sir, live hai kya, fir video record kar raha hai. Krishna Pandit, this is going live, beta. This is absolutely live. We are on last topic. We are devising all the questions. Okay, and one more thing, especially the guys, this chapter is mostly asked in the MCQs. So focus more on MCQs from print culture in the modern world. I'll suggest this only, right? Even if you miss out on the long answers, still practice MCQs from this chapter. At least something you will get, right? From this chapter, print culture in the modern world, at least practice MCQs. Something you will get, for sure you'll get. Okay? Okay, bache. Black, my dear beta, channel English का है. हिंदी वाला क्लासेस आपका फाउंडेशन चैनल पे आपको मिल जाएगा. एंड दिस चैनल फॉर दोज पीपल जिनको हिंदी समझ में नहीं आता, तो वो भी उतने ही जरूरी है। इसी वजह से बेटा यहाँ क्लास इंग्लिश में है, ठीक है। हिंदी वाले चैनल पे आपको, फाउंडेशन वाले चैनल पे आपको वाला क्लास मिल जाएगा, ऑलरेडी चल रहा है पॉलिटिकल साइंस का, ठीक है प्यारे बच्चे। सो आई होप दिस क्लियर्स योर डाउट। लेट्स मूव फर्दर, लेट्स गेट बैक। ओके 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 ओके, फाइंड माय ब्लैक डियर बच्चे। let's move on further. Okay, so this woman author wrote about her ordeals of learning in the secrecy of her kitchen. It is present in the book Dash. So beta, very simple, this is a woman author, so she has presented how secretly she learned in the kitchen, in the privacy of her kitchen. So her woman is, the name is Raj Sundari Devi, and the book is बच्चों Amar Jeevan. Very nice बच्चों, very nice. The book is Amar Jeevan, very nice. In geography you'll get lots and lots of opportunities. Very nice बच्चों। तुम अपने हाथों से खिला दो मेरे को, वाह बच्चे। माय डियर, गॉड हैज गिवन यू सच ग्रेट टैलेंट्स, व्हाई यू आर वेस्टिंग दैट? तुम अपने हाथों से खिला दो। हाउ कैन दैट इवन बी इमेजिनरी पॉसिबल? जस्ट टेल मी वन थिंग, इफ आई हैड दैट पावर्स ऑफ गेटिंग इनटू अ यूट्यूब वीडियो and taking the snack from your table, I would have literally grabbed that, to be very honest. Like, how can this even possible? I mean, love sounds crazy at times, and in fact that is not love. Lovers are literally sensible. I mean, this is not love, bacho, this is fantasy. How can you just enter into chat, enter your hand into the chat and feed someone with your hand? I have seen people chatting, sending Maggies and noodles and pastas, and the other one replies, wow, I'm not feeling hungry, my stomach is full. How can your stomach be full because of emojis? Now, this is like simply very funny, to be very honest. Thank you for giving me such moments of joy in the midst of all lots and lots of questions. Okay, but that sounds really weird. Love is good, bacho, love is good, but craziness is insane. Loving is a different fact, but this is not love. How is this possible? I mean, we don't have a technology right now. Even AI will fail in this. How can even AI cannot manage going into the chat and feeding you with your hand? How is that even possible? Okay, this is literally amazing. Hi bache, hi Sanjana, how are you? Okay, Kranti is asking, bache, if I had one, I wouldn't have been teaching you right here at this point of time. I would have been also feeding someone with my hand on the chat itself. Right, so that is a very simple one. I would have feeding someone. I would have also asked the same question, did you had dinner? Obviously, I'm teaching you right here. I considered this as to be more important. Okay, let's move on further. Johann Gutenberg developed the first known printing press in which year? Basically, he was in Germany. Okay, so option B is correct. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, next question. Dash is the metal frame in which types are laid and the text composed. So this is called as Gaily. Gaily is nothing but it's a kind of frame, okay. So in which frame what I have done, this is a circular plate in which I have typed the letters, and these letters when they go down on a paper sheet, they will get imprinted here. That is called as a Gaily. Okay, less important question. Which of the following were the result of invention of printing press? Very simple question. Time and labor will definitely get reduced. Printing reduce the cost of the books, or none of the above. So correct answer is both A and B. Now let's move on further. Okay. But when talking about platen is a kind of plate, right? It's a kind of plate on which letters are fixed up. Over that we have galley. It's a circular kind of object. Then you press it on the paper, the impression gets printed on the paper. So that is this thing. But this question won't be asked, don't worry. Platen and galley. Next question. Dash are the places where people gather to drink alcohol, to be served food, and to meet friends and exchange news. So basically this place is called a tavern. In modern days you call this as pubs and clubs. So pubs and clubs are the places where people go, they drink liquor, they enjoy, they dance. In those times, dancing wasn't a very good option there. So people, they used to read books, they used to have food, meet new friends, okay, drink alcohol, enjoy their life to the fullest. They were like, whoa bro, gaadi aaj tera bhai chalayega. So that kind of places are called as taverns. Okay, moving on further. In 1517, religious reformer Martin Luther wrote 95 theses criticizing the practices of, which practices did it criticize? So basically it criticized the practices of Roman Catholic Church. Next question. Protestant Reformation movement was a 16th century movement to reform the Catholic Church that was dominated by, which country dominated the Catholic Church? Basically dominated by the country of Rome. Next question. Dash was the former Roman Catholic court. So basically these Roman Catholic courts, Roman Catholic guys were very much, jealous, you can kind of say. So they were like if someone went against their teachings, they were very much angry. So they had a special court called Inquisition in order to punish such people. So if you go against the teachings of Roman Catholic Church, you will be called heretical. Heretical means you are not accepting what the Roman Catholics have taught you. So you are heretical, you should be punished by this code called Inquisition. Very wrong, very wrong. Next question. Dash were the beliefs which do not follow the accepted teachings of the church. So they are called as heretical beliefs. Dash began to maintain an index of prohibited books from 1558. If you talk about Menocchio, this is after the incident of Menocchio. Menocchio was a guy in Italy, he was a miller in Italy. So he started reading the books available in its neighborhood, right? And then he formed a new way of Bible. He formed a new message of Bible, but the message that he understood from the Bible was definitely not in synchronization with the Roman Catholic Church. So Roman Catholic Church became very angry. First it warned Menocchio. After that, when Menocchio did not listen, it punished Menocchio, it killed Menocchio. And after that, from 1558, Roman Catholic Church started maintaining a list of all such books that were against the Roman Catholics. Okay, now next question. Dash is a term used to describe the pocket-sized books that are sold by traveling peddlers called the chapmen. So basically they are called as the chapbooks. So chapbooks are basically those books sold by the travelers. So basically they are those people. You must have come across people coming into a locality selling out different things door to door. So there are some people who sell the books door to door. They are called as chapmen. So the books are called the chapbooks. They are cheap price books, very cheap price books. In fact, in France also there were small blue colored books called as bibliothèque blue. They were also very cheap kind of books sold in France. Okay, so these kind of the different kinds of books that are very much prevalent in the areas. Will the SST blueprint will be followed? Not exactly. I'll not say that 100%. Okay, because always it has been seen CBSE deviates a lot. CBSE deviates a lot from the blueprints, right? It deviates a lot, very much, very, very much. So I recommend you, so look at the blueprint, but still have a quick glimpse of all the chapters. That will be helpful, right? Okay. Coming over to the next part, I'll discuss one important thing from this. So I've done lots of MCQs because MCQs are very, very important. Okay. So from this, we'll do just important questions. However, I'm also giving you some important questions additionally. Okay. So the PDF that you will download will also have some additional questions for your practice. I mean, for your going through. So I'm discussing the most important, most relevant questions from all the chapters. There are a few additional and few extra questions that you can also practice. So it's a complete compilation of entire years, the previous 5-6 years PYQs and the most important ones. Moving on further. How is the print culture useful for the social reformers? Number one. Now, if we're talking about reformers, the social reformers were very instrumental in highlighting the social evils and the corrupt practices being practiced in the social society. Especially we talk about Raja Ram Mohan Roy. He started Sambad Comedy to talk about the condition of Hindu widows. Widows are those women whose husbands have died. They were treated very badly by the society. So their condition was presented in Sambad Comedy that was started by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. From 1860, many Bengali women writers like Kailash Bashni Devi, and Tarabai Shinde, they started writing about the problems of the women, especially about the domestic abuses, how the women are treated at the homes. So all these things were presented with the help of books that definitely brought about a sense of understanding among the people of the Indian society that what is the condition of women actually, right? And the later results can be seen in the movements that started later on in the society in the favor of women. So you can give these points. Okay, now why did some people in 18th century Europe think that print culture will bring enlightenment and end despotism? See, it's a very, very simple answer. So whenever you're talking about despotism, we are talking about a kind of rule where the ruler is absolutely powerful and the people are not at all listened to. Ruler is least bothered to listen to the demands of the people, right? Now, when you're talking about the spreading of the new ideas after the coming of the print culture, the ideas of the scientists, the ideas of the philosophers, thinkers like Voltaire, Rousseau, started reaching out to the people. Now, people, when they read the books about these philosophers and thinkers, they started having their own opinion, they started framing their own opinion, and they started realizing that they have been made fools all these years. They have been made, fools all these years. They have been, you can say, conned by the big rulers, big nobilities, big clergymen, and they started reacting towards it. As a result, we see in the case of French Revolution. So we see that, writings of scholars like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Thomas Paine. So when they were printed and widely circulated, they gained huge popularity. Scientific discoveries, when you're talking about the different discoveries like that of Newton or other scientists, when started reaching the people started actually questioning everything. People started finding reason and logic in everything that was earlier absent, right? Okay. Moving on further. Kuldeep, whom are you seeing, bache? Whom are you seeing, my dear? Okay. Fine. So, we'll end the chapter on this note. and we'll straight away come to the map questions and the picture based questions. Okay, so from print culture, the majority was the MCQs, because MCQs are important. So far it has been seen that MCQs have been asked from the paper. I've given some additional questions for your practice in this entire session itself, right? But MCQs are the crux of the entire chapter. So I'll recommend you to go more with the MCQs from this chapter. Okay, now coming over to the sessions of the Congress. Number one, coming over to the sessions of the Congress. So this chapter's map is very important, very important. They'll ask you to identify the sessions of the Congress. Number one, Lahore session. Lahore session was marked in 1929. So whenever Lahore is going to be asked, you will mark it in Pakistan. Where you are going to mark it? Beta, you are going to mark it in Pakistan. Lahore session, Purna Swaraj resolution. For example, they give you a question that tell a Congress session in which Purna Swaraj was adopted. We will mark that as Lahore. Lahore is in Pakistan, nearby Punjab. This is Punjab. This is Kashmir region. I'll just draw this. This is Kashmir Ladakh region. This is Punjab region. Just very next to Punjab, you'll find Lahore. Again, where Congress was formed? Congress was formed in Bombay. This is Bombay, in the state of Maharashtra. This is the state of Maharashtra. This is the state of Maharashtra. Okay, this one highlighted one. So this is the state of Maharashtra. So in the state of Maharashtra, here you will mark Bombay. This is Bombay, right? So this is the Bombay session of 1885. You will mark this Bombay 1885. Fair enough. Now, Madras session is irrelevant, so I'll not go with this one. Madras is then asked, never asked, kabhi nahi puchega. Then again, they will ask you where was the Lucknow Pact signed in 1916. When you say Pact signed in 1916, come to Uttar Pradesh. This is Uttar Pradesh, right? Uttar Pradesh capital, that is Lucknow. So in Lucknow, a session was held in 1916 where the pact was signed between Muslim League and the Indian National Congress. Important. Now, in which session did Gandhiji convince the leaders to start the non-cooperation? That is Calcutta. For marking Calcutta, you will come next to Bangladesh. This is Bangladesh. Come just next to Bangladesh here, somewhere here. Okay, so this is the place where you will mark the Calcutta session. Calcutta session of September 1920. Calcutta session of September 1920. If the question is, where was the session held where finally non-cooperation program was adopted? That is Nagpur session. They can identify, they can ask you to identify as well. So Nagpur generally lies on the borders of MP and Maharashtra. So somewhere here you are going to mark the Nagpur session. Okay, so somewhere here you are going to mark the Nagpur session of 1920 December. Right, so these are the most important sessions of the Congress that will be asked in the examinations. Okay, so very easy to remember just by the states. Very easy to remember. Fine. Okay. Fine, Sagar. Let's move on further. Right, very nice, bacho. Let's move on further. Next is the important centers of revolt. Right. Let's talk about number one. Let's talk about first the state of Gujarat. Gujarat has 4 centers. Number 1, Kheda. Second is Bardoli. Third is Dandi. And fourth is Ahmedabad. Right. So Ahmedabad will mark just near the Tropic of Cancer in the state of Gujarat. Next, come to this section of Gujarat. Here you will find Bardoli and Dandi. Bardoli will not be asked. Bardoli is actually nearby Kheda. So Bardoli will not be asked. Dandi will be asked. So Dandi is very nearby to the sea coast. Okay, this is Dandi, and again just near the Ahmedabad we have the Kheda. So take the state of Gujarat. You have 4 centers. Then come to Uttar Pradesh near Bihar. Gorakhpur is very near to this thing. Gorakhpur is very near to Bihar as well as this Nepalwar region. So this is Bihar. Come very next to Bihar. That is Chauri Chaura. That lies in Uttar Pradesh, Gorakhpur. Okay, so this is your again very important center. Then Champaran movement you will mark in Bihar. This is the state of Bihar just next to Uttar Pradesh. So this is very important. That is Champaran. Okay, so these are the important centers. And Jallianwala Bagh you will mark in Amritsar. That is in Punjab. So this is Punjab. Very next to this Jammu Kashmir wala region. Very next to this. Okay, and this is Punjab. Here we will mark Amritsar for Jallianwala Bagh. Right, so these are the most important centers of revolt. So once you download the notes, you will get all these things. Okay, now. Okay, fine, Raf. Fine. Elon Musk, my dear. Okay. Let's move on further. निर्मल श्रीवास्तव बच्चे आई थिंक आई ऑलरेडी टोल्ड, आपको बता दिया है, हिंदी वाला क्लासेस फाउंडेशन वाले चैनल पे करते हैं बच्चे. ये चैनल ही उन बच्चों के लिए बनाया है जिनको हिंदी नहीं आती. राइट, सो दैट इज वाई मैं हिंदी की जगह इंग्लिश में क्लास ले रहा हूँ. आप फाउंडेशन पे देखेंगे वहां हम लोग हिंदी में करते हैं. जैसे कल ज्योग्राफी वाला करेंगे ना हम लोग, तो हिंदी इंग्लिश मिक्स करेंगे. इंग्लिश कम होता है, हिंदी ज्यादा होता है उसमें, इंग्लिश होता ही नहीं ऑलमोस्ट, ऐसा है. ठीक है, सो बट यहाँ पे द चैनल ही इंग्लिश का है बेटा आपका. दैट इज वाई द लेक्चर इज इन इंग्लिश. ओके, सो आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड दिस बच्चे. Let's move on further. Okay, let's move. But we'll take the break. Don't worry, we'll take the break. Okay. So first let's do the picture based questions very quickly. So मैं फटाफट से आपको pictures बता देता हूँ. So first of all, democratic world and social republics is important. They can ask you the French artist, that is Frederick Sorrow. Moving on further. Next, planting of the tree of liberty, Zweibrücken, Germany. However, this picture was painted by the painter Karl Caspar Fritz. Okay, only they can ask the name of the painter, that is Karl Caspar Fritz. Rest all they are not going to ask. Next picture, that is which battle it represents. This is Battle of Leipzig. This is Battle of Leipzig of 1813. So they can ask you which battle it may represent. Next question. These are some of the important dates. The most important one is 1821 Greek struggle independence start, 1848 revolutions and the unifications. Right. This is the most important date. Out of this, after this, they won't ask you. Okay. And Battle of Waterloo they can ask, that is 1815, and Vienna Congress 1815. Okay. Moving on further. This is with respect to the conservative government. Okay. So they can ask you that this particular image shows which type of government set up in Europe, that is conservative government. Okay, conservative government. So you can write about this one. Okay, they may ask you this, but not very important. Next picture, that is secret society. This is important. Forming of secret societies by Giuseppe Mazzini, Young Italy and Young Europe. Right, two secret societies. Then this is Frankfurt Parliament. This is Frankfurt Parliament. So they can ask you which parliament is being convened. This is Frankfurt Parliament. And this is the image of Germania. So they may ask you which image is being showed. So this is the image of Germania. Okay, so this is again very important one. Next question. This is again Italy, right? So this is Italy being divided into 7 states. They can ask you which state was ruled by Italian prince. So that is Savoy and Sardinia. Sardinia Piedmont. Moving on further. Who is she? So basically she is Germania. They can ask you which is the female allegory. Name the female allegory. So female allegory is Germania, representing the German nation. Then this is very important, very important. This table has to be remembered. Broken chains being freed. Breastplate with eagle. This is breastplate with eagle, the armory that shows the German strength. Then crown of oak leaves is heroism. Sword means readiness to fight. We are ready to fight. Then olive branch around the sword means we are ready to make the peace. Black, red and gold, that is the colors of the German nation. And rise of rising sun, beginning of new era. This question was asked in the practice paper. This table is very important. Next question. Okay, this can ask about Jallianwala Bagh. Okay, Jallianwala Bagh. However, this image won't be asked, but still we can do this. This is important, Jallianwala Bagh image. Then if we talk about Chauri Chaura, this is again Chauri Chaura. So Chauri Chaura is also very important image, bacho. Moving on further, these are the important dates. Okay, in this you just remember the important Satyagraha movements, Gandhi Irwin Pact. Okay, or if you're talking about the Chauri Chaura incident. So these are the major dates that will be asked if asked. Otherwise, direct date based questions are not being asked in the papers. Okay, next question. This is important. This is important. That is image of Bharat Mata by Abanindranath Tagore. This is the image painted by Abanindranath Tagore. Moving on further. Meat being exported. Technology. Okay, this is not very important. This is again not very important. Less importance you can give to this image. Then this is again mass production. So they can ask that who was the pioneer of the mass production. So your answer should be Henry Ford. Moving on further. So this is the Bretton Woods conference. This is the Bretton Woods. So Bretton Woods can be asked that who are known as the Bretton Woods twins. You can give the example IMF and World Bank. Okay. Now this is important. This was asked in the practice paper that what type of industry it is showing. So this is showing the textile sector. In one it is hand labor and second it is steam engines being used. Next question, what is this? This is spinning jenny. This is again important. Who devised it? So it was devised by James Hargreaves in 1764. Moving on, next question, who is he? He is a jobber. So question with respect to jobber can be asked in a picture based question. That's a nice one. Okay, then this is who painted this image asked in the practice paper. So this is Raja Ravi Verma. Okay, that is again very important, that who printed this image. That is Raja Ravi Verma. This question being asked in the practice paper becomes important. Okay, then again, this is important pictures because they have been asked in the paper. So this is Ghor Kalyug, in which you can see that the wife is sitting on the head of the men because she is educated and adopted Western culture, and she is holding, she is carrying the mother-in-law in chains. So this is the kind of culture being demonstrated. Okay, and again the roles have reversed. Women is smoking hookah and the man is playing instruments. So these kinds of, you can say that images can be asked in the paper. Fine. बच्चे कल का क्लास वी आर डूइंग विद ज्योग्राफी सो आई टेक 1 hour फॉर श्योर फॉर ज्योग्राफी 1 hour at most. We started at 5, at least 6 hours are required for 12 chapters. We have done with 5 chapters of history. At least 1 hour I'm going to take more of yours. That's all, not more than that. 1 hour, bachche. At least 1 hour I'll take more of yours, and by 11 we'll try to wind it up with the geography. Fine? Okay, let's move on further. Fine now. ज्योग्राफी के सारे सी पोर्ट्स याद करने पड़ेंगे? नहीं बच्चे, नॉट द एंटायर सी पोर्ट्स, ओनली द वंस गिवन इन द सिलेबस. ओके फाइन 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 फाइन, फेयर एनफ फेयर एनफ फेयर एनफ फेयर एनफ, फाइन बच्चों, fair enough. So let's start with geography. We'll be very quick, we'll be very quick, we'll do the questions very quickly because geography has less questions. I'll not ask topics to be delivered. So let's come with the resources and development. Let's be very quick. Okay, so come on, all the Avengers assemble. 1 hour more bacho, 1 hour more, just 1 hour more. Okay, we'll take just 1 hour more of yours and that's all. Maximum 6 hours. 5 hours we are already done. Okay, we'll take 1 hour more and I'll not take breaks in between. Definitely we have just taken one break. We'll not take breaks. We'll try to complete it as soon as possible. Okay, now here we don't have any answers written out. So you can simply answer in the comment section. Let's get started. Let's get started. Moving on further. Number 1. Which soil has the higher concentration of conchal nodules? Come on, answer in the question. Answer in the question. Come on, macho. What say? Okay, so which soil has the higher concentration of conchal nodules? Khadar, bhangar, red soil, yellow soil. Okay, very simple. Very simple. What should be the answer? Come on, what should be the answer? Very nice. That's bhangar, all the old alluvial soil. Next question. Alluvial soils extend in dash and dash through a narrow corridor. Alluvial soils extend in these states through a narrow corridor. Very nice, Kumanaditya. That is Rajasthan and Gujarat. Very good answer. Next question. Which is the most ideal location for finding black soil? Where can I find black soil among these options? Where can I find black soil? Okay, where can I find black soil? Okay, very fine. Correct answer is the Deccan Trap region. Deccan Trap is the peninsular area region. Okay. So when you're talking about the Deccan Trap, this region is called as the Deccan Trap that has the major deposits of soil, black soil. Moving on to the next question. Red soils develop reddish color due to dash. What happens with the red soils that it develops a reddish color? 4 options we have got. Very nice, bachon. Very nice. Correct answer. The correct answer is because of the diffusion of iron into the crystalline and metamorphic rocks. Next question. Red soil in the hydrated form appears to be dash in color. So when red soil gets moisture, it generally appears dash in color, green, white, yellow, blue. It generally appears very nice. It appears yellow in color. So that is why it is called as yellow soil when it is in the hydrated form. Next question. Which of the following are true with respect to the laterite soil? Laterite soil develop under tropical subtropical climate, alternative wet and dry season they required, formed due to intense leaching process. So what I guess is the correct answer is option number D. So laterite soils are generally found in those areas that have high temperatures, a huge amount of rainfall, as a result of which whenever there is a rainfall, the soils become moist, and whenever there is a huge amount of bright sunlight, they start cracking. Okay, and the soils are formed. Now, next question, very simple. Okay, red laterite soils in Tamil Nadu, Andhra and Kerala are used to grow which kind of crops? We know that Kerala is known for the production of spices and one more crop out of this. Okay, so what should be the correct answer? Okay, very nice, Saksham. Very nice, beta. Correct answer is cashew nuts or kaju. So, kaju grows well in the red laterite soils. Next question. Arid soils range from dash to dash in color. Red to brown, red to black, red to orange, red to yellow. So, arid soils are basically those soils that are found in the dry regions where do not have much amount of rainfall. So, they are generally red to brown in color. Very nice, bacho. Next question. Let's move on to the next question. Forest soils are dash and dash in the valley sites. In the valley sites, if we go to the mountainous areas, we generally find soils that are very wet and sticky in nature. Right, so such kind of soils will be always option C, loamy and silty, very sticky in nature, very wet in nature. Running water cuts through the clay soils and makes deep channels. When you see that, running waters will make deep channels like this. This land becomes unfit for cultivation, called as badland. So such type of erosion is called as gully erosion. These channels are called as gullies. Moving on further. Materials in the environment which have the potential to satisfy the human needs, but human beings do not have the appropriate technology. So when you don't have the technology, but the materials are having potential to satisfy the needs, they are called as stocks. Let's move on further. Next question. Dash are the subset of the stock which can be put into uses with the help of existing technology. So for example, hydropower in India. We are utilizing it but in a minimal amount so that we can save it for the future generations. So but we have the technology that can be put into usage. So they are called as reserves. Very nice. Next question. For a material to be called a resource, it should be technologically accessible, economically feasible, culturally acceptable. What should be the correct answer? The correct answer is very simple. That is, all the factors make a particular thing a particular resource. The very first page of your chapter. Next question. Oceanic area up to 12 nautical miles from the coast is termed as dash. Suppose this is my sea coast. This is India. This is its coastal area. Okay. From coastal area, if you go 22.2 kilometers into the ocean, this is called as what? This is called as the territorial water. It's like an aquatic border of the country. If any ship or any vehicle, any ship comes into this territory, it will be counted in the boundary of India. right? So that will say that from here India starts. So this is called as basically the territorial waters. Next question. Rajasthan and Gujarat have enormous potential for the development of wind energy, solar energy, tidal energy. We know that Rajasthan will not have ocean, so tidal energy is not an option. So correct answer should be both A and B, that is wind and solar energy. Moving on to the next question. Next question. Okay. Now we'll come with the 2 markers. Okay, just wait a minute. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. What has happened? Okay, that is the reason I don't like. Let's move further. Let's move further. Okay. Okay, where ye kahan aa gaye? Just give me a moment, bacho. I've actually missed out. This is the worst part about this. So when you scroll, you actually miss out on a lot of things. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. You have covered lots and lots of topics in a short period of time. Oh, just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Okay. 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 So we have moved from here. Okay. This also we have done. We are doing the. Just wait. Just wait. Why are you even running? Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. Let's move on to the next question. Okay. So let's move on to the next question. So next question is very simple. Next question is a 2 marker. So name the 3 states having the black soil and the crop which is mainly grown in. Basically, when you're talking about the black soil, we grow one crop that is called as cotton. And the 3 states are Maharashtra, Gujarat and MP. Okay, Maharashtra, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. Next question. What steps can be taken to control soil erosion in the hilly areas? When you're talking about the hilly areas, contour plowing and terrace farming is a very nice way. What is contour plowing? See, basically what we do is we cut along the slopes. This is a sloping area. When you go to the mountains, we'll find sloping areas, right? So on which you can easily slide, right? So when you're talking about the sloping areas, what we do is we cut across the slopes and we start planting here itself, right? We start planting here itself. So what happens, this obstructs the flow of water and the water is not able to carry away the topsoil. This is called as contour plowing. Terrace farming, we cut down the entire area in the form of steps or terraces, and in which we do the farming. This is called as terrace farming. And when we talk about strip farming, what we do is between the two major crops, we plant a strip of grass. What does grass do? Grass helps to hold the crops together, and during the time of heavy rainfall, the crops or the soil do not get washed away, right? So these are the 3 very effective steps of farming in the hilly areas. Moving on to the next question. Resources are a function of human activities, justify the statements. See, it's very simple. When you're talking about the resources, they themselves are of no good usage until and unless human turns them into some useful utility. For example, if you talk about the forest, if you talk about the wood present in the forest, that is of no use. If that wood gets converted into chair, table, furniture, that will be more usable in nature, right? So no resources can become productive on their own. It is human beings that make them productive by adding utility to them, right? Okay, fine. Let's move on to the next. one. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So origin in the base of origin, this origin part is not coming. So you're not going to do classification of resources, not coming. Okay, so you're not going to cover this. Ownership, this topic is actually not coming. So we are not going to close this. We'll come to this topic. Okay, resource planning is essential for the sustainable existence. When you're talking about sustainable existence, very simple. Sustainable development means what? Development in the present should take place without damaging the environment. And whatever development you are taking, what you are doing it, should also keep in mind the needs of the future generation. So whatever future generations are going to come, we should not compromise with their needs. So whatever development we are doing, we should do it in such a way that the environment is not damaged. Okay. So therefore, resource planning is very important so that we can very judiciously, very wisely distribute the resources, so that all those regions that are deficient in resources should also get the benefit of the same. For that, resource planning is very essential for a sustainable existence. Moving on to the next question. Resource planning is a complex process carried out in stages. Very simple. You will talk about the 3 stages. This is very important question. Number 1, identification and inventory of resources. So suppose if I want to do any kind of resource planning, first I need to find out in what quantity and what quality the resource is available, what is the economic significance of that resource. Only then I'll be able to properly plan a structure, that what kind of skills will be required, what kind of permissions will be required, what kind of technology will be required. So that is the second step, right? And the third step is matching the resource development plan with the national development plan, that the resource development should take place in such a way that it should promote for the growth of the national economy. So these are the 3 important stages or 3 important processes of resource planning. Fine. Okay, okay, okay. Very nice, Kumar Aditya Lathor. Very nice, bache. Very nice, very nice. Okay, okay, okay. Very nice, bachon. Kuldeep, my dear, why you are fighting? Bache, why you are fighting? Fighting everywhere. Not a drop to love. है ना? So what type of soil is found in the river deltas of the eastern coast? Give three major features. So when you're talking about the type of soil found in the river deltas, they are alluvial soil. Whenever you are going the river deltas, always you will find the alluvial soil. So whenever you're talking about the features of alluvial soil, it's very simple. It's a fertile soil, good for cultivation of crops. It consists of different proportion of social science. Social science means sand, silt and clay. You can remember by this. Alluvial soil is the soil that studies social science. That is sand, silt and clay. Alluvial soil has a good quantity of potash, lime and phosphorus. That is P square L. P square L is what? Potash, phosphorus and lime. It has good quantities of that. That is very good for the growth of rice and sugarcane. So you can remember the soil that studies social science, that is alluvial soil. Okay? That is sand, silt and clay. Now let's move on to the next question. Read the paragraph and answer the questions that follow. At the international level, the Club of Rome advocated resource conservation for the first time in more systematic way. Subsequently, in 1974, Gandhian philosophy was once again presented by Schumacher in the book called Small is Beautiful. The contribution with respect to resource conservation at the global level was first made by Brundtland Commission report in 1987. This report introduced the concept of sustainable development and advocated it as a means for resource conservation, right, which was subsequently published in a book called Our Common Future. So basically we are talking about sustainable development in this particular bacho section of the paragraph, right? So the question is also very simple. Question is, when was the first Earth Summit held? It was held in 1992 in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Next question, which objective was adopted the first Earth Summit? That is Agenda 21. So Agenda 21 was basically a kind of agreement or a declaration signed by the world leaders. In this agenda, it was decided to combat the environmental damage as well as to fight the problems like poverty, diseases at the global level with the help of everyone's cooperation. And also it was decided that every country will draw its own local Agenda 21. Right. What was Brundtland Commission report? Basically, it's a report published in 1987. It introduced the concept of sustainable development on an organized way and also told it as a way of resource conservation, that if you want to conserve the resources, you have to follow the resource development plans. Moving on further. Namaskar Shelja, how are you beta? Very nice. Okay. Saksham bache, this is the catch. This is the catch. The concept is, again, the concept is sustainable development. So it's not mandatory that it will ask you exactly from the paragraph. They've given you a hint. When you get the paragraph, you get the central idea of it and try thinking all the possibilities related. They may ask you such kind of questions even. They might give you a paragraph with respect to the sustainable development and they will relate the sustainable development to that environmental conservation, the Fourth Earth Summit. So that is the reason I've taken these questions, right? So basically this is something to create you a little bit out of the box and you understand the central idea of the passage and try to think in all the major possibilities that it can relate to. Because this Earth Summit was also aimed at what? Sustainability, right? So the whole theme is sustainability. Fine? Okay, nice. I know, Kuldeep. Competency based question, but CBQ is what? Very simple. I'll tell you what is CBQ. When you talk solving any kind of competency based question, let me tell you this quick hack. Suppose I'll ask you a question. What do you mean by sustainable development? Okay, fine. I ask you a question. And now I've twisted this question. I'll ask you that Saksham was studying in a class of geography and his teacher told that we are having very less resources and we need to conserve the resources, but at the same time we need to develop because that is equally important for the growth of economy. So Saksham was confused that how can we develop and also protect the environment at the same time? Can you help out Saksham? Or what is the idea that Saksham is planning about? Now you got stuck in the entire story of Saksham. This is competency creation, right? What is the main idea of the entire thing? That is sustainable development. Forget about the story of Saksham. Try to understand what is the main idea of the question and that is your answer. Always you will see that the main idea or whatever the question is trying to ask is generally in the last lines of the questions. So entire first and second line is just to create an environment so that you get confused. The actual question lies in the last lines of the question. So that is a secret hack to identify such kind of questions. Okay, understood? Right, bache. So that is a way of solving it out. Hi Nobita. Shalja Bache, I've already taught all the important dates in the history wala part, so you can already see that. I've already marked which important dates are there, and direct date based questions won't be there. Okay, direct date based questions won't be there. They can ask you in the match the following maybe, but exactly tell the date of this. These types of questions will not be there. Okay, fine. Fine, bache. So this is how you can do. So this is how you can solve competency based questions. So don't worry about it. So whenever competency based questions are there, always this is a short hack, short trick. Go to the last line, try to summarize, try to find out what is the last line actually telling, and there you will find your answer. For example, if I say that Raman was studying about a great water conservation system that is practiced in Meghalaya, in which they use all the sustainable means and the natural ways to tap the spring water. So what is that system? In Meghalaya, we already remember 200-year-old system is bamboo drip irrigation. The answer is bamboo drip irrigation. Very simple. So do not get in the trap of that mahal that CBSE creates. Okay, just try to get the main gist of it. You have your answer. It's very simple to solve. You'll enjoy it. Explain the land use pattern in India. Why has the land under forest not increased? If you talk about the land use pattern in India, it depends upon several factors, both human and geographical, right? Like what type of relief feature, what type of climate, what type of soil types are available. That makes it very important, as well as what is the technology available, how much people are living in the area. So that impacts the total type of land distribution in India. If you talk about the net pattern of the net zone area is also very much variable. If you talk about Punjab and Haryana known for agriculture, so more than 80% of the land in Punjab and Haryana is full of agriculture. That is in the net zone area. If you talk about the northeastern states of India, they are not very much known for agriculture. Hilly regions, difficult to do agriculture, difficult to do farming. So there are only 10% areas there. Forest in the area in the country is very less below the desired percent. National Forest Policy of 1952 says that the desired percentage of forest should be 33%, but we are very far less with that, right? So that is also one case. Then a part of the land is also called as wasteland, and at times it is put to non-agricultural uses, like for example construction purposes, building railways, okay, hospitals, schools, colleges. So that is also not counted in the forest area or agriculture area, right? Then there are many areas that are desert areas, rocky areas that are not fit for even cultivation also, right? So continuous usage of such kind of land without taking the proper measurements also sometimes results into the land degradation. Fine. Whenever you hear this word, it means uncultivated. What does it mean? Uncultivated. Whenever you hear this word, it means uncultivated. Okay, so whenever you hear someone ask you what is current fallow means a land that has not been cultivated for 1 year. Okay, other than current fallow, a land that has not been cultivated from between 1 to 5 years. Fallow means uncultivated. Cultivable wasteland, that is for more than 5 agriculture years you have not done any kind of agriculture. So this is one topic that people get a lot confused. That's why I discussed here. Fallow means uncultivated, where you are not doing any kind of farming. Current fallow, current means very recent. That means less than 1 year or 1 year you have not done cultivation. Other than current fallow, that means between 1 to 5 years you have not done cultivation. Cultivable wasteland, that means you have not done agriculture for more than 5 years. So these are the three terminologies. Make it very, very simple. Okay, very simple. Fine. Now let's move on further. Very simple. But Shelja, what do you want me to explain? So I've told you the land use pattern in India. So when you're talking about land, what is land? It's called zameen, right? How do you utilize it? It depends on several factors. Natural factors, obviously we go in the hilly areas. Will you find a lot of farming? No, not possible. Why? Because there are hills. It's very difficult to do any kind of farming on the hilly areas. Come to the plain areas of the country, you will find great amount of agriculture. Talk about Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, great amount of agriculture, right? But not in the cases of desert regions like Rajasthan. So when you're talking about, there are multiple factors that define how the land is used in India. So especially the places where huge amount of population is there. So there the land will be used to settle that population. Also it can be used for agriculture purposes. So both the human factors and natural factors define the land usage. Then we talk about there is also some kind of land that is absolutely of no use. For example, the desert lands. So desert lands are not fit for cultivation. Also you cannot start making railways there. It's very difficult because entirely sand is there. Such kind of land is of no use. Some kinds of lands are utilized for non-agricultural uses like building railways, constructing schools, colleges, right? There are some lands that are again, some lands are very rocky, right? And what happens when you don't take care of a land, it also starts degrading. Then if we talk about forest area in the country, the forest area is also less. According to the national forest policy, out of the total area of the country, it should be 33% as the area should be forest area. But so far we have not been able to reach the targets. So this is the various ways in which land is utilized in India. I hope this clears your doubt, bache. Okay. Okay, I hope this clears your doubt, beta. Fine, fine, fine. So there was one lovely student, so she just asked me a doubt. Yeah. Hi, Nobita. Okay. Now, when you're talking about soil erosion, explain the types of soil erosion. This is a nice question. This is a very nice question. Okay, when you're talking about soil erosion, see, very simple, the washing away of the top soil cover, that is called as soil erosion, right? It can happen due to many factors like deforestation, overgrazing, construction, mining activities, or even fast flowing running water during the time of floods, during the time of winds. When there are wind storms, what happens? They take away the soil with them. That is called as erosion. Top fertile soil, the soil in which very good for cultivation, agriculture, everything. So that is taken away by the wind, water, deforestation, overgrazing, these kinds of factors. So there are multiple types of soil erosion. Number one, gully erosion. So what is gully erosion? So when water is passing through a land area in huge amount, it will create deep channels. Channels are like the गड्ढा देखा है सड़क पे गड्ढा हो जाता है ना कभी-कभी, right? So वैसे गड्ढे हो जाते हैं soil में. So what happens? Some kind of channels, deep channels are created. These are called as gullies. And such a type of erosion is called as gully erosion. So to make the land unfit for cultivation, such lands are called as badlands. Sheet erosion. Have you seen a sheet of paper? What happens? Sometimes water is flowing in such a large amount that it carries huge amount of soil along with it. It seems as if soil is flowing in the form of a sheet. Soil is flowing in the form of a sheet. That is called as sheet erosion, right? Sometimes wind carries away the soil, wind blows away the soil. So that is called as the wind erosion, right? When wind blows away the loose topsoil, that is called as the wind erosion. Fine? Okay. सर गांधी जी ने कढ़ाई में नमक बनाया था बेटा, गांधी जी ने कढ़ाई में नमक नहीं बनाया था. इफ यू गो टू द सी साइड, अगर समुद्र के किनारे जाएंगे, देन यू विल बी एबल टू इवापोरेट. यू कलेक्ट सम सी वाटर, इवापोरेट इट, इवापोरेशन के बाद उसमें सॉल्ट बचता है. ठीक है बेटा, हिंदी चैनल नहीं है. हिंदी चैनल हम लोग फाउंडेशन वाला पे, हिंदी वाले में पढ़ाते हैं आपको. ठीक है, फाउंडेशन पीडब्ल्यू फाउंडेशन पे. ये चैनल उन बच्चों के लिए है जिनको हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती, एंड दैट इज वाई मैं इनको इंग्लिश में पढ़ा रहा हूँ. ठीक है, हिंदी में हम लोग उधर पढ़ाते हैं पूरा. ठीक है, वहाँ पे पढ़ाते हैं, वहाँ पे वीडियोस हैं, आप वहाँ पे देख सकते हैं. एंड हियर ये चैनल उन बच्चों के लिए जिनको हिंदी समझ में नहीं आता, तो उनको हम इंग्लिश में पढ़ा देते हैं. ठीक है, तो जिनको इंग्लिश समझ में आती है. ठीक है प्यारे बच्चे. ओके 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 फाइन. Okay, let's move on further. Let's move on further, bache. Okay, so let's come to the next topic, that is resource, forest and wildlife. In this also, no, it is fine. Okay. So let's start doing with the one marker questions. Okay, so we have a target. We need to finish this by 11:15 at any cost, otherwise it won't work. Substantial parts of the tribal belts in northeastern India have been deforested by dash. Okay, you have 4 options to go. Come on, what should be the correct answer? What should be the correct answer, बच्चों? एक्सपेरिमेंट पॉइंट बेटा, मैंने आपको बताया कि चैनल ही इंग्लिश का है. इनफैक्ट उन बच्चों के लिए जिनको हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती, हिंदी वाले क्लासेस बच्चे हम लोग करते हैं पीडब्ल्यू फाउंडेशन चैनल पे. वहां पे ऑलरेडी वीडियोस हैं बेटा, आप उनको देख सकते हैं. ठीक है बच्चे. सो यहाँ पे हम लोग करते हैं वीडियोस इन इंग्लिश, ताकि उन बच्चों के लिए पढ़ा सकते हैं जिनको हिंदी नहीं समझ में आता. ठीक है बच्चे, इसीलिए यहाँ पे इंग्लिश में क्लास हो रहा है. आप फाउंडेशन चैनल पे हिंदी वाला व्यू कर सकते हो. ओके ओके, वेरी वेरी श्योर शैलजा, श्योर. ओके, लेट्स मूव ऑन फर्दर बच्चे. करेक्ट आंसर इज शिफ्टिंग कल्टीवेशन. वेरी नाइस. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Buxa Tiger Reserve is seriously threatened by dash. Which type of mining? Very simple, bache. That is dolomite mining. Next question. Himalayan yew. What is Himalayan yew? Himalayan yew is basically a medicinal plant out of which we take out a chemical called as taxol, which is used to treat the cancer. Next question. Himalayan yew is found in where? Himalayan yew is generally found, since it says Himalaya, we cannot find it in Punjab, Haryana, Kerala or West Bengal. So correct answer is option A, Himachal and Arunachal. Next question. Teak monoculture has damaged the natural forest in which area or part of the country? That is option number B, South India. Next question, cheer pine plantations in Himalayas have replaced dash. That is, which ones? So you cannot find babool in Himalayan region, you cannot find teak in Himalayan region. We'll find Himalayan oak and rhododendron forest, that is the natural areas that have been replaced by the cheer pine plantations. That's very, very wrong. Next question, which of the following is not responsible for the decline in India's biodiversity? So definite, we have one positive option, that is afforestation, that means planting of more trees that will definitely not harm the environment. Next question, which of the following is not a direct outcome of environmental destruction? So river valley projects or the multi-purpose projects definitely is not an outcome. Outcome means result of environment destruction. Okay. Narmada Sagar project in Madhya Pradesh will inundate how many hectares of forest? So basically it will inundate means drown, means duba dena, of 40,000 hectares of forest. Next question, what is the name of the chemical compound extracted from the bark, needles and twigs of Himalayan yew? We just discussed that. So the compound is called as Taxol, and this compound is used to treat the disease of cancer. Moving on further. Assertion and reason. Project Tiger was launched in the year 1973. Tiger population declined significantly and needed protection. So first of all, both the statements are true. We'll eliminate the option C and option D. So we see that the reason for launching Project Tiger was very simple, because tiger population was decreasing. So both A and R are true, and R is the correct explanation. Next question. Mayank wants to see tigers in their natural habitat on his tour in Assam. Mayank should visit which place? That's a nice question, right? Come on, answer this question, bacho. That Mayank wants to see tigers in the natural habitat on his tour in Assam. Mayank should visit which place? Very simple, very simple. So Mayank should visit Manas. Sariska is in Rajasthan, not an option. Corbett in Uttarakhand, not an option. Periyar in Kerala, not an option, right? So the correct answer is Manas Tiger Reserve. Next question. Mohan's teacher asked him to identify the state that has the maximum area under the permanent forest. The state should be. So which state should has the maximum area under permanent forest? The state is very simple, that is Madhya Pradesh, and the percentage is 75% under the permanent forest. Next question. Which of the following states were the first to implement the joint forest management? The first state to implement the joint forest management back in 1988 were a very good one, that is Odisha. Option number 4 is correct. Ramesh was studying about Beach Bachao Andolan in class. Identify the place where the movement was active. Bihar, Tehri, Himachal and Kerala. So Ramesh was studying about this Beach Bachao Andolan in class. Identify the place where this movement was active. Bihar, Tehri, Himachal and Kerala. So correct answer is bacho Tehri, that's in Uttarakhand. Okay. Now let's come to the next question. How human activities affected the depletion of flora and fauna? It's very simple. You can give the examples of any two. The river valley projects like the construction of dams and the multi-purpose projects have definitely damaged the environment. Second, illegal mining projects have depleted the environment. Then you can give any two examples out of these 4 pointers. Development projects, human activities like clearing the forest area because of increasing the agriculture area or growing of more food grains, right? So you can write any 2 points from the 4 points. Next question. List the various provisions made by the Indian Wildlife Protection Act for protecting habitats. Okay, so what are the different things that Indian Wildlife Protection Act 1972 has done for protecting the wildlife habitats of the animals? So number 1, you can write any 2 points. Number 1, an all India list was prepared of the species that needs protection. It was published. Second, we have also started banning hunting. We have given legal protection. We have restricted the trade in wildlife. National parks, wildlife sanctuaries have been set up. Biological gardens have started to support the species of plants. So any of the 2 or 3 pointers you can write in this question. Next question. Which agency manages forests in India? Name the broad categories in which the forests are divided. In India, forests are managed by the government through the forest department. The 3 major categories in which we divide the forests are reserve, protected and unclassed forest. Okay. Now, next question. What are the permanent forest estates and why? Which state has the maximum forest cover under this? So we know that the reserved and the protected forests are sometimes called as the permanent forest. Okay. So these forests are maintained for producing timber and other kind of forest product. Timber means wood, right, bacho? So basically permanent, reserved and protected forests are also called as permanent forests. The major agenda of maintaining this forest is producing wood and other forest products. Okay, so basically Madhya Pradesh is the state that has the largest area under the permanent forest. Basically 75% of the total forest area of Madhya Pradesh is under the permanent forest. Moving on to the next question. What are unclassed forests? Very nice, bacho. Very nice question. So what are unclassed forests? Name 2 areas which have high percentage of this. Unclassed forests are the other categories of forests that belongs to both the government and the private individuals as well as the local communities like the tribal communities. Okay, so these are those forests that can belong to government or the private individuals or even the local tribal communities. Some good examples are northeastern part of the India and the parts of Gujarat. So northeastern parts of India and the parts of Gujarat have great amount of forest lying under the category of unclassed forest. Okay. Hi Nobita bache, keep answering the question. Keep answering the question, bacho. Keep answering the question first. Next question. Write two characteristics of the joint forest management, and this is very important one, very probable in examination. See, joint forest management means when you involve the local communities in restoring the degraded areas of the forest. First started in Odisha 1988. So what we do in this is we form a local village community by the forest department. So they are given the management, they are given the responsibility of managing the degraded areas of the forest, especially those areas of the forest that have become very degraded. So their task is to manage that area, regrow that area and restructure that area. In return for that, they will get two benefits. Number one, first of all, they will get some kind of forest products, and second, the timber that has been successfully produced by the forest department, they will also get some amount of share in that wood or that timber. So they are dual benefits of the community. Moving on further, write a brief note on Project Tiger. See, Project Tiger started in 1973 when we realized that the tiger population is definitely decreasing. So tiger conservation is a kind of effort of ensuring a protection to the endangered species, not only tiger but also species that are in the danger of becoming extinct in the near future. Right. So Corbett National Park, Sundarban National Park, Bandhavgarh, Sariska, Manas Tiger Reserve. So multiple national parks and tiger reserves are set up with an objective to save the tiger population. Next question. Destruction of biodiversity is highly correlated with the loss of cultural diversity. This is a nice question. See, if we talk about especially among the poor people, the women are the most affected. If we talk about women have the basic responsibility in the rural areas of managing the household works, collection of firewood, collection of the important products for eating purposes, for the food purposes. But when you cut down the forest, these women have to walk more than 10 kilometers to get this basic necessities even, right? The indirect impact is drought of floods. When you deforest the areas, it also causes droughts, less amount of rainfall, famines because you don't have enough amount of rainfall, right? Poverty is a direct outcome. When you don't have enough income, definitely you will be struck, you'll be thrown into the pool of poverty. So you'll become more and more poor if you don't have resources. So these are the various points you can write in this particular question. So this is basically a 3-marker. Moving on further. Discuss the most important causes of environmental degradation. Number one, unequal access to resources. Some are having major access and some are not having the equal access. Then distribution of the resources is not equal. Some regions are very, very rich and some regions are very scarce in terms of resource availability. Then overpopulation is again a very much important factor, because when the population increases, the demands of the population also increases, right? As a result, what happens, unnecessarily you have to overuse the resources or overconsume the resources, right? Now, let's move on to the next question. Bache, this is CBSE. This is CBSE. Bache, this is CBSE. This is not state board. I'll be very honest with you, beta. Okay. Now, let's move on to the next question, that is read the following paragraph and answer the question that follow. Indian society comprises several cultures, each with its own set of traditional methods of conversing nature. Sacred qualities are often ascribed to springs, mountain peaks, plants and animals, which are closely protected. You will find troops of macaques, langurs around many temples, and they are traded as a part of temple devotees. In the Bishnoi villages in Rajasthan, herds of black buck called Chinkara, Nilgai, peacocks can be seen as an integral part of the community. So, you talk about mandirs and temples, we see that we don't hurt the monkeys there. We consider them to the incarnation of or the roop of Bajrangabali, Hanumanji. We say that these are the incarnation of Bajrangbali, the symbolism of Bajrangbali. Just do not harm them. So you can see around temples there are lots and lots of monkeys. They're eating. They're doing lots and lots of stuff, right? So they have been important part of the Indian community, and apart from that, there are multiple trees, multiple animals that we consider very sacred, very holy, very important, and we do not harm them, right? Okay, so let's move on further. The term used to describe the forest of the gods and goddesses. What do we use that term? We call them as sacred groves. Sacred means holy or important. Groves mean the forest, the areas. Mundas and Santals of the Chota Nagpur plateau worship which tree? They worship the Mahua tree. Now, how has the Bishnoi community of Rajasthan contributed to the production of wildlife? If we talk about the Bishnoi villages in Rajasthan, we see that black buck or the Chinkara, right? So that is very much protected there. Nilgai, the peacocks. So you cannot hunt them, you cannot trouble them without even the permission of this community. Especially you remember Salman Khan and the black buck case. So black buck is an endangered species, especially Bishnoi community considered black buck to be very important in the community. So in this way, the local community is also conserving the important wildlife species. Okay. So discuss how communities have conserved and protected wildlife. You can give the example of Chipko movement in the Himalayas. right? You can also give the example of Santhalis of Chota Nagpur Plateau. They worship certain trees that are of great importance. You can give the example of Bishnoi community. For them, for them the like inhabitants in the Alwar. You can give the example of Bishnoi community. Like for them, the black buck chinkara is again very important. They protect that chinkara. In Indian Hindu weddings, if we talk about, especially if we talk about the tribals of Bihar, Odisha, they worship the tree of tamarind, that is imli and mango. So in fact, in the Indian weddings, when we do havan and yag in our homes, right, we always take the leaves of aam called as mango, right, the mango tree, that is considered to be very holy. With the help of that aam leaves, we throw the Ganga Jal, and we just sprinkle the Ganga Jal on that havan and the Agni around. Sariska tiger reserve, Rajasthan have fought against the mining, giving the example of the Wildlife Protection Act. Then if you talk about in Alwar district of Rajasthan, the villagers have declared 1200 hectares of area as Bhairav Dev Dako Sanctuary. They have their own set of rules and regulations there. You cannot enter that sanctuary without the permission of these villagers. So these are the various ways in which community are held in the conservation. Next is JFM. So bache, we have already done the JFM wala part. So we'll skip on to the next chapter. Okay, so next chapter is water resources. We have done two chapters from geography in a moment of just say 40 minutes, and we'll be moving on to the next chapter. That is the next chapter is again the water resources. Okay, so let me change my microphone batteries. In the meanwhile, you can take 1 minute of quick water break. So let me change my microphone batteries, and then we'll continue with the water resources topic, right? No bache. Conservation of resources and wildlife se pehle ka nahi aayega. Okay, so don't be very much troubled because of that. So they won't ask you. So that is why I have not covered that even. Okay, I hope I'm audible. So basically, you must have got a little bit of disturbance in the form of khar, right? So basically, that disturbance was just because I was changing the batteries, right? So I am all done by changing the batteries. Now let's move on further. Okay. Let's move on further. Bacha. Let's move on further. Fine. So let's move on to the next chapter, that is water resources. So that khar sound is over now. So I think you might have got that khar song. Okay, so basically when you change the batteries, that does a little khar. Let's move on to the next question. Water resources. Okay, and again MCQ war begins. I just talking about MCU. Okay, so let's begin with the MCQ wars. Once again, the beginning of the MCQ wars, and here we go, Avengers, assemble. Okay, so in the 14th century, the tank in Dash was constructed by Iltutmish to supply the water to the Siri Fort area. This is a very lit area in Delhi. Believe me, when you visit Delhi, visit this place. This is called as Haus Khas in Delhi. Next question. Dash is the first state in India that made the rooftop rainwater harvesting compulsory. Which is that state? Can you tell me, bacho? Can you tell me? Sambhav, beta, I have already taught bache nationalism in Europe and nationalism in India in this class. I mean the starting. Okay, in the starting beta. Okay, so you can watch that video. In fact, apart from that also I put down the lectures, so you can watch that. Hi Sambhav, how are you beta? Correct answer is Tamil Nadu. Okay, come on, start giving the answers. Sambhav. come here. Hi Anita, who is saying that recorded hai bhai ye to? Beta, I am live human being, especially dropped from Mars today. Jadoo is my friend and Koi Mil Gaya is my favorite movie. Okay, so however, whatever I said does not respond to the clear life. Okay, so the correct answer is Tamil Nadu. Okay, correct answer is Tamil Nadu. So that is the first state in India. You can also answer the question here. Let's move on further. Dash in the Mahanadi basin integrates the conservation of flood with the water control. The moment you see Mahanadi, remember one dam. That is Hirakud Dam, Hirakud project. Okay, sir, history one shot CBSE. Acha, okay. No worries, bache, everything is available there. You can just watch it, Sambhav, my dear bache. Let's move on to the next question. In Satluj Beas river basin, the dash water is being used both for hydel power production and irrigation. Satluj Beas, there is one dam that is built on Satluj Beas, that is Sardar Sarovar project. Which is that dam, bacho? Sardar Sarovar project. Let's move on to the next question. Hi Vaishu, I know my dear bache that you are from the beginning. Sir, where can I find your history CHSE lectures? History lectures on the PW Foundation channel only, beta. On that only it's there. Okay, you can find there, my dear bache. Let's move on further. So Dash proudly proclaimed the dams as the temples of modern India. These kinds of swag lies in only one neta, that is our favorite Chacha ji, Mr. Chacha, that is Jawaharlal Nehru. 1, 2, Cha, 3, 4, Cha. So correct answer, Chacha Jawaharlal Nehru. Next question, question number 6, Bhadu song. Bhadu song is basically a song in the special region that talks about the trouble faced by the villagers because of flooding of certain river. Which river we are talking about? So we are talking about Damodar river, that is also called as the river of sorrow, because after the flooding of this river, what happens? Generally the farmers face a lot of problem. Okay. Hi bache, hi Ashwin, how are you? Big fan, I'm also big fan. Hi Kuldeep, how are you bacho? It's Bhadu song, it's Bhadu song. Next question, Narmada Bachao Andolan is a non-governmental organization that mobilizes the tribal people, farmers, environmentalists, human rights activists against the Dash Dam. Which dam? Very simple, Sardar Sarovar Dam, which Modi ji inaugurated very recently. Bhaiyo Bano, this dam is basically amazing. Koina Dam, Koina Dam is the largest dam that is situated in which area? Maharashtra. Option number D is absolute correct. Next question, Rihand Dam. See, Rihand is one dam that is very much situated on the borders of UP and MP in the district called Sonbhadra of Uttar Pradesh. So definitely Uttar Pradesh, Godavari is not going to flow, Brahmaputra not going to flow, Sarla is not going to flow. The correct answer is Son river. Sona kitna sona hai? Sone jaisa mera man. Okay, let's come to the question number 10. Krishna Godavari dispute is due to the objections raised by the Karnataka Andhra Pradesh government regarding the diversion of more water at Koina by Dash. Okay, so that is Koina by the Maharashtra government. Next question. In Phalodi and Barmer, almost all the houses have underground tanks or tankas for storing water. Barmer and Phalodi are in which state? Barmer and Phalodi lies in the state of Rajasthan. Aaplo Rajasthan padharo hamare desh. Next question. A 200-year-old system of tapping stream and spring water by using bamboo pipes is used in the state of which state? We were just discussing this question some time back. So the state of Meghalaya. Next question. India ranks Dash in the world in terms of water availability per person per annum. Per annum means per year. So India's rank is 133. Next question. As per one of the Swedish expert, water stress occurs when the availability of water is between dash and dash. So the availability of water is between 1000 to 1600 cubic meters. Then according to a Swedish expert whose name is Falkenmark, this particular situation is called as water stress. This particular situation is called as water stress. Water stress means when the water availability is very, very less. It's a water scarcity situation. Moving on further, Ria was on a school trip to Bengal. Her teacher told her an interesting water harvesting technique. Practice there to use the flood water. Identify the technique. Now this is a kind of competency based question, CBQ, right? CBQ question types. Ria was on a school trip. Her teacher told about an interesting practice of water harvesting in Bengal. What is that practice? It's a very simple practice. Very simple practice. Hi Rod Babji. That's a nice name, I must say. It's a nice name. Interesting one. Okay, very nice, very nice, very nice. Tesla, who is giving Tesla? I also want one Tesla. Correct answer is inundation channel. So what happens in Bengal, they draw some channels like something like this, and they just divert the flood water. They divert the flood water and towards the agricultural fields, and that is how it helps out, right? So the correct answer is inundation channels. Next question. Explain how water becomes a renewable resource. It's a basic easy question. Okay, it's a very, very basic easy question. You have to talk about water cycle. So basically waters in the rivers and oceans, that evaporates, it forms clouds, it falls back in the form of rain, and that is how the water gets recharged. Very simple. Next question. Effects of over exploitation of groundwater. Number 1, when you take more groundwater, it results into the ground table getting more lower and lower. Adversely affects the water availability. And if water is not available, definitely agriculture is not possible, because you need water for agricultural purposes, isn't it? If the water is not available, you need water for agriculture purposes. If water is not available, you will not be able to do the water, agriculture, right? Next question, main causes of water pollution. You can write any causes: domestic waste, waste from your home, right? Industrial waste, when they are disposed of in water without treating even. So without even proper treatment of water, when you simply throw the waste into the water, it pollutes the water resources. Chemicals from the industries, when they go into the water bodies, it affects the water resources. Next question. Different types of hydraulic structures constructed in ancient India. See, very simple. When you're talking about hydraulic structures, they are basically the structures that are made in order to harness water from the nearby water resources, right? For example, during the time of Chandragupta Maurya, there were dams built. Then Bhopal Lake, it's one of the largest artificial lake built of its time. So these are simple structures that were built in the ancient times in order to harness the water from the resources. Next question. Main difference between traditional and modern dams. But this is actually a little bit not less important. So traditional dams are basically, see, very basic difference. Traditional dams are basically built to, control the river water and little bit use the water for irrigation. Modern dams are called multi-purpose projects. Why? Because we produce electricity out of it. We use the water for irrigation. We supply the water into industries, into cities, and also people go to visit dams for recreational purposes. So that is why this is called as a multi-purpose project. Next question. Jawaharlal Nehru called the dams as the temples of modern India. So it's very simple. When you're talking about dams, he believed that dams are one kind of projects that will integrate the rural and the urban economy. So if the villagers have good amount of water for irrigation, if the farmers have good water for irrigation, they will be able to grow better crops, have better income. If the people in the urban areas have water, if the industries have water, the factories will work well. So ultimately that will also lead to the growth of the factories. So ultimately this is the different ways in which Jawaharlal Nehru said that dams can be called as the temples of modern India as they will lead the nation to development and progress. Fine, so these 2 points are enough. Construction of dams and rivers has caused an environmental degradation. Give reasons. See, very simple. Just imagine. You are texting with your so-called crush. Let's try to understand in the most modern way. You will understand this. Okay. So you are trying to. So let's try understanding this. You are texting with your crush on Instagram. You are texting your crush on Instagram or Facebook. Okay. All of a sudden you are doing lies amount of texting. Okay, you are sending, wow, did you have your lunch? Do you have your dinner? Wow, shall I come to there to feed the dinner myself? You are texting your crush, right? All of a sudden what happens? Your mother comes and sees your messages. The mother comes and sees your messages, right? Now what is going to happen, Bache? She will put a barrier across your Instagram. Either your mobile will be snatched or your Instagram will be uninstalled. So what is happening? In your sudden flow of messages, there is a barrier. And now what is going to happen? Your messages are going to get accumulated one by one. Your crush is sending the messages, but you are not able to reply. And the crush does not know that your Instagram has already been installed. It is a barrier being created. Your parents have already created a barrier, right? And your messages are not going. Her messages are coming, getting accumulated. So what will happen when you meet your crush? She will be very angry with you. Very angry with you. She might start beating you, right? So that is the case in case of dams. Dams, the rivers are flowing nicely. The rivers are like your Instagram message. Barrier is the dam. Barrier is just like your mama who just came and saw your messages and she put a barrier in your regular flow. So what is happening? Your regular flow of messages getting affected. So what is happening? At the back of a dam, there is an artificial lake created. So when there is no flow of water, all the sediments will start settling down. When the sediments start settling down, the water levels will start rising and the nearby lower areas will start flooding. So they are just like the messages of your crush that are getting accumulated, and when they'll get accumulated at a certain point, she will blast and she will start hitting you, right? Or she will start shouting at you, why didn't you reply to my messages? That is very similar to flooding. This is what happens in the case of a dam, right? So when a dam, the sediments start, when the sediments start depositing, then what happens? It generally can lead to the flooding of the nearby areas. And your crush is just like a fish whose natural movement of flows have been affected by this dam or the barrier. Your crush is just like a fish, because what happens? Fishes, they flow along the stream current. Fishes, they flow along with the water. So crush was also messaging you like that. But what happened? All of a sudden there was a barrier. Now she is not understanding that why you are not responding. So she couldn't understand the major insight behind this. So this way the fishes, the aquatic habitats, they also get disturbed because they flow with the natural flow of the water. But when this flow is obstructed, what happens? They are not able to flow further, right? So this is the negative impact of dams. I hope you got this. Okay, example. Yeah, this is the reason, because I can see lots and lots of love flowing out in the chats. So I thought, why not at least teach the way you guys understand. Okay. Never forget this point. मेरा पेपर अच्छा नहीं जा रहा, मैं सुसाइड कर लूंगी. Why, Shweta बच्चे? Is this the end? No, right? You have multiple papers, multiple exams, multiple things to go. Acha nahi ja raha is one way. So doing this is not the answer, right? Acha nahi ja raha because we are doing certain mistakes. Find out the mistake. Virat Kohli did not hit a century for last 3 years. Just understand the amount of pressure that guy has. For last 3 years, he hadn't hit a century in the test match. Yesterday he did that. He hit that 186. That an excellent healing. Did Virat Kohli give up? No, right? So never give up. But say always things change for the better way. Multi-purpose projects and dams have been the cause of many new social movements. Name 2 social movements. You can explain Narmada Bachao Andolan and Tehri Dam Andolan. You can tell that initially their major concern was environment, but now they have also started focusing on the displacement of the local communities. See what happens whenever a dam is being built. There's large number of local people who have to give up their lands in order for the dam to be constructed, dam to be built. So as a result, local people are getting displaced, and the government is also least bothered to rehabilitate these people. So the movements are basically aimed at environmental protection and also the rehabilitation of these kinds of local communities. Next question. Multipurpose projects have transformed the social landscapes. That's very true. So again, you need to give the example of local people, that for the making of the multipurpose projects, the local peoples have to give up their lands. Also, they have to give up their farming lands. On this, earlier they were farming, so they have lost their way of living a life. They have lost their livelihoods as well as their homes, and the government is least bothered to rehabilitate such kind of lands. So ultimately, this also increases their poverty, also pushes them into more poor and bad situation, right? Okay. Okay, Sharik. Okay, fine. So let's move further, bacha. Discuss any 3 major benefits of the multi-purpose project. See, very simple. It's very easy. Number 1, multi-purpose projects will bring water to those areas where there is water scarcity. Like for example, there might be a friend in your group who has a common smartphone, right? So that guy is actually the your multi-purpose project. Why? Because every friend's numbers are there on that particular mobile phone, on that smartphone. So you go to that friend, oh bhai, Priya ka message aaya kya? Right, so they are like that. So that guy is fulfilling your scarcity, isn't it? So he is bringing water to the areas where it is not available. Actually, in simple terms, he is bringing messages to those people who are definitely not having access to the smartphone. The friends like this, they do exist, right? And they provide water for irrigation. So these products also generate electricity for the industries, isn't it? Apart from that, they help in controlling the floods. So you can give any of these points, right? Now, read the given paragraph and answer the questions that follow. So India's rivers, especially the smaller ones, have all turned into toxic streams. Even the bigger ones like Ganga, Yamuna are far from being pure. The result in the India's rivers from population growth, agriculture, modernization, urbanization, industrialization is very enormous, and it can be life-threatening. So basically, we are talking about water pollution in this particular paragraph. So the question will be somewhat around water pollution, how to solve it. So this is the central idea of the paragraph. You should start broadening your approach in this. Okay. So whenever you are talking about a paragraph-based question, simply get the idea of the paragraph. Once you've got the idea, start exploring all the possibilities related to the topic. Here we'll try to do the same. Water pollution can lead to water scarcity. Very simple. You don't have polluted water, you cannot use that. Right. Next, give 2 reasons behind water pollution. Any 2 you can give. Population growth, urbanization, industrialization, toxic chemicals from industries. Any example. 2 ways in which water can be consumed. We can treat the polluted waters before it's discharging into water bodies. Preventing the soil pollution, especially during the near the groundwater resources. If you don't pollute the land area, because what happens when you dump waste garbage on the land, and suppose if there is a heavy rainfall, what happens is along with the heavy rainfall, the garbage, the dust particles also go inside the soil, mix with the groundwater, it pollutes the groundwater. So ultimately they are very interrelated, right? We cannot afford to have this. Question number 27. Compare the advantages and disadvantages. Advantages we have already done. They bring water to the areas that have water scarcity, they generate electricity, good for recreation, help in controlling floods. Disadvantages, number 1, they have failed to achieve the purpose for this where they were built. This is very important question. This is very important question. Advantage and disadvantage. Okay, this can be asked in the exam. Now, question is very simple. Disadvantages, they have failed to achieve the purpose for which they were constructed. Dams were constructed to control floods. In many cases, they have caused floods. The big dams were very unsuccessful, right? And the floods, they cause extensive amount of soil erosion, ultimately leading to soil degradation, right? So these are the multiple disadvantages that we can talk about. Explain the rooftop rainwater harvesting. This is an important question again. How it is carried out in the semi-arid regions of Rajasthan. Okay, when you're talking about the rooftop rainwater harvesting, there are 2 ways. Number 1, what we do is we collect the rainwater, that is after the rain, what happens. So what we have done is we have made a space here. So this is a rainwater collecting space. So when there is a rainfall, the water gets collected here. With the help of a pipe, we take it to an underground recharge facility, the underground storage tank, right? If you talk about generally in the courtyard that we call as angan of the ghar, or in the underground basement of the houses in Rajasthan, we build a huge tank, a large tank. Sometimes it can be as huge as 6.1 meters deep, 4.27 meters long, and 2.44 meters wide. So these tankas or the large storage tanks are built so that when there's no rainfall available, so they become a very important source of storing the water. So the tanks are connected to the sloping roofs. So when the rainfall takes place, the water gets collected with the help of pipes in these tanks. Generally, the first rain shower is not collected because it contains impurities. After that, the second or the third rain shower is collected, and the water is stored in these large tanks. At times, you'll always see that people also start constructing rooms adjacent to these tanks, because in the summer areas, the summer times when the heat is superb high in Rajasthan, okay, and everything is super hot, so these rooms that are constructed just adjacent or beside the tankas are very cool in the summers, right? So they are very good, and especially when all the other sources have dried up, these tankas are the best way of getting the water available for the different purposes or needs, right? Fine. So this ends that chapter, that is water resources. So in 1 hour we have done 3 chapters. We have to go 4 more to go. Okay. Rajesh saying, sir, if he likes your Hindi accent. और भैया कई हाल चाल. अरे यार हिंदी निकल नहीं रहा एक्चुअली, बहुत देर से मैं इंग्लिश ही बोल रहा हूँ. सो बिकॉज द चैनल इंग्लिश है ना, चैप्टर मतलब इंग्लिश में हम लोग लेक्चर कर रहे हैं. सो अभी हिंदी वाला फील सुबह आएगा कल ज्योग्राफी में, ठीक है, पीडब्ल्यू फाउंडेशन के ऊपर, तो उधर मिलेंगे हिंदी के अंदर एकदम बढ़िया वाला, ठीक है. चलो, सो विल मीट देयर बच्चे, है ना. तो अभी इंग्लिश बहुत ज़्यादा, अभी हम अंग्रेज बने, समझ रहे हो तुम, एकदम खतरनाक अंग्रेज. ओके, सो विल टॉक अबाउट हिंदी इन दैट लेक्चर. Let's talk about the next topic, that is agriculture. Bache, drink some water. Okay, drink some water, bacha badi. So I also had a water break, a quick water break of 10-20 seconds. So we just had to wind it up, yaar. We'll try winding it up in the next half an hour or so. So you already reached into agriculture. After that, we have small chapters. Okay. So let's begin with the MCQ war. Oil seeds cover -% of the total cropped area of the country. How many percent? 12%. Very nice. Next. Okay. Let's move on further. Bacho. Okay. What was India's rank in 2008 in groundnut production? India's rank in 2008 groundnut production. Anyone? Second question. Happy birthday, sir. It's still not my birthday, bacha. Anyone? Come on. Anyone in the house? Anyone in the house? Come on. I need you to answer, bachos. Given sufficient time. Come on. Answer, bacho. Come on. Correct answer, bache. Correct answer. Okay, very nice. Second. Very nice. Correct answer is absolutely right. That is second. Next question. Which of the following is a kharif crop? Kharif crop in north and rabi crop in south. So that is the correct answer is the sesamum crop, that is kharif in north and rabi in south. India's third largest producer of tea in the world after one country that is always be there, China. However, Turkey is also this time. Turkey is known for Turkish tea and Turkish coffee. Next question. Coffee cultivation was first introduced which place? Baba Budan Hills, introduced by Mr. Baba Budan. He brought the coffee seeds from Yemen and planted it in the Nilgiri hills of Baba Budan, right? Even today, the coffee cultivation is considered only there itself, right? Next question. Which country among the following is the largest producer of fruits and vegetables? We are the largest producers. That is India. We eat a lot of vegetables and fruits, we guys, very important. Arabica variety of coffee initially brought to India from which of the following countries? So that was brought from Yemen. From Yemen, we brought the Arabica variety of coffee into India. Okay, which of the following reform was undertaken by Indian government to boost the dairy production? When it comes to dairy production, we call it as Operation Flood, or also at White Revolution. We also call this as the White Revolution or Operation Flood. Fine, let's move on to the next topic. Which movement is also called as the Bloodless Revolution? I'll talk about Bhutan Gamdan. Okay, so which movement is also called as the Bloodless Revolution? The correct answer is Bhutan Gamdan, initiated by Vinoba Bhave. Next question. Identify the crop from the given geographical condition. It requires high temperature, light rainfall, irrigation, 210 frost-free days, and bright sunshine for its growth. The moment you see 210 frost-free days, the answer should be, close your eyes and mark the answer as cotton. 210 frost-free days is required by cotton. Moving on further. Which of the following is not correct about the plantation farming? Which is not correct about the plantation farming? Very simple. In this type of farming, single crop is grown on a large area. Very true. Plantation is interface of agriculture industry. Very true. Plantations cover large areas of land called states. Very true. Farmer clears a patch of land by felling trees. This is absolutely incorrect, right? This is Garib farming. Subsistence farming, primitive subsistence, Garib farming. Not a feature of plantation. So definitely answer D is correct. 12. Identify the plantation crops from the following. Plantation crops are generally those crops that are sold in the market for the purpose of earning money. Like tea, coffee, banana, sugar cane. When you go to the railway stations, railway platform, have you heard that chai lelo, chai, chai, chai? Have you heard that song? Yeah, I used to sell that even. Slash and burn agriculture is known as dash in Mexico. In Mexico, we call slash and burn agriculture, shifting cultivation as milpa, milpa. Next question, Rabi crops. Rabi crops are the romantic crops. I always say that Rabi crops are romantic crops. They love, and romantic lovers, they love the season of winters, right? So Rabi crops are sown in winter and harvested in the summer. So Rabis are the romantic Rabis. Remember it as romantic Rabi crops. Next question, assertion reason. Indian agriculture has the potential to diversify the cropping pattern. India's climate is suitable for growing a wide variety of crops. First of all, both the statements are true. We'll eliminate option C and D. And why Indian agriculture can diversify? The reason is India's climate. That is very suitable. So we'll go with option number A, that is both A and R are true. Next question. Name one important beverage crop, specify the geographical conditions required for the growth. Beverage crop is something that you drink. For example, tea or coffee. You can take the example of anyone. Take the example of tea or take the example of coffee. So we are going with tea here. Tea grows well in subtropical, tropical climates. Okay, it needs a good, well-drained, fertile, rich soil, good in humus content, and a frost-free climate, right? Throughout the year, it needs a frost-free climate. And frequent showers that should be evenly distributed. Frequent showers. Showers means rainfall, evenly distributed, that are very good for the growth of the, tea leaves. Now, tea is a labor-intensive industry, which means that you see that tea leaves are very tender, very gentle, just they are like a newborn baby. So, you cannot just pluck them with the help of machines. You need manual labor. You have seen aunties in Bollywood movies plucking trees and a Bollywood hero dancing in the background. Kashmir mein tu Kanyakumari, right? And the auntie is busy plucking the tree. She is least bothered that whatever is dancing. She is least bothered that Shah Rukh Khan is dancing. She is busy plucking the trees, busy plucking the tree leaves, right? So, tea is generally processed on the same farm where it is produced, so that to maintain the freshness of the tea leaves. Okay, so this is why we can talk about tea, right? So, geographical conditions of tea. Let's move on to the next question. Next question is, name one staple crop of India and the regions where it is produced. So, rice is a major staple crop. Where do we produce rice? Northern plains, northeast India, coastal areas and delta regions. 4 major regions of rice production. Okay. But say mixed farming. Hi Ishki, how are you? But mixed farming is very simple when you are growing more than one variety of crops on the same piece of land, right? Okay, so you are doing it on a kind of mixed farming, right? So, or at times farmer can also grow crops as well as it can rear the livestock, right? So, both can be done by the same piece of farmer, by the same farmer, right? Let's move on further. So, I've already answered that. I've already answered Ishki ji. Okay, let's move on to the next question, bacho. Okay. The land under the cultivation has got reduced day by day, state some of its consequences. See, if the land under cultivation will reduce, then there will be shortage of food. Second, if you talk about the rise in the prices of food, if the food is not available in the market, then definitely the prices are going to rise, the food will become costly. We'll have to import more food, and importing the more food will definitely put a stress on India's economy, and also there will be unemployment, right? Because the people who are employed in the agriculture sector will definitely not find a great way of doing any other task, because they know to do agriculture, if the land is reduced, they will not have any other job, they'll become unemployed. Okay, okay, very nice person. But say definitely Tani, if you have not completed geography and history, you should go with that. You should go with that. Sure, Alan, for sure, bache, for sure. Okay, but I have just saw your question, so that's why I responded, Ishki. What factors does primitive subsistence farming depend on? Very simple. Primitive subsistence farming depend on monsoons or the natural fertility of the soil. They don't invest in any of the things, right? So they don't invest in irrigation, they don't invest in fertilizers and organic manures and all, right? And suitability of other environmental conditions. So if the it definitely is 100% nature dependent farming. So farmer clears a patch of land. Okay, subsistence farming, primitive subsistence. Farmer clears a patch of land. Okay, patch of land means he'll cut down the trees, he'll burn the trees. Whatever ash is produced after burning the wood, he'll mix that ash with the soil. When the monsoon happens, when the rain falls, so what is happening? The soil becomes moist. With the help of primitive tools, he will start doing the farming. the productivity is very low. The farmer does the farming with the help of the family members, and the major objective is fulfilling the needs of the family. It does not produce for the market. Okay, so already covered this topic. Let's move on to the next topic. Main characters of intensive subsistence farming. Dekhiye, so basically what happens in this case, the farmer is having very small patch of land. Farmer wants to take the maximum output of the small area of land. So what he does is, this type of farming is very labor intensive. So it will be practiced in areas where good amount of population is available. So farmer is having less piece of land. He will introduce all the kind of biochemical inputs in that land, HYV seeds, fertilizer, pesticides, right? So what the major objective of the farmer is, he will try, he will try producing 2 to 3 crops in a single year. In one single year, he will try producing 2 to 3 crops so that he can take out the maximum from that piece of land. And here the objective is dual. That is number one, he'll fulfill the needs of the family, and second is he'll also sell the extra amount of crops in the market. Let's move on to the next question. Name one type of agriculture which falls in the category of commercial agriculture. Okay, write the main characteristics. When it comes to basically the commercial agriculture, we'll talk about the plantation farming. So what happens in a plantation? We grow a single type of crop on a large area. Okay, the plantation is carried out on large estates. We need a huge amount of capital, huge amount of money for carrying out this plantation. Okay, apart from that, we have a lot of migrant laborers who work on these estates. Okay, so there are a lot of migrant laborers with the help of which this entire farming is carried out. And if we talk about plantation has an interface of agriculture and industry. That means that whatever things are produced in a plantation are used as a raw material in some or the other kind of industry, right? For example, sugar industry will need sugarcane. Sugarcane is produced in plantations. So this serves as a raw material in the case of sugar industry. So whatever is produced here is a raw material for some other industry. Moving on further, let's talk about new question. Next question. What are Rabi crops? I told you that Rabi crops are generally the romantic Rabi crops. Describe the climatic conditions required for the growth. So very simple, Rabi crops are grown in the winter season, generally around October, November, and they are harvested between April to June. During the time of the growing season, it requires a cooler climate, less amount of rainfall, right? So especially if we talk about the Rabi crops are grown in the north and northwestern parts of the country, like Punjab, Haryana, Himachal, Jammu, Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh. Okay, climatic conditions, if you're talking about due to western cyclonic disturbances, good amount of rainfall is available in these regions. Okay, and it generally needs a very moderate rainfall. So because of this, a very good impact is carried out on the Rabi crops. Apart from that, green revolution has also been a very important factor in the success of the Rabi crops. Okay, so green revolution is also equally important for the growth of Rabi crops, because in green revolution we have focused on the northwestern parts of the country and especially on the crops like rice and wheat. That has led to the growth of these crops in a huge amount. Okay, so let's move on to the next question, bacho. Kuldeep Sharma is on another way. He is enjoying the moment of his life. Guess what, Kuldeep, if you are getting these kind of night goodbye thing from a boy, how good that be? Imagine, Kuldeep, just imagine. You are imagining a pari will come, in fact a para came. That would be disastrous, Kuldeep, right? I guess that shouldn't happen. Kuldeep is imagining this. People are creating new ways. They are going beyond AI, I guess. Okay, artificial intelligence is useless. Kuldeep, right? Artificial intelligence is useless. He's making the full use of YouTube chat. Full usage of YouTube chat. Entire usage. But how will you fix your lips in the YouTube chat? Come on, just tell me. And if your parent saw, by the way, sticking your lips in the phone, just imagine what kind of trauma you are going to face after that. I do not, in fact, what kind of trauma you are going to face, I could not even imagine that situation. Just imagine yourself, your parents coming and thinking you might go, my son got stuck into mobile phone. That meme got really real. And the parents are coming to give you milk, bache, you are studying. And then the parents see Kuldeep is sticking in the phone, trying to, throw his emotions into the mobile screen. Bache, your tempered glass will also break with such kind of force. And he has taken Newton's laws a lot serious. But science has not reached that far that you can literally go into the phone and get the stuff that you're demanding for. Okay, that stuff needs to be in person. So when you meet the person in person, then you can demand those stuffs. Imagine you breaking the tempered glass because of this kind of, I don't know, but this is going beyond technologies. Well, India is literally progressing. The youth is very promising, I guess. I can see the kind of technology India is developing. People will develop space scientists. Here will develop different kind of scientists. Okay, so people are literally going beyond the science. However, this is really amazing. Thank you, yaar, for such a nice invention. Surely sometime in future I'll use this for sure. Okay, let's talk about further. Kuldeep, I love you, yaar, bache. Great invention. Great. Isaac Newton is also, in deep state of grief. Well, let's move on to the next question, which is, okay. But we will come to institutional reform. I literally request you to be little more patient. Okay, so we've already done this question and we'll come to the institutional reforms also. So out of the box, if you'll start doing the questions or taking up the things, that will again disturb the entire flow of the class. But I hope you understand. Right. Let's move on to the next question. So which is the third most important food crop of India? Name the cropping season in which it is grown. Name the 4 leading states of the production. Number 1. So when you're talking about with respect to area and production, jowar is the third most important food crop. Right. So if we're talking about, it is mainly the crop of the Kharif season. The moment you listen Kharif, immediately it should start coming into your mind that we are talking about a rainy season. That Kharif means the crop will be sown somewhere between around this thing September and all, and it will be harvested. The crop will be the Kharif. When it comes to Kharif, we're talking about we are sowing the crop somewhere in the monsoon season and harvesting across September, October, right? So before the Rabi, it is already harvested. It's a rain-fed crop in moist areas. Major producers are Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra. So you can remember by this, Meri Kahani, awesome. Meri Kahani, awesome. You can remember this bit. So Meri is Maharashtra, Kahani is Karnataka, and awesome is Andhra Pradesh. Okay. So these are the various ways in order to remember the states. I've just told you one way of it. Okay. So Meri Kahani, awesome. That is Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. So this is one way of remembering the states. Okay. So just take the mnemonics. Just take single letter and make something like this. So I just made it very random. You can make it even better. Okay. So Meri Kahani, awesome. That is Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra. So this is one way of remembering the states. Let's move on to the next question. Mention the 2 geographical conditions required for the growth of maize crop. Okay, describe the factors which have contributed to the increase in maize production. Geographical conditions that is required for the maize crop is number 1, it's a Kharif crop. The moment we say Kharif crop, it means it's grown in rainy season. Temperature is somewhere between 21 to 27 degrees Celsius. Rainfall needs is between 50 to 100 degree. Grows in old alluvial soil. It's a crop that can be used by both animals and humans. That means it's a both food and fodder crop, right? It can be used both by animals as well as it can be used by humans. So when you're talking about in states like Bihar, maize is also grown in the Rabi season. That's a good point. If the question is like which state grows maize in the Rabi, then your answer can be that is Bihar. Fine? Okay. Rohan, बच्चे syllabus क्या आ रहा है? Syllabus is huge. 7 chapters in geography, 5 chapters in history, more chapters in political science and economics. Okay, so you can go to cbscacademic.nic.in. You'll get the entire syllabus. बच्चे ultra OP legend you are. Okay, hats off to you, my dear. बच्चे 15th is the exam. Maize production in India has increased due to the factors like dash. Okay, so what has increased the maize production? Number 1. Use of modern inputs like HYV seeds and using of fertilizers and irrigation. See, when you're talking about the cropping patterns of India, we have 3 major cropping patterns. Number 1, Rabi, second is Kharif, third is Zaid. Rabi are the romantic crops. Romantic people, they love the winters, right? Very simple. So winters have less amount of rainfall. So definitely Rabi crops are generally sown by October and December, harvested between April to June. Sown in winters, harvested by summers. Okay, they require less amount of rainfall and a cool growing season. For example, wheat, okay, gram, they are very good examples. Kharif crops are generally rainy season crops. So when the monsoon starts, these crops are grown and by September, October, they are harvested. Good amount of rainfall will be there. Average temperature will be 21 to 28, 29 degrees Celsius on an average, right? Zaid is a very short season between Rabi and Kharif. The season when you get muskmelon, watermelons, cucumber, you get in the market somewhere between April, May, June and all. So that is the season, that is season of Zaid. Short season between Rabi and Kharif crops in which you get these kinds of crops available in the market. So these are the 3 kinds of crops, Rabi, Kharif and Zaid, cropping seasons. Next question. Okay, so Bhudan Gramdan movement. So anyone is having a doubt, we'll continue with this only. So Mahatma Gandhi declared Vinoba Bhave as a spiritual follower, disciple. He also participated in Satyagraha as one of the foremost Satyagrahis. He was one of the most, one of the votaries of the Gandhi's concept of Gram Swaraj. After Gandhi's martyrdom, after Gandhiji died, Vinoba Bhave undertook the Padyatra, the walk, to spread Gandhi's message covered almost the entire country. So once he was delivering a speech in Pochampalli in Andhra Pradesh, okay, some poor landless villagers demanded the land for their economic well-being. So Vinoba Bhave said that all of a sudden definitely I cannot give you the land, but I'll request the government of India to basically provide some kind of land to you if they can. So at this point of time, what happened, there was one person along with Vinoba Bhave. He stood up and offered 80 acres of land to 80 landless people, right? Okay, no worries Sambhav, no worries bache, don't spam, celebrate your birthday, enjoy your board exam as well. Okay, so let's come to the topic. So this guy, he stood up and donated 80 acres of land to 80 landless farmers. This was called as Bhudan. Bhu in Hindi means land, right? In Hindi we call it as Bhu, in English we call it as land. And after that, it was followed by many villagers, many zamindars who donated villages. Village in Hindi is called as gram. So when they donated the villages to the landless people, this is called as Gramdan. So this movement is called as Bhudan Gramdan, or also called as the bloodless revolution. Okay, moving on further. Which movement is being discussed? That is Bhudan Gramdan. By what name it is also known? This is also known as bloodless revolution. What was the major objective behind this? The major objective was to provide the land to the landless farmers. It began when Sri Ramchandra Reddy stood up and offered 80 acres of land to 80 landless villagers. This was called as Bhudan. Apart from that, also some zamindars and owners of many villages, they distributed villages among the landless people, and this came to be called as Gramdan. So this is your Bhudan and the Gramdan movement. It's important from the examination point of view. Moving on further. Now comes Ishki's question. Ishki ji, pay attention to the question. So what are institutional reforms? Enlist the various institutional reforms taken by Indian government to bring about improvement in agriculture. See, what are institutional reforms? Basically, they are the steps taken by the Indian government to improve the Indian agriculture. They are called as the reforms. Reforms means some kind of changes. Okay. Now, so when you're talking about some steps taken, number one, collectivization and consolidation of land holdings. Earlier, what happened? The land was very much distributed in the entire India, and that was of no usage. So government took those lands, scattered lands, and combined them into one large land. This is called as consolidation. So if there is 4 land pieces, the government combined them all, right? A plus B plus C plus D. So government combined them all and made one big land, one major land. So this land was more profitable. That is called as consolidation of land holdings. Okay, Green Revolution. Okay, Green Revolution was based on package technology. Basically, Green Revolution was aimed at making India self-sufficient in food grains. It increased the production of rice and wheat. Then White Revolution was started to increase the milk production. Blue Revolution was started to increase the fishery production, aquatic animal production. Apart from that, abolition of zamindari system. Zamindari system was very bad. Government of India abolished the zamindari system. Land was taken and again redistributed to the farmers. Moving on further, provision of crop insurance. Crop insurance was started so that we can protect the farmers against any kind of natural calamities like drought, flood, okay, cyclone, fire, diseases. Then we also established Grameen banks and the cooperative societies. Okay, and these banks were responsible for providing loans to the farmers at cheap rates of interest. Okay, so these banks were responsible for providing loan to the farmers at cheaper rates of interest. Then Kisan Credit Card or KCC. Kisan Credit Card is what? What is a credit card? Credit card is something in which there is certain amount. You can withdraw that amount and pay that later. So Kisan Credit Card was launched. Personal accidental insurance scheme was launched. Special weather bulletins were started. So these weather bulletins talked about the weather conditions, what farmers can do to protect their crops. Special awareness programs were started. Then introduction of minimum support price or MSP. So minimum support price is basically that price at which the government buys the food grains from the states in which there is extra production. So the government announces the price before the starting of the sowing season so that the farmers are encouraged to grow more crops. So whatever extra crops the farmers grow, that are taken or bought by the government at this decided price through the Food Corporation of India. That is called as MSP or minimum support price. So these are the institutional reforms introduced by the government. Okay. So describe the impact of globalization on India. This is very important. CBSE has an error in the syllabus. CBSE has not mentioned this. CBSE has to mention this. Instead of this, CBSE has mentioned food security. Food security is not there in the updated NCRTs. This becomes very important. You can say that we can also learn this question as the impact of globalization on Indian agriculture has not been fair. So globalization is basically not a new phenomenon. If you talk about India, India has always been involved in international trade ever since ancient times. Even in the times of Indus Valley civilization, India had a great international trading. But when you talk about till today, you know, agricultural products are of great importance of export from India. Under globalization, especially after 1990, the farmers have been exposed to new challenges. So despite being an important producer of rice, cotton, rubber, tea, coffee, jute, agricultural products are not able to compete with the developed countries. And why this is so? Because in the developed countries, the agriculture is subsidized. What is the meaning of subsidy? Subsidy is basically the price that the government pays for certain product that is very expensive. Suppose there is a product, there is a fertilizer packet that costs 1000 rupees. A farmer cannot spend 1000 rupees to buy that packet, right? So government says we will pay 800 rupees. So if government is paying 800 rupees, the farmer has to pay only 200 rupees for the fertilizer. So that is called as subsidy. This 800 that is paid by the government is called as subsidy. So in Western countries, since less amount of people are engaged in agriculture, so government also provide huge amount of subsidy. As a result, those farmers are able to sell the products at a lesser cost. Our Indian farmers cannot compete, right? Today, Indian agriculture is starting at a crossroad. In order to make the Indian agriculture profitable, it's very important that we need to diversify the cropping pattern, adopt the modern methods, and also move on to the cash crops, the crops that have great importance in the international market rather than just producing the food grains, right? So this ends up your chapter, that is agriculture. Fine. Okay. But so this is not deleted. This is the exact catch. Exactly, this is the catch. CBSE के syllabus में error printing है, वहाँ पे printing error है बच्चे, that is not deleted. They had to delete the food security, include the globalization. They have done the opposite. So do not take a chance on globalization at all. And a case study has come from this globalization chapter, globalization topic in the practice paper as well. Do not take chance with globalization, बच्चों. Okay. CBSE very chalak. CBSE is actually very lazy, Sanjit Mathur. CBSE is very lazy at times. CBSE is like once they are printed, those guys are least bothered to change any errors. This is a fact. This is a very established fact. Okay, now let's come to the minerals and energy resources. We have already come a long way here. We have done 6.5 hours of classes, isn't it? Okay, your history, political, but again we are having lengthier topics, especially when it comes to history. Whoa! Let's try finishing fast. Let's try finishing fast. We are on to the 5th chapter. After this, we have 2 chapters left and then we'll be done. Okay, very fast. Monazite sands in Kerala are rich in dash. Monazite sands in Kerala are rich in dash in thorium. Okay. Okay. Let's move on further. Next question. The pair of states which has the most amount of petroleum deposits. The maximum petroleum deposits are present in Assam and Gujarat. Next question. Take one of the following is a non-metallic mineral. Which is a non-metallic mineral, bacho? Granite, coal, copper, manganese. Very simple. Granite. It's a kind of rock. Okay. Okay, very simple. Aryan, my dear. Aryan is seeking love in the chat. But congratulations. I hope you are doing your paper very good. Aluminium is obtained from which mineral? But aluminium is obtained from bauxite. This is bauxite. This is your answer. Okay. Next question. Uranium and thorium are used for generating nuclear power. They are found in which areas? So if we talk about Aravalli ranges, Rajasthan, they are very rich in case of uranium and thorium. Next question. Mica is used in electrical and electronic industries because of it's not a conductor, but its insulating properties and resistance to high voltage is huge. Let's move on to the next question. Limestone is a basic raw material of which industry? So limestone is a very basic raw material of a cement industry. Next question. Which of the following is the oldest oil producing state in India? The oldest oil producing state is Assam. Digboi and Nahar Katia. Digboi is the oldest oil producing field in India. Next question. Which of the following iron ore belt Kudremukh mines? See, Kudremukh mines is basically situated in Karnataka. So we have one belt that is in Karnataka, that is BC square T belt. BC square T stands for Ballari, Chitradurg, Chikmagaluru, Tumkuru belt. Right. So correct answer is option number D. Next question. Which of the following states is the largest producer of copper in India? Largest producer of copper. What should be the correct answer, bacho? Largest producer of copper. Okay. Largest producer of copper, bacho. Come on. Largest producer of copper in India. Come on. Correct answer. Correct answer, bacho. Correct answer. Largest producer of copper in India. Come on, correct answer. Correct answer, bacho. Correct answer. You have 4 states: Orissa, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat. Okay, very nice. Let's come to the fact. So, bachcho ne answer kiya. That's very nice. So, correct answer, bachche, will go with the MP. That's Madhya Pradesh. Nahar Katia oil fields are in the state of Dash. They are in the state of Assam. Next question. Okay, which of the following has constructed the HVJ pipeline? HVJ is Hazira Vijaypur Jagdishpur pipeline, important gas pipeline constructed by GAIL. That is GAIL. Next question. Bauxite deposits are formed by the decomposition of wide variety of rocks that are rich in. We remember from bauxite we take out aluminium. So one option is there that has aluminium, that is option number 2, aluminium silicates. Next question. What was the percentage share of Jharkhand in the bauxite production as per 2018-19 reports? Percentage share of Jharkhand. Any answer, bacho? Any answer? Percentage share of Jharkhand in bauxite production as per 2018-19 reports. Okay. 10. Shweta Gupta has answered me 10. Correct answer, by the way. Nice question. Nice one. Nice one. Nice one. Nice one. Okay, very nice. MS Dhoni Jharkhand. Yeah, MS Dhoni is love, yeah. MS Dhoni is all-time motivation. Whenever I feel demotivated, I always turn to MS Dhoni. Next question. Which of the following best describes the properties of aluminum? It combines the strength of metal such as iron. Very nice. It is light. It has good conductivity. So we can say that all of the above is absolutely right answer. Bilkul correct. Okay. Now let's move on to the next question. Which is the most abundant available fossil fuel in India? Very simple. We know that is coal. 4 types of coal: anthracite, lignite, bituminous and peat. Okay. The best quality is anthracite. The maximum industrial coal is bituminous. Lignite is the worst quality, and then we have the peat. Okay. Moving on further. How is energy indispensable requirement of the modern life? Very simple. We know that for everything we need energy, for every kind of gadgets that we use, for every kind of utensils that we use in domestic sector, industrial sector, for the growth of national economy, energy is utmost important, right? So we can write any kind of points. Next, move on to the next question. Any 2 characteristics of ferrous group of minerals? Number 1, ferrous group of minerals account for 3/4 of the total value of minerals. Okay, that is metallic minerals. And they provide a very good base for development of metallurgical industries, like for example iron and steel, right? So they are must dependent upon the ferrous minerals. Next question. Why does the pressing need to use non-conventional sources of energy? Non-conventional sources are renewable resources. Very simple. You can give the examples that the growing consumption of the conventional resources is definitely it's leading to its overconsumption. So when you're talking about the conventional resources, that is coal, petroleum, so we know that they are limited in amount. If you start using them, if you still continue using them, in some point of time they will get exhausted, and then we'll have no option. That is why it's important we should use the renewable sources of energy like solar power, wind power. Okay, so these are very good examples. Rising prices of oil and gas and their shortages in future also talks about the security of the resources. So you can write any 2 points. Next question. What are the 2 major ways of generating electricity? This is a nice question. So we talk about hydropower and thermal power. So when you're talking about hydro and thermal power, hydropower means when you generate electricity from water. Okay, so what happens? Water at a huge velocity. Water stored in dams at a huge velocity is made to fall on a device like this. This is called as turbine. It has blades, right? This is called as turbine. So when the water falls on turbine, it rotates. And this is connected with the generator. This is connected with the generator, and this generator converts this into electrical power. This generator converts it into electrical power, right? So this is how water is produced with the help of hydropower. Same way when you're talking about thermal power. Thermal means heat. When you burn the fossil fuels like coal and petroleum, it produces heat, and this heat is used to rotate the turbine connected with the generator that converts it into the electrical power. So you can write any 2 examples. Next question. Energy resources are in 2 categories. Very simple: renewable or non-renewable. So conventional or non-conventional, any way you can call it. Renewable are those which can be renewed once exhausted. Non-renewable are those which cannot be renewed or will take millions of years to form once they are exhausted. Coal, petroleum are a very good example. Moving on further. Why do you think solar energy has a great future in India? When you're talking about the solar energy, India is a tropical country. India has great amount of solar energy available. So we can easily trap this solar energy in multiple forms. For example, number 1, it is a non-renewable, it is a renewable resource. It is not going to get exhausted, right? So we can trap the solar power in 3 different ways. Number 1, we can use the solar cells. Solar cells are the photovoltaic cells. Okay, they convert the solar power into electrical power. We can use the solar water heater. Solar water heater can be used to heat the water and use for multiple purposes. Solar cooker can be used for the cooking purposes. So we, especially in the rural areas where the families are dependent upon the firewood, okay, that is a polluting resource, or the cow dung, that is again a polluting resource. So solar power can be a greater player, a major player, by giving them the much needed energy resource. So you can write these 3 pointers in the solar power. Moving on further. Explain the use of petroleum as an energy resource as an industrial raw material. Okay, coming over to the petroleum as an energy resource, it is used for internal combustions in automobiles. We use it for the vehicles. Remember, you fill petrol in your bike and in your car, and then it is used to run the cars and the bikes and the vehicles. It is used as fuels for railways and aircrafts. Very important. Used for heating and lighting purposes. Coming over to the industrial raw material, it is used for lubricant. Lubricant means something that makes a particular thing smooth. So it is used as a lubricant for machinery. It is used as a raw material for manufacturing lots and lots of products, especially in the chemical industry, right? Moving on further. Conservation energy is essential to human existence. Very simple. Again, the same pointers. You need to tell that since the amount of energy available is very less, okay, we are using more and more of fossil fuels that will get exhaust after some time, then we'll be running out of fossil fuels. We don't have any energy resources. So it's important we should start using renewable sources of energy. So these are the major pointers you can put in this particular answer. Right, now let's move further. So we can also play our part. We can use public transport instead of private transport. Switching off the electricity when not in usage. We can try saving water. So small efforts can be made from our side as well. Moving on further. Environmental degradation has been seen everywhere. Explain three values that can help prevent the environmental degradation. Okay, very simple. Number one, sustainable uses of resources. Sustainable development is very important. Second is raising the awareness and consciousness among the people that we should use the resources very judiciously because they are very limited in nature. And we can also prevent the environmental degradation. How? By minimizing the use of water for processing. We can reuse the water, reduce the water. Smoke can be reduced. We can use oil or gas instead of fossil fuel or coal in factories. The machineries can be redesigned so that their efficiency can be increased. The latest technologies can be adopted, right? And they should produce less amount of air or water pollution. So these are the various ways in which we can combat the environmental degradation. Now, read the passage given below and answer the questions that follow. Have you ever wondered about the efforts the miners make in making the comfortable life for you? We are basically talking about hazards of mining. What are the impacts of mining on the health of the miners and the environment? Dust and noxious foam. Noxious means poisonous. Okay, fumes inhaled by miners make them very vulnerable to pulmonary diseases. That is the heart-related, respiratory system-related diseases. Okay, risk of collapsing of the mine roofs, inundation, fires in the coal mines, they're very, very constant. Water resources also get polluted because of dumping of the mining waste. So overall, the passage talks about the hazards of mining. So let's see what are the questions. Number one, name a tiger reserve affected by dolomite mining. The answer is Buxa Tiger Reserve. That's a nice question, can be asked in the exams. Next question, what impact can mining have on water resources? Definitely they will pollute the water resources. Okay, second, two environmental concerns caused due to mining. Number one, dumping of waste and slurry can lead to degradation of land. What is slurry? When the solid is converted into a semi-solid form, little bit liquid, little bit solid, that is called as slurry. So that can definitely lead to degradation of land. It can also increase the river pollution. When the waste are dumped in the water bodies, they can definitely lead to river pollution, water pollution. Delhi's Yamuna is a very good example of that, right? Delhi's Yamuna, can you imagine that? All the kind of toxic waste are dumped into Yamuna. As a result, Yamuna has lost life, right? It's more over like an open drain. Describe the distribution of coal in India. So when you're talking about coal, India, two types of coals are found. Gondwana and the tertiary deposits. Okay, Gondwana are much older, 200 million years old, and tertiary deposits are 55 million years old. So when you're talking about Gondwana resources, we'll generally find them in the Damodar Valley that lies in West Bengal, Jharkhand. So generally, the major coal fields in India are of the Gondwana coal, right? The major coal fields in India are of the Gondwana coal, like Jharia, Raniganj, Bokaro. Then after that, we'll find in Godavari Valley, Mahanadi Valley, Son Valley, Varda Valley. Tertiary coal you will generally found in the northeastern parts, Meghalaya, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland. So they are the tertiary coal deposits. However, the major coal deposits of India are generally from the peninsular plateau region or the this particular region, right? So these are the major oil fields in India. Moving on to the next question. Let's move on to the next question, bacho. Let's move on to the next question. So next question says what? Next question says that energy saved is energy produced. It's a very basic question. See, when you're talking about, we cannot keep on producing non-renewable resources like petrol, diesel, because they take time, right? So demand of energy is growing, definitely growing. So nearly 97% of the world consumed energy is coming from fossil fuels. So it's very important that we need to take some steps to preserve the energy, right? So for example, we can take more public transportation, electronic devices can be switched off when not in usage, reducing the consumption of non-renewable resources, solar power can be used, recycle, reduce, reuse, 3 R's can be followed. So multiple type of examples you can give in this question, that is energy saved is energy produced. So these kinds of questions are already asked in the board examinations. That's why I have done these kinds of questions from this particular chapter, right? So with this, we come to the end of chapter number 5. Now we have 2 chapters to go, manufacturing industries. So you have already been a part with me for the past, I guess, we have done 5, 6, 11, 6 hours and 40 minutes. For the past 6 hours and 40 minutes, you have always been there with me. And it's a great session with you guys, I must say that. So however, I also came across very new inventions in the chat boxes. Okay, very new kind of invention, but it's always great to be here. So we have last 2 chapters left. We'll try to wind these chapters as ASAP, as soon as possible. and I'll just take 15-20 minutes more of yours and we are done for the day. Fine. After that, you can have your dinner for sure. But I did not listen to that even, Simmer. Hi Bihar, hi Akshay. Hi Aryan. Okay. Okay. Conventional are non-renewable resources. Conventional means whatever you have been using since a long time. That is conventional. That is non-renewable. Coal, petroleum, natural gas, and non-conventional are the renewable resources like solar energy, wind energy. Okay. Kuldeep is amazing boy. I loved his invention. I should be sorry, by the way. Hi Shweta, how are you? Okay. I loved Kuldeep's invention. I am very impressed by that. To be very honest, I am very impressed. Very impressed. You guys always tell me something new, you know. So I am very impressed by Kuldeep's invention. That's really good. Well, I won't give this example anywhere else. Don't worry. But I'm very impressed by his invention. So Kuldeep bhai, don't be sorry, bache. Okay. So let's talk about this. Number 1. Dash is the second largest industry in India in terms of employment. So when you're talking about the second largest industry, what it is the textile industry. It gives employment to 35 million people. Next, move on to the next question. Which among the following is known as the electronic capital of India? Coming to electronic capital, it is one and only Bengaluru. Next question. Industry is responsible for how many types of pollution? They do 4 types of pollution: land pollution, water pollution, air pollution, and noise pollution. Right? Let's move on to the next question. Okay. What's the invention? For that, you'll have to go back to the a lot back. You know, that was a great invention, by the way. Okay, moving to the next question. Which of the following are the industrial sources of water pollution? Organic, inorganic, industrial waste? Absolutely. Industrial absolutes? Absolutely. So correct answer is option number 4. That is both A and B. Moving on further. Dash occurs when hot water from the factories and thermal power plants, they drain into rivers. Very simple. Thermal means heat. So obviously when the hot water is released, it will cause thermal pollution. Next question. How can the industrial pollution of fresh water be reduced? Minimize use of water, harvesting of rainwater, treating hot water of effluents before releasing them in rivers. Definitely everything caters to one point, that is water pollution reduction. So all of the above is absolute correct. Now treatment of industrial effluents can be done in number 1. Primary treatment by mechanical means. This involves screening, grinding. So what we do is whenever the dirty water, the sewage water comes into the sewage treatment plant, first all the solid impurities are removed in the first primary treatment. Second, we add biological organisms that help the ability to decompose these impurities. That is the second process. In the third process, we apply all the physical, chemical, biological process to clear the wastewater, and then we recycle it. Then it is utilized for other purposes. So option number 4 is correct. Next question. Which of the following has NTPC adopted in natural environment preservation? NTPC is very important, bacho. NTPC's question can be asked. So NTPC has optimized its equipment. It has adopted latest technology. Then minimize the waste generation by maximizing the ash utilization. What is ash? Ash is a powdery substance. So when you burn coal and petroleum, it's an ash kind of substance produced. So it's basically managed that ash or that waste material. So ecological monitoring and reviews. So it has maintained a database, okay, across all its power stations, wherever it is setting up the stations. So all this environmental data is managed, and for this also this has got a ISO certification. So NTPC is National Thermal Power Corporation, responsible for producing thermal power for the country. Now particulate matter, that is also called as PM. PM can be reduced in the air by fitting smokestacks, using scrubbers, shutting down industries. That is not an option. So both A and B are absolutely correct. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Which among the following has a software technology park? Bharatpur, Jodhpur, Agra, Noida. So Noida is very near to Delhi and has a software technology park. Okay, Noida stands for New Okhla Industrial Development Authority. It's a satellite city in the region of Delhi NCR, Delhi National Capital Region. Let's move on further. Aluminium smelting plants in the country are found in Odisha, West Bengal, Kerala. So we can find aluminium plants in all of the above places. Next question. It is a very bulky, dark, reddish colored rock used in aluminium smelting. So aluminium is definitely extracted from one rock that is called as bauxite. So option number 2 is absolute correct. Next question. Dash is the second most important metallurgical industry in India. So the second most important metallurgical industry or industry based upon metals is aluminium smelting. Option 3 is correct. Next question. Suresh was asked to make a list of industries. He classified the industries into small scale and the large scale. Identify the basis of this classification. So whenever we are talking about small scale industries and large scale industry, we are talking about the money invested. Okay, for example, small scale, the money will be less than 1 crore. large scale the money will be more than 1 crore. Okay, so very simple, that is on the basis of size of investment. Next question. Sakshi bought a packet of toothpaste. Okay, can you identify the type of industry in which the toothpaste making industry will fall? Sakshi will directly use the toothpaste. So all these industries that produce the products for the direct consumption of the consumers, they are falling under the consumer industry. Option number 2 is absolutely correct. Next question. Next question. Okay, flex your arms like this. Flex your arms like this. If those who are sitting at one single position, all of you bachon, flex your arms like this, like this you flex your arms. Okay, like this you do the stretching. Once you are done with the stretching, and then again sit back. You can walk, you can just take the phone in your hand and you can just put in your earphones, you can plug in your earphones, and then you are all good to go. So when you are sitting somewhere at one single place, you can do this type of flexing. That helps a lot. Okay, so this type of flexing help relieves your muscles and all. Okay, next question. Write the contribution and present growth rate of manufacturing sector in the national economy. Very simple. Suggest the measures to increase the industrial growth in India. If we talk about the manufacturing sector share, that has got very stagnated or stuck at 17% of GDP. Okay, the growth rate over the last years had been 7% per annum. Since 2003, we have seen a growth rate of 9 to 10%, but still it is below the national average. That should be across 12%, right? So that is our desired target, that it should be across 12% in the next decade. However, by appropriate policy by the government and renewed efforts by the industries, this type of growth rate can be achieved, right? Now, next question. 3 physical factors for the location of industry. 3 physical factors are availability of raw materials, closeness to the market, and availability of power. If all these factors are definitely available at cheaper price or can be arranged at cheaper price, then that is a perfect location for industry. For example, jute textile industry will find in around Kolkata. Kolkata is a good city. Easily you can arrange capital, transportation, easily available. Like raw materials are also available. It's a good jute producing region, and also it's very close to the major markets. So that's why Kolkata Hooghly basin becomes a very ideal situation for, or a location for, the jute producing industry. Moving on further, what are agglomeration economies? That's a nice question. Agglomeration economies, we'll try to understand with this by the question, by the example of Bengaluru. If we talk about Bengaluru, we see lots and lots of IT companies there. Okay, lots and lots of IT companies, lots and lots of software companies. Why they are there? Because Bangalore has infrastructure. Second, it has IT graduates, good educated people who can work in those companies, plus the government policies. So whenever we talk about the urban cities, they offer lots and lots of benefits. They offer good infrastructure, the government policies are good, transportation is good. When you're talking about the labor, we will find good skilled labor who is expert in doing such kind of work. So these kind of benefits everyone wants to take advantage of, right? So what happens? The bigger companies, they try to go to such cities in order to take the advantage of these benefits, and they try settling in a cluster there. Okay, so such kind of cluster is called as agglomeration economy. So in Bengaluru, if you talk about, there are huge amount of companies, right? There's a whole technology park, electronic city. So in that city, you will find lots and lots of software companies there. Why they are there? Because Bengaluru is offering them a good urban advantage. So that's a very good example of agglomeration economy. Okay, now sir, why is Gujarat suitable for cotton industry? If you talk about cotton grows well in which soil? Cotton grows well in which soil? Cotton grows well in black soil. Maharashtra and Gujarat are those regions that has abundance of black soil. Plus apart from that, cotton will grow well. Plus apart from that, it has good textile industry where cotton can be utilized, cotton can be used. Plus it has port from where cotton can be exported. That's why Maharashtra, Gujarat are the ideal locations for the cotton industry. However, cotton industries, textile is not coming in the syllabus. Cotton textile, jute textile, sugar industry is not in the syllabus. Iron and steel not in the syllabus. Okay, chemical, cement industry is not in the syllabus. Okay, so these are the industries that are not in the syllabus. You do not need to waste your time in this. Cotton textile, jute textile, sugar textile not in the syllabus. Iron and steel not in the syllabus. Okay, and then apart from that, cement industry not in the syllabus. So do not waste your time in these industries. Okay, so let me sort it out for you. But picture based questions I've already covered in history part. In geography, you won't find picture based questions generally, usually. Okay, for maps I will be doing. History part, picture based questions I've already covered in the history lecture. We started with history, so we will go with the end of the history part. You will find the picture base also. I have discussed which are the important pictures. We have discussed the maps also, and after this we'll discuss the maps in the geography as well. Okay, sorted bache? Fine. So Nimisha, I hope you got your answer, my dear. Neetu saying I love you Farzi, but his name is Farzi. How can you trust him? Classify the industries on the basis of capital investment. Very simple. Small scale and large scale. In small scale, the investment is less than 1 crore, and in large scale, the investment is more than 1 crore. That's all. Okay. Examples are iron and steel in large scale, and examples are plastic industry in the case of small scale. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. Write any major characteristics of aluminum. It's a light metal. It's very resistant to corrosion. Good conductor of heat. It's malleable. When it is mixed with other minerals, it becomes very strong. Right. So major characteristics. Next question. Name two groups into which the chemical industry is usually classified. So the two groups are inorganic and organic chemicals. When you're talking about inorganic chemical industries, they are almost spread throughout the country. Okay, because they can using inorganic chemicals like sulfuric acid, nitric acid, alkalis, soda ash. So it can be easily transported anywhere. But when talking about organic chemical plants, they are very much located near to the oil refineries. Okay, so organic chemical plants are located at only specific locations. Inorganic plants are located at almost everywhere across the country, right? So let's move on to the next question. Give reasons to highlight the importance of chemical industry in Indian economy. When talking about the chemical industry, it contributes 3% of the Indian GDP, third largest in Asia, occupies 12th place in the world, comprises both large scale, small scale units, and produces a variety of items starting from plastic, rubber, soaps, chemical fertilizers to pharmaceutical. Pharmaceuticals means medicine. So that's why the entire chemical industry is very, very important in the country. Moving on further. What is India's position in the world with regard to production of nitrogenous fertilizers? So India is third largest producer of nitrogenous fertilizers. We have 57 fertilizer units that manufacture nitrogenous and complex nitrogenous fertilizers. 29 for urea, 9 for ammonium sulfate, that is a byproduct. 68 other small factories are there that produce single superphosphate. At present, 10 public sector undertakings that is managed by the government. 1 unit is managed by the cooperative sector in Gujarat under the Fertilizer Corporation of India. So the fertilizer industry is very widespread in the India. So you can talk about the major plants. India is the third largest producer, 57 total units, 29 for urea, 9 for for producing ammonium sulfate. Okay, 68 other small factories, then 10 public sector units. Public sector means government companies, and then also we have the cooperative sectors. Okay, now let's move on further. Why is the automobile industry of India witness a fast growth? If we talk about automobile means basically the industry that manufactures car, buses, trucks, tractors, motorbikes. So this is the automobile industry. After liberalization, we see that there have been new kind of factories that have come into the Indian markets, especially after liberalization, globalization. Foreign investment has promoted a great boost. We see the foreign companies in the Indian markets, BMW, Audi, Jaguar. So what are these? They are the automobile manufacturers, Volvo. So when these companies started coming after liberalization and globalization policies, Indian automobile industry has shown a great growth in that. Moving on to the next question. What is a software technology park? Software technology park is where almost all the IT companies or software companies are available. Okay, coming on to the software technology park, we have 18 such parks. Noida is a software technology park that is located the closest to Delhi, right? So we have 18 software technology parks. Noida is the closest one to Delhi. Moving on further, read the given paragraph. NTPC is a major power providing corporation in India. It has an ISO certification. Corporation has adopted a great approach in preserving the natural environment and resources like water, oil and gases and fuels in places where it is setting up the power plants. So basically the entire paragraph is about NTPC, the last page of your chapter. Okay. So NTPC has got an ISO certification for what? It has got a certification for environment management system. Give two ways in which NTPC is carrying out sustainable power generation. Number one, it has upgraded its equipment and using the latest technologies, and also it is minimizing the waste generation. Okay, so that is the any 2 points you can write from the paragraph or from your book. Moving on further. Industries pollute. In this, all that 4 kinds of pollution you can explain: air, water, land and noise. When talking about air, the harmful smoke from the industries, it basically pollutes the air. Coming on to the land pollution, when you dump the industrial wastes on the land, it degrades the quality of the land. Coming on to the water pollution, the harmful toxic chemicals from the industries when it is dumped into the river bodies without even treatment. The hot water from the industries are dumped into the river bodies without even treatment. It ultimately causes thermal pollution, the water pollution. Also the construction activities, the sound of the heavy machineries, they create a huge amount of noise pollution, right? Okay. So explain in 5 ways to control pollution in India. When you're talking about particulate matter, we can fit all the kind of pollution controlling devices in the chimneys of the factories. So we have electrostatic precipitators, scrubbers. So what these devices do, they basically take out the harmful toxic chemical substances from the air and make it less pollutant. then we can recycle the water. Before discharging into the water bodies, we can just treat the industrial water full of harmful chemicals. Harvesting of rainwater can be done. Okay, machineries can be fitted with silencers. Noise pollution, noise absorbing materials can be fitted in the factories so that the noise pollution can be controlled. Multiple ways you can give for controlling the industrial pollution. Last chapter. Finally, we are on to the last chapter, bachcho. We are finally on to the last chapter, that is lifelines of national economy. I believe we have done it for 7 hours, but we have 12 chapters to do, and we are finally on the last chapter, bachcho. So I thank you for being a part for the last 7 hours, bachcho, for being amazing, lovely audience. Finally, we are starting with the last leg of the chapter, that is lifelines of the national economy. So I want full vigor, full josh, and this is live class, gaming with all friends. We have started at 5 p.m. This is a live class, beta, and we are finally going to end with this. Okay. What motivates me to teach despite 40-50 students? See, basically, I teach 4,000, 5,000 students also when I go into foundation channel. We have 5,000 students live, at times more than that. So they are also important, and when we have 40 to 50 students live, they are also important. So ultimately, it doesn't depend on the number of viewers. So what I have in mind is that you have a paper on 15th of March, and you 50, 40 and 50 have a trust on me. That's why you are here, and I value and respect that trust. And that is what PW is all about, right? We value, it doesn't matter what is the number right now. And since you have shown your trust, you are here continuously, so it's basically you guys who motivate me to continue even at odd time or odd nights. I do have a class tomorrow itself, that to 10 a.m. in the morning on foundation, and here it's already 12. So I'll go back home. I have to prepare my PPTs and all, and then I'll again be back at 10 a.m. in the morning to take the marathon, and that also will go for 7-8 hours. So it's just like that. Okay, now let's move further. Moving on further. To facilitate the quick delivery of mails in large towns and cities, how many channels have been introduced? So basically, we have introduced 6 different channels by Indian Postal Network in order to increase the facility to the especially the metro areas, so that the mails could be delivered with much greater speed. Next, DASH is an umbrella program to prepare India for a knowledge-based transformation. So when you're talking about the knowledge-based transformation, Digital India is that program, very much focused upon by the current government. Now moving on further, STD with respect to communication stands for subscriber trunk dialing. With the help of this facility, you can call any person in the country, that is in India. You can call anyone, connect with anyone. Next question, which of the following are the objectives of mass communication? Providing entertainment, creating awareness. So basically, when you're talking about mass communication, it provides entertainment as well as it creates awareness. Which among the following is also called the national television? When you're talking about the national television, no one can beat Doordarshan. It gives all kinds of news that are uninteresting. Okay, that's a fact, however. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Newspapers are published in about dash languages and dialects. So newspapers are published in about 100 languages. Can you imagine that? The largest being in Hindi, then English, and then Urdu. The largest number of newspapers are published in the country in which language? They are published in Hindi language. Okay, so largest is Hindi. Next question. The balance of trade of a country is the difference between dash and dash. Trade has 2 components. Then those 2 components are export and import. When you subtract that, we get the balance of trade. So whenever the export is greater than import, we have a favorable balance. Okay. And whenever your import is greater than export, we have an unfavorable balance. Fine. Moving on further. Let's move further. When the value of export exceeds the value of imports, export is greater than import, what are we going to have? We are going to have favorable balance of trade. When the value of, let's change this. When the value of import exceeds the value of export, this is called, so when the import is greater than export, this is called as unfavorable balance of trade. India has an unfavorable balance at present. Moving on further. Tourism industry provides direct employment to how many people? It provides direct employment to 15 million people, right? Nice. From Salaya in Gujarat to Dash in Punjab, which is that pipeline? From Salaya in Gujarat, it goes to Jalandhar in Punjab and it passes through Viramgam, Mathura, Delhi and Sonipat. It's one of the important lifelines. Okay. Moving on further. From Dash in Gujarat to Jagdishpur in Uttar Pradesh via Vijaypur in Madhya Pradesh is one of the 3 important pipeline networks. So this is called as the HVJ pipeline. HVJ stands for, it's a 1700 kilometer long pipeline. It's a 1700 kilometer long pipeline. Okay, so basically it passes from Hazira in Gujarat to Jagdishpur and Vijaypur. Okay, Hazira, it starts from Hazira. Moving on further, national waterway number 2. It's basically built upon Brahmaputra river. Okay, it's basically built on Brahmaputra river. It's basically built on Brahmaputra river between Sadia and Dhubri. Moving on further. Dash port was first developed soon after independence because we lost the Mumbai. Okay. Okay, fine. So question is, Dash port was such soon after independence to ease the volume of trade on the Mumbai port. Okay, because we lost the Karachi port to Pakistan in partition. That was your Kandla port. Okay, let's move on to the next question. On a school trip to Andhra Pradesh, the teacher told the students about a port which is the deepest landlocked port. Identify the same. In Andhra Pradesh, if we talk about the deepest landlocked port is Visakhapatnam. And we can also use the elimination technique here. Kochi is in Kerala, Tuticorin is in Tamil Nadu, Paradip in Odisha. So that cannot be the answers. Correct answer is Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh. Coming to the next question. 3 merits of roadways. Very simple. Construction cost is lower than the railways. So we'll be starting with a 2 marks question. The question number 1 is states any 3 merits of roadways. You can write any 3. Number 1, construction cost is less. Second, it provides door-to-door services. Third, is it's very economical transportation. Or if you want to go smaller distances, if you want to do shorter distances, so it is very economical for both people and transporting goods. Then it can also be constructed in the areas that are geographically very rough. For example, Himalayan mountains, if you go into Himachal Pradesh, you will find the roadways, you will not find the railways, right? So in the difficult geographical areas also roadways can be constructed. Next question. Where and why is rail transportation most conventional? Say rail transportation is very good in the areas that have high population density because railway needs passengers for its profit. Second, it's very good in northern plains because the land is comparatively flatter and it's easier to lay down the railway lines. Moving on further. Significance of border roads. See, when you're talking about the border roads, they're constructed in the areas of strategic importance. For example, the north and the northwestern parts of the country where India shares land border with any international country like China and Pakistan, right? Or even Bangladesh. So where these basically these roads are constructed and maintained by BRO, Border Roads Organization, that was established in 1960. So this Border Roads Organization has also developed the very famous Atal Tunnel. You might have heard about that, seen that in the YouTube videos, right? But so Atal Tunnel connects Leh with Manali wala region. So basically border roads are very important, especially for the movement of the troops or the people living in such areas. Now moving on further. What is meant by trade? Very simple. Exchange of goods is called trade. Trade between the countries will be called as international trade. And when we trade between the different states or different regions in the same country, that is called as the local trade. It's a very, very basic question. Moving on further. Badmash bhai. You don't get tired ever because you take classes continuously. Please sir, take a rest. But see, Filal, I'm not getting tired. It's a motivation to finish the chapter right now. Since it's the last chapter, and also I'll say you good night, guys. After this, differentiate between district and other rural roads. See, district roads, they connect the district headquarters with other places of the district maintained by Zilla Parishad. Rural roads are the other kind of roads in the villages that link the rural areas with the nearby towns or smaller cities, right? So they have received a great amount of funds on that Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana. Moving on further, classify roads on the basis of material use. On the basis of material use, they can be metalled and unmetalled roads. Metal roads are generally the pakka roads that are used by making the bitumen of coal, cement, concrete. So they can survive all the kinds of weathers. Unmetalled roads are generally the kacha roads that are built by just simple bricks and mud. So generally, when you're talking about the rainy season, these types of roads are of no usage. Moving on further. What are problems faced by road transportation in India? Number 1. Road transport, road network in India is definitely less comparison to the number of passengers. Half of the roads are unmetalled, so in rainy season you cannot use the roads. Third, national highways are very inadequate. They lack lots of roadside facilities. If you talk about national highways, lots and lots of facilities are not available on them. As a result, they are of really no good usage. But however, we have to use them, right? Okay. In cities, if you go, you'll find traffic jams. So they are very highly congested in the cities. Moving on the next question. Why are the means of transportation and communication called the lifelines of national economy? Number 1. Why are they called lifelines of national economy? Because they are very important for a fast developmental growth, right? Second, India is very well linked with the rest of the world. Despite India is very big, India's culture is very diverse, but we are very well connected with the rest of the world with the help of our excellent amount of railway and excellent amount of infrastructure. with the help of railways, airways, waterways, newspapers, radio, cinema. If we talk about India has won an Oscar award for the original song Natu Natu from the movie RRR. So India has won that Oscar award, right? That is with the help of a communication only. Okay, Bollywood industry is what? Or the Telugu industry is what? Telugu movie industry is what? It's a means of communication. It's a means of mass communication. And with the help of mass communication, people are knowing about India on a world platform, on a world stage, right? So this is why we are calling it as a lifeline of national economy. Along with the trade, the different means of transport communication has also made our life very much comfortable. So that is why we call this as lifelines of national economy. Next, which factors affect the distribution patterns of the railway network in the country? Number one, physical factors. See, number one, it's very difficult to lay the railway lines in the mountainous regions, the marshy areas, or the desert region. So physical factors are again a very important factor in deciding how dense the railway network is going to be. Then if we talk about economic factors, regions that have very much rich resources are generally economically more developed. You'll find that that is a denser network of railways. Why? Because you need to take out the minerals from these areas, carry it to the industries. So a lot of trains are required for the same purpose. Administrative factors, and sometimes you also see that some political decisions also take a great impact on the distribution of railways. Suppose government wants to start a railway service at such a region where the traffic is less, but again the people need it, right? So again, political decision will also impact a great amount of railway distribution in India. Next question. What are the advantages of pipeline transportation? See, pipelines can transport great amounts of substances like liquid, solids and gases. Pipelines can be used to transport crude oil, petroleum products, natural gas from the fields directly to the industries. So they are a great means of transportation and connectivity from the oil fields to the industries. Initial cost of laying the pipeline is high, but later on the cost gets reduced. The running cost is less. Moving on further. Read the paragraph carefully and answer the questions that follow. India is well linked with the rest of the world despite the wide diversity, linguistic, social, cultural polarity. Railways, airways, waterways, newspaper, cinema, radio, television have been contributing to socio-economic progress. Trades from the local to international levels have added to the vitality of the economy. It has enriched our life and added substantially to the growing amenities and facilities, all the comforts of life. So all in all, this entire paragraph is talking about the lifelines of national economy as a whole. So definitely we are going to get the question based on the concept of the same. Now the question is simple. How many languages are the newspapers published in India? 100 languages. Digital India is an umbrella program to prepare India for a knowledge-based transformation, in which we are basically acquiring knowledge and improving the knowledge of the individuals and trying to transform the economy of the country. Now, how is tourism of industry promoted the culture of India at international level? See, tourism helps in the development of international understanding about India's culture and heritage. When the foreign tourists visit India for the multiple purposes, they take back with themselves the Indian culture, the Indian food, the Indian tradition, how the Indian people are, and they try telling about the Indian stories in their videos on YouTube in their countries. So it helps in creating an international understanding about India at a global level, right? Now, next question. Write a note on the changing nature of international trade in the last 15 years. Trade between countries, number one, is called as an international trade. First point, you have to write this. Then we see that it has changed a lot in the last 15 years. The exchange of goods and commodities has now been exceeded by the exchange of information and knowledge. Now we exchange not only the goods and materials, but also the information and knowledge. The world is changing, right? India has emerged as a software giant at the international level. Software industry has been a major earner of the foreign exchange for the country. Moving on further, international trade also depends upon the relationship with the different countries and the different factors like what kind of taxes we are implementing, what is our tax on import and export. So these are the multiple factors on which we see that international trade depends. If we see that in the last 15 years, many trade blocs have emerged on the scene. Like for example, we have many blocs, many organizations like SAARC countries, ASEAN countries. So these are the multiple blocs that also impact the kind in which international trade is carried out, right? So this is your question. Last question, why is air travel preferred in the northern eastern states of India? If we talk about northeastern states of the country, they have a very varied geography. There are dense forests, there are rivers, big rivers, frequent flooding, mountains are there. So it's very difficult to lay the railway lines or the roadways in the northeastern parts of the country. So here, under the difficult conditions, the best means of transportation is the air transport, right? So that's why air travel is very much preferred in the northeastern parts of the country. So when we're talking about air travel, generally it's an expensive means of transport, but in the areas like northeastern parts of the country, it is made very affordable because it's the only means of transport there, right? So on this note, we finally end up the last chapters of the geography and and. Badmash bhai, I know that, but say very simple. I'll tell you what. There is a very beautiful fact about this entire thing. The entire thing is that they are the most heartbroken ashiks. I'll tell you why. You know what? Girls are very smart. Let me tell you, boys. That's a very famous thing. Girls are very smart. They will never go after a boy who doesn't do anything in life. I'll call this guy as useless guy. Because if you waste your time finding girls in class 10th, but for the next years of your life, you will be finding girls only. And after 25 years of your life, you will still be finding girls. But that will be the time when you will start finding girls for your marriage. And for the marriage, your girls will obviously start rejecting you. Why? Because the whole life you have been finding girls rather than doing other important stuff in life. And now when you will start finding girls for the marriage, what will happen? Girls are smarter. They will never choose a man who has done nothing in life except finding girls. Right? So better stop finding girls, start finding goals. That's the life motto. Okay, stop finding girls, start finding goals. You will find the girls later on in the phase. That's a fact. Right? And these are the actually boys who are very obsessed with finding girls. So you may find girls very momentarily, but they will leave you at one point of time. And then you will be heartbroken ashik. And you will start getting motivation. But again, when the moment you start getting motivation, you will find another girl. And the moment you find another girl, you still again start finding girls. So this cycle of finding girls is never going to end. And as a result, you are not going to find your major goal. Right? So remember in life, girls will always value a man who has goals in life. If you don't have goals, you will still be in that entire unending loop of finding girls. Finding girls in class 10, finding girls in class 11, finding girls in class 12, finding girls in college and never finding the goals. End of the day, Papa will say, beta, kuch to kar lo. Right? So that is the sad reality of life. So all those are finding girls instead of finding goals will be finding girls for the next 10 years of life only. So those who will find goals in life will definitely realize that the decision was far better. And that's a sad reality of life. Let's move on further. Okay. So this is exactly this is the reality, practicality of life. You will understand by the time you are age 25 or 26, and that will be to you, that will be actually, you can say that a lot of this thing, a later one. Talk about any successful man in the society, any successful man, you know, any successful man you talk about in the society, read about them, you will get to know, bache, for sure. Okay, so finally we are talking about the map work, the final 5 minutes of the chapter. Okay. Okay, bache. Okay. That's amazing. Badmash bhai, even you also. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Map work. So let's come to the next question. So my humble recommendation, start focusing on your goals, bacho. Okay, rather than focusing on the unusual stuff. Let's talk about the map work, the last pointers. Okay, number 1. So first, the biggest problem of each and every one is, sir, we do not know how to do the map work. The biggest reason is because you do not know how many states are there in India. You do not know how to mark the states. So that is why I brought the political map of India here. See, this is the bifurcation. Do UT hai yahan pe, Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir. Then moment you step down Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir, right hand side, number 1, will find Himachal. Second is Uttarakhand. Leave Nepal. Come to 3rd, Uttar Pradesh. Start marking like this. 4th, Bihar. Next, come to this place. This is 5th. That is number Sikkim. Then here we have Assam. Number 6. Mark this as number 7. Arunachal. Mark this as number 8. Nagaland. Mark this as number 9. This is Nagaland. Mark this 8. This is number 9. Manipur. Okay, then mark this Mizoram. Right. So keep on marking like this. Right. Number 1, number 10. So already either start this way or start this way. So number 1, you should know all the states first. That is the first way of identifying any kind of major geographical region, right? So this is Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh. Here we have Himachal. Here you will go, we'll find Punjab. Here you will go and find Uttarakhand. Just below Punjab we have Haryana. Just next to Haryana we have Delhi. Just next to Delhi we have UP. Just next to UP we have Bihar. Next to Bihar, here you will find, if you go between Nepal and Bhutan, you will find Sikkim. Just below you will find West Bengal. Just next to West Bengal we have Jharkhand. Below Jharkhand we have Chhattisgarh. Just below this we have Odisha. Next to Chhattisgarh you will find MP and here Maharashtra. Okay, here you will find Rajasthan and Gujarat. It's very easy to identify. From Maharashtra will come down, you'll find Karnataka. Will come down, you'll find Kerala. This side will come down, you will find Telangana, Andhra, and then you will find your Tamil Nadu region, Tamil Nadu section. Okay, so in which we have Madhya Pradesh, in center we have Madhya Pradesh, right? So and this state is the Jharkhand, and thus next to Jharkhand we have West Bengal, right? So this is how first you need to identify the states first. Once you have identified the states, okay, and this also we have small state called as Goa. So once you have identified the states, it gets very easy to plot any kind of map. So number one is you have to identify the states from the map. Now let's start doing the questions. Okay, number one. So this is exactly what CBSE will ask you, right? Exactly. So number one, resources and development, it will ask you to identify the major soil types. Talking about the major soil types, always you will find forest soils in the hilly regions. Next, we're talking about Jammu Kashmir, and we're talking about Uttarakhand and Himachal. Okay, we're talking about Sikkim, we're talking about little bit of Arunachal. So these are the areas we'll find the forest mountainous soil. So if they will mark a place here, they will shade this region, ask you which soil, to go with mountainous soil. Alluvial soil will found in the northern plains. These are the northern plains. We'll finding the alluvial soil here, and also in the delta regions. So whenever you go to the nearby coastal areas, these are the delta regions. So you'll find the alluvial soils. Then we have the red and yellow soil, that is the maximum one. So this is the red and yellow soil, mostly in the northeastern parts, in the regions of Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Jharkhand. These regions you will find red and yellow soil. Then Tamil Nadu, some parts of Kerala, Karnataka, these regions you will find the red and yellow soil. Black soil, this is generally in the Maharashtra, Gujarat region, and arid soils you will find in the Rajasthan belt. Okay, so black soil, this is also Maharashtra, Gujarat black soil. So this is the black soil region. So identify the states where we can find, and then it gets very easy. If this region is marked and given in the map, remember we are talking about arid soils. It's Rajasthan, very dry area. Okay, so number one we have the identification. Second, water resources, they will ask you to locate and label the dams. Salal, Bhakra, Nangal, Tehri, Rana Pratap, Sardar Sarovar, Hirakud, Nagarjun Sagar and Tungabhadra. Okay, number one, let's talk about Salal Dam. Salal Dam is generally in Kashmir area, Bhakra Nangal in the Punjab region, Tehri in the Uttarakhand region, Rana Pratap in the Rajasthan region. So first identify the states very clearly, easily you can find out. Sardar Sarovar around Narmada, Hirakud in Mahanadi, Nagarjun Sagar around Andhra, Tungabhadra in the Tungabhadra river. So first you have to identify the states, it gets very easier for you to mark the map. Coming on to this Salal project, I told you it's in the Kashmir. Let's go to the Kashmir region. This is Salal, very easy. Bhakra Nangal, I told you around Punjab, Himachal. This is Bhakra Nangal, very easy. Then Tehri is in Uttarakhand. Just next to this Punjab region, we have Uttarakhand. This is Tehri, right? I told you Rana Pratap is in Rajasthan. This is the state of Rajasthan. Come here. This is Rana Pratap, Gandhi Sagar also. Sardar Sarovar, somewhere near Narmada. Narmada arises somewhere near here, Maharashtra region and this Madhya Pradesh region, right? And the Gujarat region. So this is a junction kind of thing, right? Here we have Maharashtra, here MP, and here Gujarat. Here is Sardar Sarovar. Then moving on further, coming on to Koyna Dam. It won't ask Koyna, I guess. So they haven't given Koyna. They will not ask Koyna. Then they have asked Sardar Sarovar. We have already marked Hirakud. Hirakud is Mahanadi. Okay, so we're talking about Hirakud Dam. This is Hirakud and this is Mahanadi. Okay, so coming over somewhere to the Odisha wala region. Then we have Nagarjun Sagar. I told you Andhra Telangana belt. This is Andhra Telangana belt. We just saw that in the map, in the political map of India, Nagarjun Sagar. Tungabhadra very near, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu belt. This is Tungabhadra, right? So these are the major dams that they will be asking you. So just have to practice these major dams only. Okay, moving on further. Now this is a nice one. Iron ore mines, Mayurbhanj, Durg, Beladila, Bellary, Kudremak. Coal mines, Raniganj, Talcher, Neveli, Bokaro. Then oil fields, Digboi, Naharkatia, Mumbai High, Basin, Kalol or Ankaleshwar. Ankaleshwar is in Gujarat. So first you should identify the states. Kudremukh is in Karnataka. Ballari, Chitradurg, Chikmagaluru, Tumkuru. Right, Ballari, Chitradurg, Chikmagaluru, Tumkuru. So Ballari again Karnataka, Kudremukh again Karnataka. Right. So first identify the state, it gets very easier. So what you are going to do? Here you are going to find the major iron ore mines. So major iron ore mines, major coal mines. Iron ore mines, coal mines. So here we have the iron ore mines. Okay. So major iron ore mines marked in small dots, soft dots. So what you have asked us to do? Mayurbhanj, Durg, Beladila. See, I told you Bellary and Kudremukh will find in the Karnataka region. Come to Karnataka. Okay, come to Karnataka. See, this is Bellary. Okay, coming to Kudremukh, somewhere here only. This is Kudremukh. See, when you know the state, it gets very easy to find where are these mines. So we have Bellary and Kudremukh. Then coming over to, they have asked us to mark Belladilla. So Belladilla is somewhere here near the Andhra Telangana belt. So this is Belladilla region. Then, okay, sorry, we have to mark the iron ore mine. Na? We have not marked iron ore. But the hill ranges are here only. Okay. Bilaspur, fine. Coming over to Mayurbhanj and Durg. Mayurbhanj and Durg will be somewhere here. So this is Mayurbhanj and this is the Durg region. This is the Durg region, right? So here you will find iron ore mines also, right? So Baladila is here. Iron ore mines, Kudremukh, Lari, Mayurbhanj, Durgpur. Mayurbhanj is somewhere near this Chhattisgarh wala belt, Bengal wala belt. Okay, so easily you can mark this area. Okay, so you just need to know the states. If you know the state, it gets very easy for you to mark the map work. Next, they have asked us to mark coal mines, Raniganj, Bokaro, Talcher, Naveli. Raniganj, Bokaro, they're in sequence, they're in absolute sequence, right? This is Raniganj, come over next to this Bengal region. Then we have Jharia and then we have Bokaro. They are absolute sequence, the coal mines, right? Then what they have asked to mark us, they have asked to mark, this is done, Raniganj, Bokaro, okay. Then we have asked to mark Neyveli. Neyveli is in Tamil Nadu. If you remember, Neyveli has the largest lignite deposits that lies in Tamil Nadu. This is the state of Tamil Nadu, this is Neyveli. And then we have Talcher. So when coming out of the Talcher, where you can find Talcher? Any ideas, bacho? Any ideas where you can find Talcher? Talcher is very easy to find. Talcher is somewhere here, coming out to the Odisha wala region, right? So this is the Talcher belt, right? Odisha, Andhra, Telangana junction. So this is basically Talcher. So these are the major coal mines that you can find. If you remember the states, it gets very easier to identify. It gets very easier to identify whether the coal mines are there, whether the iron ore fields are there. So number one logic is you need to remember the states. So once you are done with the states, you can very easily identify the question. Moving on further. Thermal power plants, and we have the thermal and the nuclear power plants. Thermal, Namrup, Singrauli and Ramagundam. And from nuclear, we have Narora, Kakrapara, Tarapur and Kalapakkam. Very easy. So coming on to the nuclear, we have this thing we have triangular, and thermal we have circular. So coming over to the thermal, Namrup, Singrauli. Singrauli is somewhere near UP and MP border. So Singrauli is here. Okay, where is Singrauli gone? Yeah, Singrauli, I told you it's where UP and MP border. So this is Singrauli Super Thermal Power Project. This is Singrauli. Okay, now it's very near to UP and MP border, Rehan belt. This is UP, this is MP. Right. The next is we have Ramagundam and Namrup. Namrup and Ramagundam. Fine. So coming over to Namrup and Ramagundam. In the meanwhile, we can also mark the nuclear power plant. We can see this Kalpakkam is nearby Tamil Nadu region. Okay. So then we have Ramagundam, and then again what we have this that is called as Namrup. Fine. So you can mark this. In the meanwhile, we can also see the nuclear power plant that is Tarapur that lies in Maharashtra. So we can mark this. Kakrapara is somewhere near the Gujarat belt. So we can mark this also, right? So we have marked major things. Narora. Narora is an important nuclear power plant in Uttar Pradesh. You can mark this in Uttar Pradesh, right? So we are done with Singrauli, we have done with Kalpakkam, we have done with Kakrapara, we have done with Tarapur, we have done with Narora as well. Okay, fine. And when you're talking about Ramagundam, this is nearby the Andhra Telangana belt, right? So this is nearby the Andhra Telangana belt, that is Ramagundam. Fine. Done with this? Okay. Okay, fine. Anything else left? Anything else left here? Fine. Okay. Rawat Bhatta is also important, but they haven't asked Rawat Bhatta. They will not ask in the exams as well. So whatever is given, you just need to mark that only. Okay, fine. So otherwise, others are also important, but CBSE has given only certain points of nuclear thermal power plants. So just need to go about that and not more than that. Okay, whatever is given in the syllabus, just go with that. Not else. Okay, fine. Okay, so we have done. Fair enough. Let's go on to the next question. Next question is manufacturing industries, software technology parks, Noida, Gandhinagar, Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Thiruvananthapuram. Noida is in UP, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, Mumbai, Maharashtra, Pune, Maharashtra. Okay, Hyderabad, again, junction of Telangana and Andhra and all. Bangalore is in Karnataka, Chennai is in Tamil Nadu, Thiruvananthapuram is in Kerala. Easily you can mark, right? This is Thiruvananthapuram, एकदम southern tip पे आ जाएगा ये आपका Kerala. Then we have this Bengaluru in the state of Karnataka. Then we're talking about Mumbai and Pune, same way here in Maharashtra. Then Gandhinagar, it's in Gujarat, nearby Tropic of Cancer Valley region. Then we have Noida, that lies at very close to Delhi in Uttar Pradesh. Okay, then what we have? Then we have Hyderabad should be there. Yeah, we have Hyderabad. This is the Hyderabad junction between Telangana and this thing Andhra Valley region. And apart from that, what we have? We have Chennai. Chennai is again in Tamil Nadu. So this is the Tamil Nadu belt. So we have done with this also. And Thiruvananthapuram, done. Okay, the last is the major ports and the international airports. So they will ask you, the maximum that they ask is Amritsar, Chennai, Meenambakkam and Kolkata. This is the maximum, the most asked airports in the part. Then we are talking about the major ports and the major airports. Okay, so we're talking about the major airports. Number one in Amritsar, this is Punjab. Amritsar we have Raja Sansi. This is Delhi, we have IGI, Indira Gandhi National Airport. Then talking about Mumbai, it has both seaport and it has both the airport, Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminal, and we have Jawaharlal Nehru Port. Then coming over to Kolkata, coming to Goa. Goa has an important seaport called Marmagaon. Okay. Then we have Karnataka. Karnataka has an important seaport, iron ore exporting port called Mangalore. Then Chennai has two things. Chennai has a seaport as well as Meenambakkam International Airport. Important. Tuticorin. Tamil Nadu has one more seaport, that is Tuticorin. Important. Tiruvananthapuram has an important airport, right? International airport. And Kerala Cochin has an important seaport. Then coming out to Visakhapatnam, the deepest landlocked port coming in Andhra Pradesh. This is the Andhra region, Andhra belt. This is the Telangana belt, this is the Andhra belt. Paradeep in Odisha is again very important. Kolkata is important for two reasons. Number one, it has an international airport in the form of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, earlier called as Damdam Airport, and then it has Haldia Port. Then these are the major ones. Okay, so we have already covered, and we have the Hyderabad International Airport. That's all. Okay, so these are the major ones that I have already told you. Kandla is in Gujarat. Again, Kandla you can mark here in Gujarat. Kandla is very important one. Especially after the loss of Karachi port, we developed the Kandla only. Okay, so you have done almost everything fine, fair enough, right? So this finally completes your map work in geography as well. And before going, I have a small question for you. I have a very small question for you to solve. Okay, very small question for you to solve. Okay, but it's not my birthday, and this birthday prank is very old. Try getting some new prank, bacha bati. How old pranks you do? Okay. So Netaji Subhash Chandra Airport, we just discussed that lies in Bengal, right? So this is Bangladesh, this is Bengal region nearby Kolkata. Here you can mark number 1, that is Netaji Subhash Airport. Okay, Tiruvananthapuram International Airport, that is very much in Kerala. This is Kerala. Somewhere here we have Tiruvananthapuram International Airport. So number 2 we can mark here. And Meenambakkam lies in Chennai. So this is Tamil Nadu and this is somewhere Meenambakkam. So we can mark it as number 3. Okay, so these are your important airports. So you can mark like this. So just now we have done the important airports and this is like a question. Okay, so this is the solution as well. We are very true. Fine. Okay, finally, it has been 7.5 hours with you guys and we started at 5 p.m. Okay, we started at 5 p.m. since already you are having one marathon of political science as well as you are having a marathon of economics by ma'am in the morning session. So that ended, I guess, around 4:30 or something. Okay, so after that we started at 5 p.m. I was trying to I thought that I can wind it up by 11, but at least we are 1.5 hours more because see, since we have 12 chapters and we covered that in 7.5 hours, 7 hours and 20 minutes. Okay, the reason being 8 minutes breaks also I'll count, 10 minutes break rather than. So with this we come to the end of this marathon. Hope you like this session, hope you like this video. Wish you all the best, bache. And shortly the PDFs will get uploaded. I'll request you to check it by by tomorrow. In the Ignite batch, that is a free of cost batch, link is given in the description of the video. That's a free of cost batch, bacha badi. Link is given in the description of the video, and you can enroll in that batch. You can download the other classes, notes as well. I have also taught lots and lots of classes on YouTube on this Ignite batch itself. So it was great to have you here, guys. We have lots of inventions, lots of amazing people, but at the end of the moment, bacha, you all are lovely. And I always say that, see, there were some people who were very much interested in all the kinds of stuff. That's why I always advise you that focus on your goals. Focus on your goals. They're really important. What matters in life is your goals. But say without that, everything is bekar. Everything is useless. No one will come with you. No one will stand with you unless and until you achieve your goals. So first of all, you have to invest in yourself before investing in someone else's dreams, right? Okay. So with this, on this note, let's finish the session with a wonderful, wonderful affirmation that we are going to believe in ourselves. We are going to fight till the last breath. We are always going to be fighters. We are always going to be warriors. Okay, it doesn't matter how tough the paper is. We know one thing that we have studied throughout the year. We know one thing that we have made an effort, and we know that one thing that we have given enough amount of time, right? So with this approach and with this information, I take your leave. Have a very good and fantastic night. And all those who are joining me on PW Foundation channel for geography tomorrow, we'll meet tomorrow back at 10 a.m. on PW Foundation channel. Okay, so I'll be taking geography marathon there, but that is going to be in Hindi. So this is specially designed for you guys in English. So we did the entire social science in one single day. Right, hats off to your patience, hats off to your support, and hats off to your motivation, all of all. So with this, good night, bacha badi, and take care and stay amazing. Stay tuned with your favorite amazing platform, that's PW. Will be coming back with some more amazing and super videos. Till then, stay happy, stay tuned, stay amazing. Bye bye, bacho. Good night. Akshay, that's not the case. That's not the case, beta. Hi Vaishu, thank you for being here, bache. Good night, beta. Good night, bacho. Happy birthday. I don't have a birthday right now, but you can give me the gifts. Okay. Yeah, Vaishu, I know that, bache. Very good morning. Very good morning, bache. Yeah, Deepak, any doubts? What are the doubts, beta? Hi, Sayu. Good morning. Bache, what is the doubt? Bache, what is the doubt? Bye, Myra. Hi, Myra. Good night, Veera Vishwa. It's Veera Vishwajit, right? Okay. What is the doubt, Deepak? Janu, my dear, efforts are in vain. Your efforts are in vain, bache. Use these efforts in exams, bacha badi. Beta, what is the doubt? If part by part you will write, I'll end the stream after this. Type your doubt rather than. Okay, nice, Akshay. Beta, type the doubt, Deepak. I'm waiting for you. You type the doubt, I'll solve it, I'll go, bache. Sharif Admi. Hi, Funky Bangla. Sakshan, simply just go through the notes. It's very simple. Just go through the summary points, go through the notes. Deepak, I'm waiting for your doubt, bache. How to avoid tension? Simply don't take it. Don't take it. Start performing. Start just investing in your efforts. Don't take tension. Nothing is going to happen. Very good night, bacha. Very good night, beta. Very good night, Badmosh boy. Badmosh boy. Very good night. Bache, write in one sentence, Deepak. I will be able to solve your right. I've already taught the map in detail, so I request you to please look at the video, have a watch at the video. So my dear, whoever is talking about map, game with all friends, I've already discussed the map in very detail. So request you to humbly go back in the video, you'll be able to view that. Live Guru. Okay. Okay, Raghav. Bache, type the doubt, Deepak. बदमाश भाई दिक्कत पता है क्या है द पॉइंट इज you are already invested in too much feelings of emotions when you actually realize that actually this is a moh maya that you are actually invested in, then that will be a later time. That's actually moh maya. That's not your fault, beta. There's a lot of curiosity among you guys and the curiosity is not rightly solved. That is the biggest problem. So this curiosity is very common among class 9th and 10th students. Hormones are boiling, you know. That's the reason. And well, I'll be very honest, but say this, the entire pranks that you are doing, whatever you are doing, this is all outdated, my dear. You're still living in the 15th century. Grow up. Okay. The first to use woodblock printing in the Europe, but that in Europe it will be Italy, because Marco Polo was an Italian traveler. He first transported that technique to Italy, so definitely Italy. Moving on further. Okay, Vivek, but you can join me in PW Foundation tomorrow 10 am. We'll be there. Sir will also be there. Okay. Good night, bache. Good night. Date problem after World War, industry condition. Bache, very simple. After World War, Deepak, what will happen? See, First World War, during the First World War, industries are booming. Why industries are booming? Because of huge demand. After World War, what is happening? No one is producing the war needs. So definitely whatever labors have been extra hired, they will be removed. After World War, huge amount of unemployment. Again, the industries are in deep losses because during the war there was demand, so industry was supplying. After the war, there is no demand. Industries have no option to supply. Unemployment, industrial losses, very common, right? Okay, Badmash, fine. Fine, bacha, fine. Is huge population an asset or liability for a nation? Akshay, huge population, if educated, can be an asset. If a population like India, which is not educated, right? Most of the Indians are still lagging education and literacy. So that is a liability. If we have a huge population, but a very good educated population, that is an asset. Depends upon the quality of population, right? Not just the number, but the quality of population. That is important. How to remember date in history? Simply make a mnemonic. Like let's suppose 1848 is a date, Frankfurt Parliament. I asked her in the morning, for me, can you wait? Frankfurt Parliament, 1848. So I asked her in the morning, for me, can you wait? Frankfurt Parliament, 1848. है ना, इस तरीके से आप याद कर सकते हो. You can learn it this way. Okay, you can make a mnemonic, you can make a rap, you can make a poetry. Any way you can do it. That's a good way of learning it. Bye bye बच्चे, love you बच्चों. Okay बदमाश भाई, okay बदमाश भाई, fine बच्चे, fine. But Bretton Woods I've already explained. I've already explained in the class. So request you to go back in the history class. I've already explained in this one class. So request and explain in very detailed terms, right? That Bretton Woods is nothing but it's a conference. set up by United Nations, and in that it was decided how to help out those countries that were affected by the World War II. Okay, who fought the World War II, their economy was completely damaged, how to restable their economy. So two institutions were formed, International Monetary Fund and World Bank. So their task was to restructure the economy of those countries and Japan. Right, so that is the basic gist of it. Rest we have discussed in the chapter. Good night, bacho. I've already gave you the answer. The first to use woodblock in Europe is the Italians, because Marco Polo was an Italian explorer. Good night, bacho. Okay, bye Mohammed, bye bache, bye Amit. Okay, so I've already answered Veera. I've already answered. Please listen to me carefully. Bye bacho. Good night everyone. Take care, and final bye bye. Great. Bye.